Abdullah. What is the basis on which the Enforcement Directorate is then even questioning him today?
Qasim, the National Conference, they are going to say that there has been no charges against Omar Abdullah. And this is the same line which they told when Farooq Abdullah, the former Chief Minister and father of Omar Abdullah, was also summoned by ED, but that was in connection with the Jammu Kashmir Cricket Association scam, wherein hundreds and crores of money, rupees were siphoned, and the investigation was taken over by ED. Farooq Abdullah had to appear at that time also. Now that Omar Abdullah has been called for questioning by the ED, now this is in related to the Jammu and Kashmir Bank scam, wherein hundreds and hundreds of crores was given as a loan to bogus companies. And there were allegations, if you remember, Maha, in 2012, when Omar Abdullah was the Chief Minister and Mehbooba Mufti, the head of PDP, was the leader of the opposition. She had made this point in the Jammu and Kashmir Legislative Assembly of the closeness of Omar Abdullah with the one of the director of the Jammu and Kashmir Bank, who has now been arrested by the ED. So now Omar Abdullah, who used to go and stay at his house, has been called by the ED for questioning, and it seems that again the National Conference has issued this statement wherein they are blaming the central investigating agencies. They are saying that these central investigating agencies are working on behest of BJP, the ruling party, and that is why the opposition leaders, they are being called in the bogus cases. Though the NC is saying that there are no charges or no cases against Omar Abdullah, but yes, the investigation are going on. Though right now we don't know what type of questioning, what line of questioning was taken by the ED, whether Omar Abdullah would again be called for questioning. It is to be seen after the ED comes out with an official statement. Yes,
all right, Tejinder, stay on with us. Let me get in more details from Ashish Mehrishi, who's joining us on the phone line. Ashish, do we know exactly what the Enforcement Directorate is looking at over here on asking Omar Abdullah?
Well, in fact, very early stages to comment on what is the line of questioning or, whether he's involved in any scam or not. Now, the question, what I've heard from my sources in the Enforcement Directorate is that, there are certain directors, in fact, even if you remember, the chairman, the former chairman of Jammu and Kashmir Bank, he was also booked in a scam to the tune of hundreds of crore rupees, where bogus loans were given, where the documents that were submitted were bogus in nature, and ultimately that money was siphoned off, and those loans went bust. Now, this is not only one case, there are many cases. But then there are benefits which have reached in the hands, or you can say proceeds of crime that have reached into the hands of former directors of Jammu and Kashmir Bank. That is what the Enforcement Directorate is investigating. Recently, a senior director of a former director of Jammu and Kashmir Bank, Nihal Garware, was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate from Mumbai. Now, interestingly, what we have learned from our sources is that there is a house in Delhi where Omar Abdullah has been staying. Now, this house is owned by none other than Nihal Garware. What sort of a relationship he had with Nihal Garware, that is being investigated. Now, apart from that, what we are hearing is that when he was the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir Bank, he was instrumental in getting these individuals appointed as directors. Now, whether these individuals who have been beneficiaries of laundered money or beneficiary of proceeds of crime, whether that reached into the hands of Omar Abdullah or not, that I believe is being looked at by the Enforcement Directorate. In case it has reached him, then obviously it is tough time for him. It is going to be trouble time for him in near future. But in case that has not happened, then obviously he walks free. But as of now, what we are learning is that he walked into the Enforcement Directorate building, which is just behind me. Now, if you see, this is the Enforcement Directorate building. Right, that on the third floor, he is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate of this building, which is Pravartan Bhavan. So he walked into this office at around 11 o'clock, and since then he's been questioned by Enforcement Directorate sleuths.
All right, so almost 4 hours is what you're suggesting that the questioning perhaps has been on. He entered the Enforcement Directorate office around 11 a.m., but we do not know the exact time when the questioning perhaps may have started at the moment. Ashish and Tejinder are both going to stay with us. Let me also introduce our guest, Sandeep Ghosh, political commentator, and Majid Hydari, a senior journalist. Sandeep Ghosh, coming first to you, sir. The fact that Omar Abdullah has joined the investigations today, although on the other hand, the National Conference is saying that the agencies are being misused by the centre. But is the NC, by the very fact that Omar Abdullah has come in for investigations today to Delhi, trying to prove a point there as well, suggesting that they have not done anything wrong? Is that the message that they are trying to send out?
I think that's a respectable and honorable thing to do. And it's quite becoming of somebody like Omar Abdullah, the kind of image he carries, to come and participate in the investigations and the inquiry, rather than evade it as some people tend to do, finding one excuse or the other, either get admitted in hospitals or raise a legal objection or the other. So I think that's he's playing by the straight bat, and one should respect him for that. And the rest, what NC is saying, that is political posturing. That has started happening now every day when there is any kind of action against a political party, or in some cases against NGOs or the media. There is always this whole question about CBI and ED being the instruments of the government to pressurize people who are either their opponents or their critics. That has become routine. And as we all know, even the Chief Justice commented, CBI and ED have a lot to blame for it, because their strike rate, conviction rates have been so slow, and the manner and the target which they, the way they target people, it does raise credibility issues. And this is something they have to redeem themselves of, because otherwise it reflects very poorly on the government, the Prime Minister and Home Minister and other people, because then they're open to this kind of criticism. But at the same time, we all know
the question why I raise this question about what the NC is saying about this being politically motivated is because there is a buzz on the ground that by the end of this year there could be a move to hold elections in Jammu and Kashmir. That is, of course, after the statehood is restored, elections are on the anvil in Jammu and Kashmir. In that context, then, will this allegation by the NC hold more water, even if on the face of it, as you are rightly pointing out, that the Enforcement Directorate has just about started its investigation, and any agency should be allowed that time to complete its investigations. But the timing of it, does that give some sort of an advantage to the NC here?
See, there is always, there is no right time for any of these things. We have elections all the time. Something or the other keeps happening. If not an election, there is some movement happening in Delhi or in national politics. So there's never a right time for it. And that's where the CBI and ED have to prove that they are doing this in the normal course of their job and not really motivated by any political agenda or at the bidding of any political power. So that is, I think that's for them to prove. But otherwise, also in terms of whether it gives anyone advantage in elections, I personally don't think so.
Okay.
If you see many other raids which have happened with different political parties just before the elections or during campaigning and all, it's hardly had a bearing.
All right.
On
Sandeep Ghosh, we'll have to leave it at that because we're getting some updates from the neighboring country, Pakistan. So we have to go across to that now. The Pakistan Supreme Court has resumed its hearing and we are expecting the verdict anytime soon. Meanwhile, CNN News 18 has the inside scoop of what to expect. A 5-member larger bench is expected to declare the ruling of the Deputy Speaker who was in the chair on Sunday as wrong. So this will be a big signal sent out to Imran Khan. However, will it change the political scenario on the ground? Can the National Assembly that was dissolved also by the chair, can that be restored? That probably cannot happen. So what next for Pakistan? Is elections the only way out for Pakistan at the moment? Because from what we are hearing, the inside scoop is that the 5-member larger bench is expected to declare the ruling of the chair wrong. Siraj Hussain is now joining us with more details from Pakistan. Siraj, if at all the court does say that the chair's ruling on Sunday was wrong, what will it eventually mean for Pakistan? Ultimately, will elections be the only recourse?
Yes, initially what we have witnessed so far, that some of the judges in that panel, they have also given these clues, and they have initially said that, of course, there is no way that they can declare that ruling justified. They are saying the ruling was actually wrong. In this way, we can clearly see the judges are of the view, and they are actually committed on one thing, that they are not defending the ruling. However, the Attorney General of Pakistan, was also saying that I'm not defending the ruling as well, and I'm also saying that this is like there are some flaws in the ruling as well. But apart from that, what we have seen that the assemblies have been resolved, and we are actually going for the new election as well. So we have to come up with some solution as well. So what we are expecting from this, already the Chief Justice of Pakistan has said that they are going to decide this case today. But and on one hand, he is also declaring that ruling illegal and unconstitutional as well. So what we are expecting today, that the court, one hand, where they are going to give the ruling unconstitutional and illegal, they are also coming up with the new election as well. And if as the some of the lawyers from the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and the representative of Pakistan government, they were of the view that we don't have any choice to go back, so the new elections are the only solution. Yes. And this is what the Pakistan already ruling government wants. They want the new election. However, the opposition also wants the new election as well, but they want that step to be declared unconstitutional, illegal. They actually wanted to go back in the assemblies as well, and to do some countdown on the no trust motion against the PM as well. And but seemingly it's quite long. This is the fourth consecutive days of this hearing, and the Chief Justice is also giving this hint that they are going to decide this case today at any cost. So initially, what we are expecting from the court, that on one hand they have already declared that Deputy Speaker's ruling unconstitutional. They are going to come up with some verdict. Some of the legal experts are of the view that the only solution for the court remains is actually the new elections. Yeah.
All right. Siraj Hasnat, stay on with us. Let me go across to Zaka Jacob for more details. Zaka, Siraj is clearly pointing out there that now Pakistan probably will be left with no choice but to go for fresh elections, because the National Assembly that has been dissolved can't be restored. Is this a time that Imran Khan would want elections? Will that benefit him?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, that is his only game. In fact, all through the weeks leading up to the NCM, when he said, you know, I'm going to play till the last ball, I have a trump card, no one quite thought that this would be the trump card. No one quite thought that Imran Khan would, ask for the dissolution of the House and call for early elections. And I think the reason why he has done that is because it was very clear to him that if it went down to a vote in the floor of the National Assembly, he would lose. The numbers were simply not on his side. In fact, the day before the vote was supposed to happen, all these MNAs had gathered, including some from his own party, and it landed up to, I think, about 196 MPs who were against Imran Khan. So it was clear that if the vote would go ahead on the floor, he would lose and his government would fall. So as a via media, as perhaps the only hand he could play, he decided to go ahead and dissolve on the basis of the Speaker's action. Now, let's be very clear about what the court is going to adjudicate upon today. The court's remit is simply what the Speaker did. Was it legal? Was it constitutional or not? And secondly, can the court record a verdict? Can it record a verdict on what the Speaker's actions were? Because Article 69 says that there are clear divisions between the court and parliamentary proceedings, and parliamentary proceedings usually the courts don't interfere with. So that is merely the only remit of what the court will do today. The actions that flowed thereof, which is the Prime Minister writing to the President asking for the dissolution of the House, the President dissolving the House, and then the notification by the Election Commission for polls within 3 months, none of those actions are under question today. Only the Speaker's action is under question. Does the court have the remit and the jurisdiction to adjudicate upon all actions that flew or flowed out of the Speaker's action? I don't think so. So even if they were to rule that the Speaker's action was unconstitutional, I don't see the fact that Pakistan has to go to elections in the near future changing anytime soon.
Zaka, stay on with us. We're getting some inside details from the Pakistan Supreme Court. Let's take our viewers through that. The Chief Justice has said, as a citizen, I am saying that we need a strong government and not a weak one. One of the judges said that the court is going to take a decision as per the law, not on what the situation is. Shahbaz Sharif appeared before the Supreme Court and said that the assembly was dissolved illegally. The no confidence motion still exists. Zaka, break this down for us, the details that are coming through from the court.
The contention by the opposition is that NCM that they had moved still exists because the action of dissolving the House, according to the opposition, is illegal. Now, as per Pakistani law and conventional practice, if you move an NCM, a debate on it has to start within 3 days and the vote has to happen within 7 days. Now, clearly those 7 days have passed and very, very consequential actions have been taken in these last 7 days. So, That is the contention of the government and the Attorney General, that the previous NCM that was moved has already been adjudicated upon by the Deputy Speaker by him ruling it illegal and using Article 5 to say that the opposition leaders were in connivance with a foreign power, with a foreign conspiracy.
Yes.
That NCM, according to the Deputy Speaker's ruling, has already been passed. It's already been rejected. What the opposition's contention is that that cannot be the case. The Deputy Speaker did not give them an opportunity to prove the numbers on the floor of the House. He relied on a wrong precedent, basically accusing 190 MPs of high treason under Article 5. Therefore, the court should overturn not just the decision of the Deputy Speaker, but also adjudicate upon the NCM, which according to the opposition, according to Shahbaz Sharif, is still valid. But I don't think that's quite what the legal position is. Ultimately, like I said, the court's verdict today will be restricted on the actions of the Deputy Speaker and not the actions thereof.
All right, Zaka, stay on with us. Moeed Jaffrey is also joining us with more details from Pakistan. Moeed, when Shahbaz Sharif presented himself in court, what exactly did he tell the court with regards to the opposition's contention on this issue?
Well, his contentions were pretty straightforward and simple. What they've been saying all along, that the Deputy Speaker was not within his constitutional right to dismiss that vote of no confidence. And what's more tricky is that once the vote of no confidence is in session in the Parliament, the Prime Minister cannot dissolve the assemblies. The Prime Minister move anything in that direction as well. So if and when that's what the basic premises of the case of the opposition in Shahbaz Sharif was. Today, they were asking the court to rule that the actions taken by the Deputy Speaker were unconstitutional and illegal because they understand, according to their own understanding, once those are rendered unconstitutional and illegal, that means the NCM still stands. That means that automatically would mean that the ruling or the actions taken by Imran Khan regarding dissolving the assemblies that flowed out of that were unconstitutional and illegal because the NCM is in the session and he cannot legally do that. What would be what would add to the political and constitutional chaos in Pakistan could be ambiguous decision by the court, because I believe whatever decision the courts need to make, they need to be very clear regarding all the aspects that are in question right now, because we already have seen 5 days of absolute confusion, uncertainty in Pakistan. And if the court does not come up with a verdict that addresses all three of these issues, number one, actions of Mr. Qasim Suri, the Deputy Speaker. Number two, dissolution of the National Parliament.
Yes.
Number three, the letters, the election time that has been called within 90 days. All three of these need to be addressed by the Supreme Court. But if they choose to be ambiguous about it, then I believe it is going to add to the chaotic situation.
All right, Moeed, stay on with us. Zaka is also with us. Siraj is also joining us from Pakistan. But before that, let's quickly take you through the various scenarios that could emerge even after the court's verdict today. Even as we wait for the court's verdict, here's what could happen next in Pakistan. First of all, the court could go and wrap the Deputy Speaker and the step that he took on Sunday, that of, in fact, not taking up the no confidence motion and dissolving the National Assembly that happened after the Deputy Speaker's ruling. This means that can the Assembly now be restored and a vote on no trust motion be held? That's one point. That's one scenario that we could be looking at. But generally, the trend is that this is not possible. Once an assembly, once Parliament has been dissolved, the House has been dissolved, elections are the only way out. But we'll have to wait and see what the court says on the constitutionality of that as well. The court may not overturn the Deputy Speaker's move to have, in fact, not allowed that trust motion to be taken up. And further, the next step, that of dissolving the Parliament. What will that mean? Now, the third scenario is that elections will take place in the next 90 days. That's the most plausible scenario at the moment, because what we are seeing is political chaos, and that can only be overcome by the verdict of the people. Let me go across to Zaka Jacob for more details. Zaka, from what we've been hearing so far as the court is concerned, what the Chief Justice has said and the other judges have said. What sense are we getting? Which way could this verdict go?
No, so just in the last few minutes, we're getting word from the court that the CJ has said that we need to dispose of this matter today. The CJ is also saying the current mandate is not with the opposition, it is with the ruling party. What Pakistan needs right now is a strong government, not a weak one. Look, I don't want to prejudge what the verdict is going to be, but let's be very, very clear about what the remit of this court is and what they are adjudicating upon. I think that what is under challenge is the decision taken by the Speaker to reject the no confidence motion. Was that legal? Was that constitutional? It's as simple as that. If the court were to deem that that was unconstitutional, that was illegal, then does the court have the power to restore the National Assembly, the current National Assembly, which has been dissolved by the President of Pakistan upon recommendation from the Prime Minister? I do not think the court has the mandate to do that, because that would mean directly intervening in a matter that concerns the executive and that concerns the parliament. So that's number one. Number two, can the court rule that one action is illegal, that is the speaker's action, which is rejecting the NCM, that is illegal, but the actions that are flowing thereof, which is Imran Khan's recommendation to dissolve, the president dissolving, and then the election commission, of course, calling for elections in 90 days, can those be still legal and valid when the original decision, the originator decision, was deemed illegal by the court? I think this is the primary bone of contention which the court will have to adjudicate upon today. I find it highly unlikely that the court would say, yes, the speaker's decision was null and void, and also reconvene the assembly, because I don't think the court has the powers to reconvene the current assembly. That has already been dissolved as per recommendation from Imran Khan and as per the instructions of the President of Pakistan. I don't think we can go back to the current assembly. So the only way this quagmire can be resolved is if there is elections. What will hurt Imran Khan is if this is a unanimous verdict by all 5 judges and all 5 judges contend that the actions of the Deputy Speaker were illegal and unconstitutional. Because ultimately, everybody knows, I mean, the Deputy Speaker is a member of Imran Khan's party. He's not acted of his own volition. He's obviously acted for what he believed was the best interests of his party. And if that has been viewed unanimously by 5 judges of the Supreme Court of Pakistan as illegal and unconstitutional, that is something that could be hanging as a political cloud over Imran Khan, as and when they go back to the people and start campaigning.
All right, let me bring in Siraj Hasnath as well. Siraj, help us understand whether the Election Commission has clarified on its stand as to whether it can hold elections in the next 3 months or not.
Yeah, initially the Election Commission is categorically said that it's difficult for them to hold an election, but we can't rule out one thing as well, because the Election Commission, they were already preparing for the local bodies election in Punjab and some of the other areas in Pakistan as well. So to some extent, they were actually preparing for the local bodies elections, and now they are saying that, okay, they can actually use those all arrangements for the National Assembly election as well. But initially, they haven't committed it yet that they can actually set the all elections for in 90 days.
All right, Siraj Hasnath, Mohit Jafri and Zaka are all going to stay with us as we wait for the verdict from the Supreme Court in Pakistan as to whether the Deputy Speaker's ruling on Sunday was legal, constitutional or not. The opposition says the steps taken by the Deputy Speaker were unconstitutional and that the no confidence motion should have taken place. We'll wait for that verdict. We're taking a very quick break. We'll be back with more on that from Pakistan.
Continue to invest in Russian equipment. Our requirement going forward is that downscale the types of equipment that they're investing in and look to invest more in the types of things that will make us continue to be compatible.
Pakistan's Supreme Court has once again adjourned the hearing on the dissolution of the National Assembly. The hearing will continue tomorrow. But today, during today's hearing, the court said that prima facie, it appeared that the no confidence motion was about to succeed. But on the day of voting, the Deputy Speaker decided to dissolve the House instead. Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan president rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former Chief Justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the President, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the Constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker Prime Minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition, and it's that committee of 8 that will decide. This committee has to decide on the caretaker name within 3 days once it is formed. The names of the 2 nominees will then be sent to the Election Commission. The President will consult with the Election Commission and then select a caretaker Prime Minister. Meanwhile, some domestic political news, and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar says he will be reaching out to non-BJP leaders very soon. He says that Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had urged him to initiate the outreach and draft a future course of action. Another big news point from Pawar's press conference today, he said he doesn't want to be the president of the United Progressive Alliance, the UPA, a post that was previously held by Sonia Gandhi. The Gujarat Animal Welfare Board has written to the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia seeking a ban on non-vegetarian food on domestic flights. This appeal comes after recent incidents of vegetarian passengers being mistakenly served non-vegetarian food on flights. But the fact remains that 70% of the Indian population is non-vegetarian. Let's break it down state by state. In Delhi, for example, 63%, and in Uttar Pradesh, 55% folks consume non-vegetarian. 70% of Indians are considered to be non-vegetarian. In Assam and West Bengal, you go to the east of the country. In Bengal, for example, it is 99% of the population that consumes some form of non-vegetarian food. You also go to Rajasthan, it's 27%. In Madhya Pradesh, it's more than half the population. You go further south to Maharashtra, it's almost 60%. In Andhra Pradesh, 98% of the population consumes meat. Same is the case in Tamil Nadu, 98%. In Kerala, it's 97%. So if you look at the east and the south of the country, it's predominantly eating non-vegetarian. Karnataka, almost 80%. Gujarat is only 40%. So the south and the east are heavily non-vegetarian, whereas the west and the north are vegetarian. In the southern region of the United States, it's reeling under heavy floods and a tornado on Tuesday. Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported. But plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get
more details coming in from Pakistan. Even as we wait for that verdict from the Supreme Court, what we are hearing now are details coming in from the Supreme Court, where Shahbaz Sharif has now told the court that the allies have left the government and that they have the numbers with them. That is 174 members is what the opposition is claiming and has been claiming, remember, since Sunday, the support of 177 at that time. Now, Shahbaz Sharif in court is saying that they have 174. The Pakistan LOP claims that the allies have left the government, and why don't you want to why don't you want polls is what the Pakistan Supreme Court is asking Shahbaz Sharif at the moment as well. This while Shahbaz Sharif himself is telling the court that they have the numbers on their side, 174, but this is a dissolved National Assembly that he's talking about. But since the opposition is questioning the move of the Deputy Speaker on Sunday, Shahbaz Sharif is laying out the numbers that they had with them and clearly trying to give a sense that they would have sailed through and the Imran Khan government would have fallen had that no confidence motion taken place. He is also telling the court, I assure you that we will work day and night to save the constitution. The Pakistan Supreme Court, on the other hand, has asked Shahbaz Sharif, why don't you want elections? Mohit Jafri is getting us more details from Pakistan now. Mohit, first of all, help us understand what Shahbaz Sharif means when he gives these details to the court. Is he suggesting that the assembly be restored and the no confidence motion be conducted?
There's a lot to unpack there. The decision is not just about the no confidence motion being wrongfully dismissed. It was dismissed on the pretext that the entire opposition were traitors colluding with a foreign power to incur a regime change in Pakistan. That's for starters. So that decision, whatever the court decides, if that decision was not it, and if they were wrongly accused, what ramifications would that have on Mr. Qasim Suri and the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Imran Khan? That's number one. Number two, what the opposition also needs, what Shahbaz Sharif was also stressing was that because we need to understand the context of why Shahbaz said this. The Attorney General of Pakistan argued that the future government, the opposition alliance basically broke away MNAs from PTI to create this no confidence motion success. However, in response to that, they said, Shahbaz Sharif said that we did not base our no confidence motion success on the breakaway PTI MNAs, but the government's allied parties that left the government because of their poor performance as per Shahbaz Sharif and joined the opposition. So that also was basically a rebuttal to the argument presented by the Attorney General of Pakistan. Also, we've been discussing how the Supreme Court cannot reconvene an assembly that has been dissolved. In Pakistan, that has happened once. Basically, Mohtarama Benazir Bhutto's parliament was dissolved by then President, and she approached the court regarding the fact that her government was wrongly dismissed and the assemblies were wrongly dissolved. And the court did give a verdict of reinstating the parliament and reformation
Very
of a
important
government.
point,
So
Mohit.
it's not
I'll
something
interrupt you
that
there.
cannot happen
All
and has
right.
not happened.
I'll
in the
interrupt
past.
you there, Mohit, because you're making a very important point there. There is precedence, as you are suggesting, that the court has in fact been able to reinstate the National Assembly once in the past. Can that precedence be applied here as well? That is something that the court will also be looking into. And the other important point Mohit made over there was that Shahbaz Sharif has made it clear in court that it was not the breakaway faction from the PTI that they were banking on for the no confidence motion. The opposition, the united opposition itself, had 174. Mohit, take us through what shall we expect now? Are there going to be more arguments in court today? By when can we get a verdict? When can we hear a verdict from the court?
Well, the court has very clearly said that we should be expecting a verdict today. So I believe the verdict will be coming. And what should we be expecting out of this court right now? One thing, they've made it very clear. They believe the actions of Mr. Qasim Suri, the deputy speaker, were not in accordance with the constitution and law. Now, if they agree to that, number one, then obviously there's question number one. Did Mr. Qasim Suri abrogate the constitution of Pakistan? That is a very serious offense and is punishable by the Act of High Treason, Article 6 of Pakistan. Would that take effect? Number one. Number two, the court's decision would have to decide would the actions that flowed out of that flawed extra constitutional decision, would those be also reversed in retrospect? Because the original, the ab initio action has been deemed unconstitutional. Now, if the court does that, then we're all back to square one. However, because what the mood that we're basically getting out of the adjudicators here is they're questioning Shahbaz Sharif, why are you not willing to go into elections? Which means that they are looking at something of a mixed plate here, where the actions of the deputy speaker are dismissed. They are seen, they are categorically stated to be unconstitutional, but the court would want a fresh mandate going forward. Now, this is, if this happens, this could create tremendous confusion once again, because if the decision taken by the deputy speaker was wrong, then the no confidence motion still stands in the assembly. But which assembly? That has been dissolved. Would that be held back in retrospect? Everybody has to go back in time and pretend it's last week's Sunday once again. So I believe the court will need to be very comprehensive in their decision. If it is half and half,
it's a very complex situation at the moment, Mohit, as you are pointing out. But there is precedence, as you are also in the same breath explaining to us, of the National Assembly being restored during Benazir Bhutto's tenure once. Let me bring in Siraj Hasnath as well. Siraj, The court has asked Shahbaz Sharif, why don't you want elections? So I'm asking you, what is the reason the opposition is giving for not wanting fresh elections?
You know, right now, in fact, one of the basic issues with the government, the opposition is also facing is about the government MPs, the government national elected assembly members who actually crossed the floor, and now they have shake hand with the opposition as well. And that is one of the reasons that the opposition numbers are more compared to the government as well. One of the basic reasons why the opposition, they don't want elections right now, because they know that the coming budget is coming, and they actually want to rule for a couple of more months actually to make or to produce some positive impact on the people. So with these short-term ruling, they are actually coming in the election as well. If they believe so that if the government is actually going in the election, which they have done so far, so that is not so far suitable as well. However, one of the major lie of the united opposition, the Pakistan People's Party chairperson Asif Zardari has already said, okay, if the government wants us to be in election as well, we are ready for the election as well. And the opposition and the Shahbaz Sharif PMLN is also willing, but so far they want that step of the speaker illegal. They want the step of the speaker unconstitutional. They want the no confidence motion back in the assembly as well. They want the Imran Khan government to restore, and then they drop the government with the no confidence motion, regain the stand, being a ruler over there, rule for a couple of months, and then coming up with something. You know, one of the major thing, because the government is the one who are going to present the name of the caretaker government. So right now, with the Imran Khan has done so far, as he nominated the former Chief Justice of Pakistan, Justice Gulzar, as a caretaker Prime Minister, and now they are seeking the support of the opposition as per the Constitution of Pakistan. So when the opposition, probably after the no confidence motion, they'll be in the ruling as well, they'll actually going to suggest someone. So there's a proper procedure for that as well. The government always has an upper hand. So this is what the opposition wants, because they are more in the number right now compared to the Imran
what was
Khan's,
the ruling?
MNAs.
What was the ruling government? Yes, we completely understand the point that you're making there with regards to the opposition wanting to make some sort of show of what they can give to the people before going into elections. That's the reason that they are not comfortable with the idea of immediate elections, something that Imran Khan wants, riding high on this kind of fervor that he's created, suggesting that there is interference from the West in the internal affairs of Pakistan. Siraj and Moeed, both of you, many thanks for the moment, for joining us with all those details. Of course, we'll keep a close eye on what the verdict in the Pakistan Supreme Court is going to be like. But right now, we're taking a very quick break.
A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the two biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis. Mariupol is the largest city that houses steel plants in that entire region. It is also a port which gives direct access to the Black Sea as far as Russia is concerned. The reason why Russia is eyeing Mariupol, like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right, meanwhile, there's also destruction. That's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war, and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who are caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Bushehr are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made a statement in Parliament.
If India has chosen a side, it is the side of peace. This is our principal stand.
Images of civilian bodies strewn across the street in Bucha have led to growing calls for a war crimes trial against Russian President Vladimir Putin. But Russia has denied the charges, even calling the images fake. This is how one of the top anchors on Russian state television explained the massacre.
А Буча, потому что Буча – это мясник, да, и удачные созвучия.
It must have been the work of British specialists, he says, because the town of Bucha and the English word butcher sound so similar.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted on Ukraine and emphasized that bipartisanship over foreign policy augurs well for India, the global stage. He's also said that it is our collective duty to care for the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens. So what is behind this seeming change of stand by India? Remember, India has now called for an independent probe in Bucha. Bucha, from the face of it, is crimes against humanity. It's a war crime. India cannot be seen as condoning that. Number two, less than 1% of India's oil now is being imported from Russia. That used to be 7-8% a couple of years ago. That's been drastically cut down. There is growing pressure from the West. You heard Lloyd Austin earlier today. You heard Dalip Singh last week. You even heard Joe Biden calling India somewhat shaky. It's also wary of Russia not being...
Some news coming in from Uttar Pradesh now. Now there's an alleged ISIS link that has emerged in the Gorakhnath temple attack. According to sources, the video and literature related to ISIS in Syria was recovered by UPATS and STF from the laptop of the attacker during investigation. CNN News 18 also accessed the accused's confession during the probe, where he's believed to have said that Muslims were being unfairly treated in the country, and he attacked outside the temple because he was angry and frustrated. He further added, as per sources, that CA, NRC and hijab ban in Karnataka were part of injustice to Muslims, and if this injustice continues, he will raise his voice. Meanwhile, politics over the attack has also erupted in Uttar Pradesh. Deputy Chief Minister KP Maurya attacked Akhilesh Yadav for underplaying the attack and has also alleged that the Samajwadi Party has always taken the side of terrorists.
इतनी बड़ी घटना गोरखनाथ मंदिर पे जो हमला है, वह हमला साधारण नहीं है, वो एक बहुत गंभीर घटना थी और उस गंभीर घटना की जांच में जुटी हुई पुलिस का मनोबल तोड़ने या ऐसे अपराध करने वालों का मनोबल बढ़ाने का यह प्रयास श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के द्वारा जो किया गया है, मैं उसकी कड़ी भर्त्सना करता हूं। एक तरफ हमारे सुरक्षा बल के जवानों ने अपनी जान पे खेल करके उसको पकड़ते हैं, जब उसके तार तमाम आतंकी संगठनों से पता चलते हैं, कई लोगों से पूछताछ जारी है। इस बीच में समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और नेता विपक्ष के रूप में जिन्होंने सदन में आकर के शपथ ली है, यह बयान बहुत ही घटिया है, बहुत ही निंदनीय है। निश्चित तौर से शुद्ध रूप से मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की घटिया राजनीति है और इनकी इसी राजनीति के कारण से समाजवादी पार्टी समाप्त पार्टी होने जा रही है।
और उसके पिता ने जो कहा है कि साइकेट्रिक प्रॉब्लम थी, बाइपोलर इश्यूज हैं उसके साथ, मुझे लगता है वो पहलू भी देखना पड़ेगा। और बीजेपी तो वो पार्टी है जो बात को न जाने कितना खींच देती है।
वो बचपन से ही डिप्रेशन वगैरह का शिकार है, उसका इलाज भी हुआ, नौकरी भी इसलिए उसने छोड़ी और मानसिक रूप से वो अस्थिर रहता है।
इसके बारे में हम कुछ भी नहीं जानते हैं, क्योंकि 20-25 दिन में आप किसी के बारे में इतनी बड़ी चीज़ें नहीं जान सकते हैं।
जी,
हमें कुछ भी नहीं पता उसके बारे में, वो बताया बहुत रिजर्व रहता था।
Siddhant Mishra is now joining us live with more details on this. He's on the phone line with us rather. Siddhant, take us through more details and the political ramifications of what we are hearing the UP ATS having discovered in this case now.
Look, there are two possibilities. One, that Mr. Abbasi was in direct touch with the terror groups like ISIS operating from outside the country. And the second possibility is that he was radicalized through the propaganda videos being pushed in Indian cyberspace by terror groups like ISIS. Now, that is something which investigating agency ATS is currently looking into. But what is really a matter of concern for agency at this point in time is that there are certain videos, some videos that have been retrieved from his laptop.
All right, we seem to have lost our link there with Siddhant Mishra. He was getting us more details on what the ATS is saying with regards to the Gorakhnath temple attack. Let's now look at the political ramifications of the controversy on the Azan as well. After the Karnataka government maintained that they will enforce loudspeaker ban across the state, Karnataka DGP Praveen Sood has issued a notice to all police stations to check the noise levels at all religious institutions, pubs and commercial establishments. In his notice, the DGP also said that appropriate action will be taken against those who don't abide by the Karnataka High Court order on noise pollution. State Congress Chief DK Shivakumar has lashed out against the ruling BJP, saying that they are harassing mosques in the state and that the row is now spilling into Bihar, where State Minister has now demanded a ban on loudspeakers in mosques.
हर जगह नॉइज पोल्यूशन को लेकर के, ध्वनि प्रदूषण को लेकर के एक कानून है, एक नियम है और उसको किसी भी तरह से कमर्शियल एंगल से पेंट करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
The elections are coming within a year in Karnataka. Politically, they know that they have got their own reports that they have failed, so they want to deviate the issue. Everything is being generated from Karnataka. Either the hijab issue or the fair issue or the halal issue or the mango issue. What they are harassing them. They are harassing all the mass. In who has given a complaint, what is there? Let their duty their duty.
Hello there, you're with CNN News 18. The big story that we're tracking at the moment continues to be from Pakistan as we await the verdict coming in with regards to what we are seeing unfolding in Pakistan, the political controversy after what we saw on Sunday happening in the National Assembly, where the Deputy Speaker said that the no trust motion could not be taken up, and in fact after which the National Assembly was dissolved. Now that matter is with the Supreme Court. The Pakistan Chief Justice has spoken about it. We are awaiting the Supreme Court verdict on the ruling. That is going to happen anytime now. Meanwhile, Shahbaz Sharif claims that the collective opposition has 174 MNAs on its side, this minus the breakaway faction of the PTI. Minutes to go before the Pakistan Supreme Court gives its verdict on the crucial Deputy Speaker's ruling. There's high drama that is happening in the court, as well as Shahbaz Sharif claims that the opposition, collective opposition, has 174 MNAs, while the Chief Justice has asked the opposition parties as to why they do not want fresh elections. Let me go across to Tejinder Suri for more details on this. Tejinder, take us through what you're picking up, which is happening in the Supreme Court at the moment. Are we certain that the court will today deliver its verdict?
We are waiting which way the court will give its verdict, but the court has in Pakistan has said that the dissolution of assembly was not as per the law. So it clearly seems that a setback for Imran Khan. We are also told that Chief Justice of Pakistan, Omar Abdullah ED, today said that today the dollar has crossed 190. He said that he wants a strong government in Pakistan, not a weak one. So Shahbaz Sharif said that the assembly was dissolved illegally, the no confidence motion still exists. So Shahbaz Sharif in the court also said that if the court declares the ruling of the deputy speaker null and void, then the whole process after that will come to an end automatically. So the Shahbaz Sharif has also said that the court should give the order that the National Assembly should be restored. So this is the high drama which is going on. Allegations and counter allegations are being leveled, whereas the court says that they want a strong government in Pakistan. So in every likelihood, the Supreme Court of Pakistan will give a ruling by today itself.
All right, Tejinder, stay on with us. Let me go across to Siraj Hasnat, a Pakistani journalist joining us live for more. Siraj, from the precedents that we have with regards to a National Assembly that was once restored after having been dissolved, are there many more options available before the Supreme Court than just one of going to elections?
Yes, of course, the options are always there, because what we just observing from the remarks of the different judges, that on one hand, they all are agreed so far that whatever the deputy speaker ruling, that was unconstitutional and illegal. And on the other hand, the government's lawyer, which is the Attorney General, he also said that I'm not here to defend the deputy speaker's ruling as well. However, after ruling, the Prime Minister sent the advice and the President dissolved the Assembly. So that's why this is what my last case that I'm representing. The court is actually giving some hints as well. When we just gone through the remarks of the different judges, we are realizing that they are actually giving an option to the lawyers as well. They are also giving an option to Shahbaz Sharif as well. And they're saying we have to come up, this is what our responsibility to restore the constitution. We have to realize we have to come up with something positive which is acceptable for everyone. There is no doubt that the ruling of the deputy speaker was unconstitutional because the constitution was weak. So we are going to strengthen it as well. So these are the remarks which actually leading us, or we can observe, or we are of the view that probably the court is coming up with something neutral, with something optional for everyone. That of course, initially the case is about the deputy speaker's ruling, and the Shahbaz Sharif is of the view that if the ruling is going to be declared unconstitutional, then everything will be restored automatically. But what I have realized, because it's been almost 4 days, the government has taken a number of steps, especially the dissolve of the assemblies, and then they actually sent a letter to the Election Commission. The name of they have also proposed the name of the interim Prime Minister as well. So there are a number of steps have been taken yet so far. It's quite impossible to reverse back all those steps because this is in a process. On the other hand, they've also directed the Election Commission to start preparing for the election in the 90 days as well. So in this way, the court is actually realizing that what is so far important, what are the circumstances which they are also witnessing, because the things are not going and directing. This is not the one matter of the ruling of the deputy speaker. Is going to be go ahead more as well.
All right.
So and one of the judges clearly said that this is what our responsibility to actually strengthen the constitution as well, because it's more about a matter of breaking of the constitution instead of doing something as well. So what we are seeking and what we are expecting, the court will come up with something acceptable for every party. Probably it seems that that on one hand they will declare that deputy speaker's ruling unconstitutional. They probably propose for the new election, and that would actually be a win of the ruling party as well.
All right, Siraj, stay on with us. So what are we expecting once the court gives its verdict? These are the three options really that could emerge. Scenario number one, that the assembly could be restored. The vote on the trust motion could take place after the assembly is restored. We're talking about the National Assembly here, and Moeed Jafri just pointed out that there is a precedent to that. There has been in the past a moment when Benazir Bhutto's government, and then later on the assembly was dissolved, but she went to the court, the assembly was restored. Scenario 2, the court may not overturn Imran Khan's decision to dissolve that is the National Assembly, and this step came only after the deputy speaker had in fact stopped the no confidence motion from being taken up. So the court will uphold the decision of the deputy speaker. That is scenario number 2. And the final scenario, that the elections will take place in the next 90 days, that the court says that the country needs to have fresh elections. A fresh verdict by the people will decide who is going to lead Pakistan. Those are the three options available before the court. We are waiting for the verdict as to what the court says. Meanwhile, there's some more news that is coming in from Pakistan. The Election Commission of Pakistan has responded to the President's letter. It is ready to hold elections in October this year. The call for a meeting with the president for important consultations on the general elections has also been made. Basically, it means that they are suggesting that by October, that is the time period that they require to hold elections. A little more than 3 months is what they require to be able to satisfactorily hold elections in Pakistan. This is what the Election Commission of Pakistan has said while it responded to the president's letter. It is saying it is ready to hold elections in October 2022, that is October this year, and they have called a meeting with the president for important consultations as far as the general elections are concerned. Now, this is one aspect that is being looked at, that the Supreme Court, as Siraj was pointing out, can declare the Deputy Speaker's ruling on Sunday as unconstitutional and illegal and say that the country needs to go for fresh elections. So there, this Election Commission's point becomes important. Tejinder is joining us with more details. Tejinder, the PTI probably is hoping that the elections can be held as soon as possible because they are riding on this popularity wave in some segment with regards to the conspiracy theories floated that the West is interfering in the internal matters of Pakistan and that this is the chance for Imran Khan to be re-elected. Will this come as a disappointment if the Election Commission's words are actually something that the President agrees with and says, okay, you will be given time to hold elections?
See, Maha, right now the breaking news is that the Chief Justice of Pakistan, Omar Abdullah ED, has reserved the decision on the rejection of no confidence motion by the Deputy Speaker. So the Chief Justice has reserved the decision on rejection of the no confidence motion by the Deputy Speaker, and also the Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan sends name of 4 members of PTI for appointment of caretaker Prime Minister of Pakistan. So this is something which is the breaking input right now, which we are exclusively breaking here on CNN News 18, that Pakistani Prime Minister has sent a list of 4 members, which include Mr. Asad Umar, Mr. Parvez Khattak, Mr. Shafqat Masood, Dr. Shireen M. Mazari. So these are the 4 names which Imran Khan has sent. The letter, which has been exclusively accessed by CNN News 18, says that constitution of committee under Article 224A of the Constitution for appointment of the caretaker Prime Minister. So this is in terms of Article 224A1 of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Tejinder, I'll interrupt you there, Tejinder. You're getting us some big news over there with regards to the Imran Khan government, or rather Imran Khan proposing 4 names for the post of the interim Prime Minister. But before that, let's quickly take a look at what we're getting now. PMLN lawyer has demanded the restoration of the National Assembly. Again, the same point being reiterated before the court, that the National Assembly needs to be restored, and then the no confidence motion against Imran Khan should be held because the opposition led by Shahbaz Sharif, the united opposition, is claiming once again in the court that they have the numbers on their side. They had 174 MNAs, which is 2 members more than what they need. 172 is the halfway mark in the Pakistan National Assembly, that they have 174 all on their own. This is minus the breakaway faction of the PTI. Shahbaz Sharif has said that they have the numbers, they want the National Assembly restored. The PMLN lawyer has demanded in court the restoration of the National Assembly. Siraj Hasnath is still with us, getting us more details. Siraj, clearly the opposition is trying to stall any attempts by Imran Khan at a fresh election in Pakistan, isn't it?
Yes, of course, and this is what we witnessed when the opposition leader and the nominated Prime Minister from the opposition, Shahbaz Sharif, he went on the rostrum and he was saying there's still 1.5 years left in the present government time, so we have to give the chance as well. And earlier, what I was just sharing with you, this is what the opposition wanted. They actually wanted to rule for a couple of more months or for more time, actually, to give the coming election budget as well. And you know that probably in Pakistan, this is what we witnessed, that the last year is probably the year of development. And over in Punjab, we witnessed that just in Punjab, which is the biggest province of Pakistan, the last year the government allocated 650 billion rupees for the development projects, and even less than 50% have been utilized yet so far. So they have realized when they're going to come up with more development budget, they're going to utilize it. Of course, that would help us to properly convince the people about their development work. So that's why they wanted themselves to be in a ruling as well. And if they are coming up with the election as well, so even it's more about a blame game of each other. So they don't have anything in their hands because they were in opposition. And to some extent, yes, the government was in a ruling. And however, the inflation and the poverty, they are on its peak as well. But the government to some extent always have an edge when they are actually into the election as well. And one of the things which your reporter broke down, of course, this is a story because the government has all, on the other hand, where the hearing is going on in the Supreme Court of Pakistan, the government is also taking the other constitutional steps, like when the Shahbaz Sharif as an opposition leader, as per the constitution, he refused to give the name from his side for the interim setup. Like the government has actually set a 4-member committee from their side, and now they are waiting for the opposition to set another 4-member committee, because these 8 members committee from both sides are actually going to decide the name. And if they won't able to find out anything, or if they'll be fail in the given scenario of a couple of days, then automatically the names of the people will be transferred and moved to the election commission, and then the election commission will decide that who will be the new Prime Minister of Pakistan for the interim setup as well. And on the other hand, yes, the election commission is also ready. However, they need some more time for the election as well. But like that falls in the criteria, and the government can give them that time as well, because we have to realize about the weather condition in September. That would be that's not actually quite a good weather for the election as well. October comparatively a good weather, a cold weather, where the people would come up with more ratio of the
step out more for voting. So that's right. Sirat, stay on with us. There are several aspects now, even as we await the Supreme Court verdict in Pakistan. Meanwhile, Patikir Pines, security analyst, joining us here on the show. Ambassador Deepak Vora, former diplomat, is also with us on the show, and Moeed Jaffrey is joining us live from Pakistan as well. Ambassador Deepak Vora, I want to come to you, sir, first, because at the moment it appears that Imran Khan wants fresh elections because he's riding this wave of popularity, largely based on the fact that he has put up a conspiracy theory suggesting that the West is trying to topple his government. Do these kind of aspects work politically, and what could it mean for Pakistan-United States relations as well?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be on CNN News 18 to learn from you and from the other wonderful people on your show. To all those who are joining us from Pakistan, may I just say that whatever I'm going to express now in my own words, my own feelings, my sentiments, comes out of a sense of total goodwill for Pakistan. There's no malice whatsoever. The circus that we are seeing is not being covered incidentally. I've been looking at the international media, apart from India and some of the neighboring countries. They are really, the rest of the world is obsessed with Ukraine and couldn't care less about what's happening in Pakistan. For me, the most significant thing is that the Supreme Court of Pakistan has taken over management of the crisis rather than the military. That is a very, very significant development. And now the court is going to decide what's going to happen. Based on the actions of the court in the past, ma'am, my firm belief is that they will declare the googly that Shri Niazi had tried to bowl, they will call it a no ball, and they will restore, therefore, the previous National Assembly. All kinds of permutations, combinations are being talked about. You referred to 3 possibilities, which is an absolutely brilliant analysis. But I do believe that it will be restored, the National Assembly. Shri Niazi will have to face a vote of no confidence. He will lose, and then as per the procedure, someone else will be asked to become the Prime Minister and prove his majority for the remaining period of the Assembly's term. That is the most likely scenario. The good thing is that the court has again, it had done it with another fellow, a former general, chap called Musharraf or something like that, who's hanging around in Dubai, has again proved that when push comes to shove, it knows how to exercise and express its independence. This is a very hopeful sign for the people of Pakistan. Yes, Mr. Imran Khan is not coming back. And as far as this nonsense about the United States being involved in a conspiracy, I think, as this line from Shakespeare's Hamlet, the lady doth protest too much, methinks, that he imagines that he's so important that Shri Biden has nothing else to do than to plot and plan Shri Niazi's removal from power. It's not happening. And certainly it has damaged the bilateral relationship. When you make accusations of this kind, you might do it on the spur of the moment, ma'am, but these are remembered for a long time. And these days, Professor Google doesn't let you forget anything. I'd hoped that Shri Niazi would have been more circumspect in dealing with the United States. Remember that not too long ago, he had gone there and then asked the previous president, that Donald Trump fellow, and said, please mediate on Kashmir. And when he came back to Islamabad, Sri Niazi said, oh, I won the World Cup all over again. At that time, he was deeply in love with the United States, like his military continues to be. Now he hates them. This kind of stuff it's an ill wind that blows no one any good.
Ambassador
I believe
Deepak
that Sri
Bora,
Niazi has to go.
I'll interrupt you there, sir, because we'll quickly try and get some updates from our Pakistani journalists who are joining us here on the show. Mohit, I want to come to you. Any further updates that we're picking up from the Supreme Court?
Well, the latest that we're basically getting right now, before we came online, and I just checked right now, we do not still have a decision when it comes to this particular case. We're picking up signals from PTI. Fawad Chaudhry holding a press is saying if the speaker's decision is overruled, we're basically back to colonial times where the West was dictating us and the West was ruling us. So in a way, I believe the PTI is kind of aware of the fact that their actions might not stick. But as far as the decision is concerned, we don't have a final decision just as yet. That I can confirm to you. But we are expecting the decision to be today because that's the word given by the court.
All right. Patikrit, on the point that Mohit made there again of what Fawad Chaudhry has once again underlined, that if the Deputy Speaker's ruling is overturned by the court there, this will amount to Western interference in Pakistan. Do you think, and from the past precedents, that an anti-West sentiment has helped any of the political parties electorally?
First of all, if you look at it technically from the perspective of the Pakistani constitution, I think the the premise on which Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf is talking about these things is Article 69, where they say that whatever the assembly decides, that's paramount and it cannot be questioned. But there is an Article 58 of the Pakistan constitution where it says that the assembly cannot be dissolved at the direction of the government or the prime minister. It cannot be dissolved by the president, especially when that very government is actually facing a no trust vote. So this is a specific incident of that issue that's going on, and we have to see, because the Supreme Court has not shown that kind of alacrity to give a verdict as of yet, because it's been almost 5 days that Pakistan is without a government. So far as the sentiment aspect goes, it's very different from the reality of the constitution. Yes, anti-West sentiment runs very high in Pakistan. So I think Imran Khan has got hold of something which is very popular, especially because of the drone attacks that has happened for a long period of time by the United States in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. There is a very high level of anti-US sentiment, and I think to a certain extent Imran Khan has been able to divert the attention from the tremendous level of unpopularity that he was facing because of rising prices. But problem is somewhere else, irrespective of whether Imran Khan stays as the prime minister or somebody else. In the last 30 years, Pakistan there has been 13 times that IMF and World Bank had bailed them out. Yes. Now, we know that all these multilateral institutions are controlled by the West. So the lid is in their hand. Now, when you have burned the bridges with United States, it will not be very easy for Imran Khan or whoever else comes to actually get the any kind of financing for repayment of loan. This year itself, their foreign debt service obligation is to the extent of $14 billion. How would they do it when they have a barely double-digit, foreign exchange reserve, and their total debt is almost $90+ billion, which is going to go up to $100 billion? They have to completely depend on China now. So what happens is eventually today, as the situation goes, the stranglehold of China on Pakistan has become absolute, because the West is having any kind of a statement is something else. When you directly accuse another government, as Ambassador Bora says, then today United States does not have that kind of stake in Pakistan that it used to have during the war on terror in Afghanistan. Today they can actually, Pakistan is a dispensable pawn for them. And for China, Pakistan today has no other option because he has already made a lot of statements.
All
It becomes very difficult for Pakistan to have an independent foreign policy henceforth.
All
And
right.
how they finance their economy, it's a very big question mark as of.
Okay, let me go back to the Pakistani journalists here on the show. Siraj, I want to bring you in now. As far as the Supreme Court's verdict is concerned, Siraj, and you have been pointing this out, that it appears that they're going to strike some sort of a balance where it will be a situation which will appear to be win-win for both the opposition and Imran Khan. In that sense, can we then assume that elections is something that the court might look favorably at?
You know, if the court will announce about the election in any form, either they are announced the deputy speaker ruling unconstitutional, illegal, but it's again a win-win situation for the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, the ruling party has, because now the court has just concluded the hearing as well. In fact, despite the hearing, the Shahbaz Sharif went to the rostrum as well, and he's saying that, you know, under the Article 5, the article which the speaker used actually to turn out that no confidence motion, all of the opposition members are fall in the prison, have the prison charges as well. But like the justice over there remarked him and said, don't worry at all, we are here to look into this matter as well, and there would not be this kind of allegations with you guys, and how you can actually how the Shahbaz Sharif said that how we can actually go in the election with those prison charges as well.
Yes.
So the judge replied that don't worry about it, we are here to look into this matter as well. Now another development came that the second biggest opposition party, the Pakistan People's Party chairperson Bilawal Bhutto Zardari also read the Supreme Court as well, and he also read the rostrum and requested the court to listen to him as well. And but the court said that so far they have stopped the hearing, and now the judge will consult with each other, and now they have given the time of 7:30 at the Pakistan Standard Time, 7:30 at the night after in the evening, they are going to announce the verdict as well.
All right, that's very interesting. Siraj, I'll hold you there. Let's quickly tell our viewers that the Pakistan Supreme Court has said that they are going to reassemble at 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time, 7:30 p.m. Pakistan time, and going to pronounce the verdict in this case. This even as PPP's Bilawal Bhutto Zardari came to the court saying that he also wants to make a point in court. This after PMLN's Shahbaz Sharif has already pointed out to the court that they want the National Assembly to be restored and they want the trust vote to take place because they have the numbers and they can topple the Imran Khan government. This is the big story, the big development that is coming in. Let me go across to Mohit. Mohit, is it clear now that today the court will deliver its verdict when it reassembles later this evening, as it has already pointed out? Are we hearing a clear verdict from them?
Yes. Now confirmed that the court is going to deliver a verdict today later on that said post-star, that is Pakistani time, close to 7-8. So we are going to get a decision from the court today. That is for sure, 100%.
All right. And any indications, Mohit, that we are getting at the moment from what the judges have said as to which way this verdict is likely to be? And I don't want you to second guess what the court could do, but if you could just take us through the statements that have been made in court today, hinting at a possible verdict.
Well, I'll just put together all the statements that have been given by various judges on this bench from the day it started. They were very, very concerned about, started off being very concerned about what happened inside the parliament and what transpired as a result of it outside the parliament because of Mr. Qasim Suri's decision. As the hearing evolved, we saw stronger sentiments, stronger words coming from the judges, and today it was pretty clear that they were not considering the actions of Mr. Suri, the Deputy Speaker, legal or constitutional. However, they were interested, the Chief Justice of Pakistan was interested in a fresh mandate for the people, which is interesting in a way because if the act of Mr. Suri was unconstitutional, then the no confidence motion stands. The assemblies cannot be dissolved, and there definitely cannot be an election. But the court was probing into the fact and asking the opposition's councils and Shahbaz Sharif as to why were they reluctant to go into elections. So one thing that we could see is, or one thing that we can be expecting is basically the court calling Mr. Suri's behavior reprehensible, maybe setting a precedent that this cannot happen in future. But once that is done, There are other repercussions, like we discussed earlier. It's not a standalone thing. If Mr. Suri did something unconstitutional, abrogated the constitution, then according to Pakistan's constitution, he would be tried under the same article and maybe even under high treason, Article 6. Would that happen? Would not? Yes or no? Would the court go to the extent of reinstating the assembly and making sure that the no confidence motion goes through, because the court argued earlier with the PTI's counsel that the right to vote under Article 17A is supreme than any other article. Plus, the court made it very clear over these hearing days that yes, according to the Constitution, the court cannot intervene in parliamentary procedures and the ruling of the Deputy Speaker. However, if that particular parliamentary procedure or action of the Speaker violate the Constitution, if it violates the supreme laws that create and rule this country, then obviously the court has to intervene. So that was established. So right now, the decision that we're looking at could be very tricky. One thing we know for sure now that Mr. Suri will be reprimanded for his actions. To what degree we don't know as yet. And we also do not know what the court stance would be regarding the no confidence motion. So once again, what's most important right now is, because both parties are looking to cash in on this decision, this is not just a simple decision. It will have political and socio-political ramifications. It will not only be inside the parliament, it will be out there on the streets, on the roads, in the homes of Pakistanis. It will have massive implications on Pakistan economy, which continues to slip down. Pakistan's currency today once again slipped further down against the dollar. So this decision has to bring clarity, stability to the country. If it is ambiguous, if it is up to the politicians,
and that clarity is necessary, even for the region. Around India at the moment, we are seeing political uncertainty, not just in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka as well. Pathikrit, I want to bring you in. That doesn't augur well for the region overall.
Oh, yes, any kind of when there is instability, financial instability especially, there is always a spillover effect. There is no denial of that. For example, whatever is happening in Sri Lanka, while that is also a lesson for many countries, I mean, there is a possibility of a lot of migration happening. Any kind of turmoil actually leads to chaos. A civil war kind of a situation is perhaps ruled out for the time being. But, any kind of chaos doesn't augur well, because it will have an impact here as well. So far as Pakistan is concerned, I mean, this was something which was highly uncalled for, especially when, the country was itself going through a tremendous economic stress. They are already on the Financial Action Task Force grey list. I mean, their foreign policy had been under question mark. The large spate of insurgent attacks on, CPC corridor has increased. So overall, if you see, if you have this kind of political turmoil, which is on the verge of becoming a sort of a street war and a civil war, because a lot of other, radical elements will step into this if it goes to that extent, then the possibility of people actually losing whatever little jobs they have and then moving into more radical, things, or, getting more involved in the narcotics trade would always have an impact in South Asia and especially in India, because let's understand, so far as narcotics is concerned, which comes via Pakistan into India, or so far as radicalism is concerned, that their end market is India. There's no denial. So whatever happens in Pakistan, whatever happens in Sri Lanka, you cannot be an oasis of, economic prosperity if the region around you has a lot of turmoil.
Absolutely. So there needs to be stability in the region, and for that there needs to be political and economic stability in the countries around India as well. That's a very important aspect. We're taking a very quick break now. When we have a little bit more clarity on when the verdict by the Pakistan Supreme Court will be announced, 8 p.m. this evening, Indian Standard Time, we'll keep a close eye on that. All our guests and our reporters from Pakistan are going to stay with us. Taking a quick break, we'll be back with a lot.
Meanwhile, in another round of pressure tactics, I referred to this a moment ago, the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has said that India should scale back on its defense acquisitions from Russia. He said, and I quote, that dealing with Russia will not be in India's interests.
We continue to work with them to ensure that they understand that it's not in their best. We believe that it's not in their best interest to continue to invest in Russian equipment. Our requirement going forward is that downscale the types of equipment that they're investing in, and look to invest more in the types of things that will make us continue to be compatible.
Pakistan's Supreme Court has once again adjourned the hearing on the dissolution of the National Assembly. The hearing will continue tomorrow. But today, during today's hearing, the court said that prima facie, it appeared that the no-confidence motion was about to succeed. But on the day of voting, the Deputy Speaker decided to dissolve the House instead. Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan president rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former Chief Justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the President, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the Constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker Prime Minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition, and it's that committee of 8 that will decide. This committee has to decide on the caretaker name within 3 days once it is formed. The names of the 2 nominees will then be sent to the Election Commission. The President will consult with the Election Commission and then select a caretaker Prime Minister. Meanwhile, some domestic political news, and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar says he will be reaching out to non-BJP leaders very soon. He says that Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had urged him to initiate the outreach and draft a future course of action. Another big news point from Pawar's press conference today, he said he doesn't want to be the president of the United Progressive Alliance, the UPA, a post that was previously held by Sonia Gandhi. The Gujarat Animal Welfare Board has written to the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia seeking a ban on non-vegetarian food on domestic flights. This appeal comes after recent incidents of vegetarian passengers being mistakenly served non-vegetarian food on flights. But the fact remains that 70% of the Indian population is non-vegetarian. Let's break it down state by state. In Delhi, for example, 63%, and in Uttar Pradesh, 55% folks consume non-vegetarian. 70% of Indians are considered to be non-vegetarian. In Assam and West Bengal, you go to the east of the country. In Bengal, for example, it is 99% of the population that consumes some form of non-vegetarian food. You also go to Rajasthan, it's 27%. In Madhya Pradesh, it's more than half the population. You go further south to Maharashtra, it's almost 60%. In Andhra Pradesh, 98% of the population consumes meat. Same is the case in Tamil Nadu, 98%. In Kerala, it's 97%. So if you look at the east and the south of the country, it's predominantly
All right, ahead of that big revamp that is going to be seen in Andhra Pradesh, we're getting some pictures now of the cabinet meeting that is being held by Jagan Mohan Reddy, after which we had in fact got your information that on the 8th, the entire cabinet is going to resign, and on the 11th, a new cabinet will be unveiled. These are pictures coming in from that cabinet meeting, which is being held ahead of the big revamp in Andhra Pradesh. Let me go across to Swastika Das for more details. Swastika, do we know what the new look cabinet is going to be like? Any details emerging?
Well, Jagan Mohan Reddy has just started the cabinet meeting, and there are 36 issues that will be discussed in this last cabinet meeting of the first batch of ministers that Jagan had handpicked after becoming the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in 2019. Now, we are learning via our sources that the final list of ministers could be officially released by the state government on the 10th, because the oath-taking ceremony is likely to happen on the 11th. That is when Jagan is planning to launch his Cabinet 2.0. Now, you talk about names. Well, the state government has sort of put a lot of suspense over the issue, but one thing is certain, that this cabinet 2.0 of Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to see a lot of new faces. Now we are expecting that a lot of representations from the SC/ST community, from minorities, from the Kapu community, which is a strong group in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and also women representation is something we are expecting going to happen in Cabinet 2.0. And Jagan is perhaps not likely to play much with his deputy chief ministers as well, in the sense that currently Jagan has 5 deputy chief ministers, each from the SC/ST community. You have minorities, and you also have 3 women ministers. You also have a representative from the Kapu community. So Jagan is likely to have more leaders and more unknown new faces, in fact, from new districts that have been created at Andhra Pradesh to be roped in into his crucial cabinet. And why this is important? Because he is prepping the ground clearly for 2024. He wants to quell any kind of dissenters within the party. He also wants people to connect more with these leaders, and that's the reason why he's going ahead with a massive cabinet rejig.
Okay. Swastika Das, many thanks for joining us with all those details.
Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah is being questioned by the ED. This is in connection with the Jammu and Kashmir bank scam. Huge amounts of funds were diverted by directors of Jammu and Kashmir Bank through bogus loans is the allegation.
Now, there is a person called Nihal Garware who was the director of the bank, former director. He has been recently arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. And interestingly, Omar Abdullah is staying in the house of Nihal Garware in Delhi. And he has been staying in that house for a number of years. That is what my sources in the Enforcement Directorate revealed.
National Conference leader and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah is once again under the ED lens in connection with the Jammu and Kashmir Bank scam case. Omar Abdullah has been accused of diverting huge amounts of funds via bogus loans with the help of Board of Directors of the Jammu and Kashmir Bank. Recently, a former director of the Jammu and Kashmir Bank, Nihal Garware, was also arrested in the case. Now, the National Conference has issued an official statement on the questioning. The statement has accused the central government of misusing probe agencies and assured that Omar Abdullah will cooperate with the investigating agencies on his part.
The official line is that whatever we will say in the honorable court. And we have nothing to say in the media right now because we don't have any list of allegation, counter-allegation, whatever thing is. We will answer in the honorable court. As per constitution, there are systems set in our country. We will respond there. Because, you know, these agencies are working, CBI, ED and all agencies are working on BJP's regime. You know very well how they are working.
So you believe you are being made a target? You are being made a target politically?
Always you think how these agencies are working. Whatever scams and allegations are there, we will answer in the courts. And the courts are there to prove who is guilty or not. We will answer there only. And it is about allegation, counter-allegation. We will answer the honorable court. That's the line.
Ashish Merishi is now joining us with more details. Ashish, the National Conference is saying that Omar Abdullah is not an accused in this case. What exactly is it that the Enforcement Directorate then wants to know from him?
Well, in fact, they're correct. It's no doubt about it. He's not been named as an accused till now in the case. Technically speaking, he's only been questioned whether, if there is any involvement in the scam or not. Reason being that, the Enforcement Directorate during their investigation has found that senior officials of Jammu and Kashmir Bank took benefits of proceeds of crime. Now, what is proceeds of crime in this case? What my sources reveal is that there are so many scams in Jammu and Kashmir Bank where huge amounts of loans were given. These were bogus loans, and ultimately these bogus loans went bust. The Jammu and Kashmir Bank had to face losses of to the tune of hundreds of crores rupees. Now, when the Enforcement Directorate investigated, they found that certain directors of the Jammu and Kashmir Bank, they were basically beneficiary of proceeds of crime. They made huge properties in Delhi and in Mumbai. And in one of the properties, Omar Abdullah is staying. That is what my sources reveal. Now, recently, a person named Nihal Garware, who was the director, is the former director of Jammu and Kashmir Bank. He was arrested by Enforcement Directorate. And interestingly, this house is owned by, the house in which Omar Abdullah stays is owned by none other than Nihal Garware. So, these directors who were appointed at a time when Jammu and Kashmir was headed by none other than Omar Abdullah, that is where, the Enforcement Directorate is smelling a scam, and that is why he has been, summoned for questioning. But let's see how things move forward. He came in at around 11 a.m. in the morning. The questioning should get over anything around 6:37, and then we see if he's going to speak to the media or not.
All right. So the National Conference has already pointed out that Omar Abdullah is going to cooperate in the investigations, and he was present at the Enforcement Directorate office from 11 this morning. That's what Ashish Mehrishi is telling us. Ashish, many thanks for joining us with those details. With that, we're turning our attention now to Uttar Pradesh. An alleged ISIS link has now emerged in the Gorakhnath temple attack. According to sources, video and literature related to ISIS and Syria were recovered by UPATS and STF from the laptop of the attacker during investigations. CNN News 18 has also accessed the alleged confession of the attacker during the probe, where he is believed to have said that Muslims are being treated unfairly, and he attacked the temple on the outside in anger and frustration. He further added, this again as per sources, that CAA, NRC and hijab ban in Karnataka were part of injustice to Muslims, and if this injustice continues, he will continue raising his voice as well. Meanwhile, politics over the attack has also erupted as Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister KP Maurya attacked the Akhilesh Yadav side for underplaying this attack, and also alleged that the Samajwadi Party always took the side of the wrongdoers.
इतनी बड़ी घटना गोरखनाथ मंदिर पे जो हमला है, वह हमला साधारण नहीं है, वो एक बहुत गंभीर घटना थी, और उस गंभीर घटना की जांच में जुटी हुई पुलिस का मनोबल तोड़ने या ऐसे अपराध करने वालों का मनोबल बढ़ाने का यह प्रयास श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के द्वारा जो किया गया है, मैं उसकी कड़ी भर्त्सना करता हूं। एक तरफ हमारे सुरक्षा बल के जवानों ने अपनी जान पे खेल करके उसको पकड़ते हैं, जब उसके तार तमाम आतंकी संगठनों से पता चलते हैं, कई लोगों से पूछताछ जारी है। इस बीच में समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और नेता विपक्ष के रूप में जिन्होंने सदन में आकर के शपथ ली है, यह बयान बहुत ही घटिया है, बहुत ही निंदनीय है। निश्चित तौर से शुद्ध रूप से मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की घटिया राजनीति है, और इनकी इसी राजनीति के कारण से समाजवादी पार्टी समाप्त पार्टी होने जा रही है।
और उसके पिता ने जो कहा है कि साइकेट्रिक प्रॉब्लम थी, बाइपोलर इश्यूज हैं उसके साथ, मुझे लगता है वो पहलू भी देखना पड़ेगा। और बीजेपी तो वो पार्टी है जो बात को न जाने कितना खींच देती है।
वो बचपन से ही डिप्रेशन वगैरह का शिकार है, उसका इलाज भी हुआ, नौकरी भी इसलिए उसने छोड़ी, और मानसिक रूप से वो अस्थिर रहता है।
इसके बारे में हम कुछ भी नहीं जानते हैं, क्योंकि 20-25 दिन में आप किसी के बारे में इतनी बड़ी चीज़ें नहीं जानते जी। हमें कुछ भी नहीं पता उसके बारे में, वो बताया बहुत रिजर्व रहता था।
सबसे पहले मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया की टीम उस इमारत के बाहर मौजूद है जहां पर जो संदिग्ध आतंकी है मुर्तजा का परिवार अपने पिता के साथ वो यहां पर सालों से रहते थे। ताज हाइट्स इस इमारत का नाम है। इस इमारत की दूसरी मंजिल पर मुर्तजा यहाँ पर रहता था, और इसकी जांच के लिए बाकायदा आप देख सकते हैं कि जो नवीन भाई की टीम है, जो की टीम है, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, वो यहाँ पर जांच करने पहुंची थी। ज्यादा बातचीत करने के लिए, ज्यादा जानकारी के लिए इस समय हमारे साथ एनआरआई पुलिस स्टेशन के सीनियर पीआई रविंद्र पाटिल सर हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, आपकी जो टीम आई है वो एक बहुत सेंसिटिव मामला है, यूएपी का मामला है, टेररिस्ट का मामला है, क्या जांच करनी सर आपकी टीम आई है यहाँ पे?
नहीं, हमारी टीम मीन्स ये हमारे जुरिडिक्शन में आता है करके, और यूपी जो
Sir, do you stay into the house of Nihal Garware? That is it true, sir? And Nihal Garware was recently arrested by Enforcement Directorate.
Sir.
Mr. Umar, what was the line of questioning? Why did they? So you said that Mr. Omar Abdullah आपको कहेंगे सर व्हाट
चलिए हाँ क्या हाल आप सर आप सबसे पहले तो चलिए अब आपके सवाल छोड़ दीजिए मेरे ऊपर किसी तरह का इन्होंने इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया एक ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कोई 12-13 साल पुराना जो मामला है उस सिलसिले में जो इनकी इंक्वायरी चल रही है उसमें इन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और पूछताछ की मैंने जहां तक हो सका इनके सवालों का जवाब दिया है और आगे भी
कौन सा
जहां
स्कैम है?
देखना
कौन सा स्कैम है? किस मामले में? किस मामले में?
मुझे अब ये
स्कैम
आप जब कोई आप पहले
के बैंक स्कैम से रिलेटेड है ना ये
वो आप ईडी से पता कर लीजिए ना मुझसे सुनिए ना, आप सुनिए मेरे ऊपर यहाँ किसी ने कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन के सिलसिले में मुझे बुलाया गया अब आप लोगों को यहाँ बुलाने का मकसद ही यही था कि किसी तरह आप लोगों के ज़रिए ये खबर चले कि मुझे जी किसी स्कैम में जो है बुलाया गया है मेरे सुनिए मेरे खिलाफ किसी ने यहाँ कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया मुझसे पूछताछ की गई मैंने सवालों के जवाब दिए आगे अगर इनको मेरी जरूरत पड़ेगी मैं इनकी
तो फिलहाल उमर अब्दुल्ला यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं और
All right, there you have it. Omar Abdullah leaving the Enforcement Directorate office after questioning for almost over 6 hours. He came in at around 11 and he has just left the Enforcement Directorate office. He has said there are no allegations against me. He's also said that this is part of an ongoing investigation in a case that is about 10 to 11 years old and that he has been called in only to answer certain questions around that case that the Enforcement Directorate is looking into. It is there is no accusation that has been made against him in the case. He underlined that point twice. Also the fact that he is alleging that the media was purposely called outside the Enforcement Directorate so that politically it would harm him and it would appear that he is associated with some scam. Let me go across to Ashish Mehrishi for more details. Ashish, at least 2 times Omar Abdullah there pointing out that there are no allegations against him. What was the case on which he was then summoned or rather called for questioning? Did he outline that? Can you get us more details?
No,
yes.
He was not very willing to give details. Now, that is what he said, that we purposely asked him that whether he was called in certain scam, whether he's related to that scam or not. He said that you can ask Enforcement Directorate on that issue. But interestingly, Ma, what leaves me with surprise is that at least 7-8 times I asked a question that are you staying in the house of Nihal Garware, who was recently arrested by Enforcement Directorate, and he did not answer that question. So we need to find out who this man called Nihal Garware is, who was recently arrested, whether any benefits from him actually reached into the hands of Omar Abdullah or not. These are areas of these are questions which still remain unanswered. So he has very clearly said as of now that we are not he was called for questioning. He's not made and accused in this scam. Yes. The Enforcement Directorate only wanted to question him. He said that this story was purposely leaked to media because they wanted the Enforcement Directorate wanted the media coverage on this, and they could show that he is involved in certain scam. But ultimately, he occupied the position of Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir at that point in time. If you remember, when the Jammu Kashmir scam happened, it is a scam which is around 11-12 years old. That is what Omar Abdullah claims. But ultimately, whether he was beneficiary of proceeds of crime or not, that is what the Enforcement Directorate is looking at as of now.
Okay. All right. Ashish, just hold on to your thoughts there. Let's quickly listen in once again to what Omar Abdullah had to say while he was leaving the ED office.
पर किसी तरह का इन्होंने इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया एक ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कोई 12-13 साल पुराना जो मामला है उस सिलसिले में जो इनकी इंक्वायरी चल रही है उसमें इन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और पूछताछ की। मैंने जहां तक हो सका इनके सवालों का जवाब दिया है और आगे भी
कौन सा
जहां
स्कैम है?
देखिए ना
कौन सा स्कैम है? किस मामले में? किस मामले में?
मुझे अब ये
स्कैम
आप जब कोई नहीं, अब आप पहले
लेकिन आप बैंक स्कैम से रिलेटेड है ना ये?
वो आप ईडी से पता कर लीजिए ना। मुझसे सुनिए ना, आप सुनिए। मेरे ऊपर यहाँ किसी ने कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया। ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन के सिलसिले में मुझे बुलाया गया। अब आप लोगों को यहाँ बुलाने का मकसद ही यही था कि किसी तरह आप लोगों के ज़रिए ये खबर चले कि मुझे जी किसी स्कैम में जो है बुलाया गया है। मेरे सुनिए, मेरे खिलाफ किसी ने यहाँ कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया। मुझसे पूछताछ की गई, मैंने सवालों के जवाब दिए। आगे अगर इनको मेरी जरूरत पड़ेगी मैं इनकी
Omar Abdullah, they're saying he'll cooperate with the investigations in an ongoing case of the Enforcement Directorate, almost 11 to 12-year-old case in which they wanted certain details because of which they wanted Omar Abdullah to come. Omar Abdullah was in the ED office since 11 this morning. Almost at 4:45 is when he left the ED office. There telling the media that he has not been accused of any wrongdoing. There are no allegations against him. He underlined that twice. He mentioned that twice, and also then suggesting that the fact that this information was leaked, that he's coming to the ED office to answer certain questions, was to make this entire episode politically damaging for him, and in some sense reflect the fact that he is associated with some scam. That is why he pointed out that he has not been accused of any wrongdoing. With that, we're taking a very quick break. We'll be back with a lot more. Stay with us.
Are heavily non-vegetarian, whereas the West and the North are vegetarian. In the southern region of the United States, it's reeling under heavy floods in a tornado on Tuesday. Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported, but plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive. While Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city, homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the two biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis. Mariupol is the largest city that houses steel plants in that entire region. It is also a port which gives direct access to the Black Sea as far as Russia is concerned. The reason why Russia is eyeing Mariupol, like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right, meanwhile, there's also destruction that's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who are caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Bucha are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made a statement in Parliament.
If India has chosen a side, it is the side of peace. This is our principal stand.
Images of civilian bodies strewn across the street in Bucha have led to growing calls for a war crime.
Welcome back. Russia will face the test at the United Nations as a vote on the UNHRC seat is scheduled to take place today. This has come after the horrific images of mass graves of civilians surfaced from Bucha. Prime Minister Narendra Modi took to Twitter to reiterate India's stand on maintaining peace. This comes a day after India and both at the United Nations Security Council and in Parliament condemned the Bucha killings and called for an independent investigation. Meanwhile, the United States pressure tactics continue to evolve with the Biden advisor, one of President Biden's advisors, warning India against aligning itself with Russia. Zaka Jacob is now joining us live with more details. Zaka, first of all, help us understand, how do suspensions from UNHRC happen? Can they happen overnight by just one vote?
No, it can't. In fact, there has to be, and it has to be proven at the United Nations, that there is a string of incidents that have happened that prove that a state is involved in crimes against humanity or war crimes. So it's not just about one incident that's happened in Bucha. There have to be a series of incidents that have happened over a period of time. And secondly, even after that, there will be an internal inquiry by the UN appointed bodies, and then they have to present a report, and it's on the basis of that report that if any member state wants to bring a motion to suspend another member state. In this case, I don't think the idea really by the West and the others who've sponsored this resolution is to try and actually kick out Russia from the UNHRC. I think the idea is simply to send out a signal, that if, look, there are more than 100 countries around the world who have been shocked and outraged by what we saw in Bucha, and if that's unacceptable to the civilized world, then I think what the West is trying to do is to try and convey that message to Russia that, look, even countries that are outside the ambit of so-called West and NATO and European partners and so on, even those countries have been incensed by the kind of images that we're seeing out of Bucha. So I think the attempt here by the Western countries and by this resolution is not so much to kick Russia out, but it is to try and send out a signal to Vladimir Putin that events like Bucha and other cities in the outskirts of Kiev, from where now Russian troops are withdrawing and Ukrainian troops are going ahead and liberating these towns, and we're seeing these horrific pictures from places like Bucha and Irpin, that is something unacceptable to any civilized community. So this is more sending a message to Russia and less about actually kicking Russia out of the UNHRC.
And Zaka, in that context, how significant is India's stand, the fact that it has condemned the killings in Bucha?
Not just condemned, also calling for an independent investigation. So I think that is very, very critical, because we haven't seen that kind of language from the from the Indian ambassador at the United Nations in any of the votes that have preceded this. I think in all there have been close to 10 votes at the UNGA, the UNSC, different other organs of the United Nations, and in not one of those votes has India actually taken a position. It's abstained from all of those votes. So that's leading to the question as to whether India would actually abstain from this particular vote as well, or would it actually go ahead and vote with the West and condemn Russia and Russia's actions in Bucha. So I think it's going to be critical. There is pressure. There is definitely pressure. You've heard from Dalip Singh. You've heard from Lloyd Austin yesterday. Today, one of the senior members of Biden's economic team. And all of this is coming ahead of the 2+2 talk. So there's certainly pressure, even public pressure from US officials on India to try and take a more strident position as far as Russia is concerned. But ultimately, India has to decide what is in India's own self-interest. You heard Jaishankar in Parliament yesterday. You've seen the tweets by the Prime Minister. Ultimately, India is going to take a decision which it seems and it deems fit in India's own national interest. So I'd be very, very surprised if India's vote actually changes, if the abstention actually changes today in the UNHRC vote. But yeah, India has made its position clear that these kind of mass crimes are unacceptable.
Zaka May, thanks for joining us with all those details. Let's move on now. The island nation of Sri Lanka is reeling under its worst economic crisis since decades now. Public ire has been mounting for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who's categorically made it clear that he is not tendering his resignation. On Wednesday, the government's chief whip stated that the Rajapaksa government will take this crisis head on. Now, certain senior officials from the government fear that Sri Lanka is facing an imminent threat of starvation for its population as food shortage continues to escalate. With that, I'm now handing it over to my colleague, Maria Shakil.
Hello everyone, you're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Maria Shakil. Our top story is coming from Pakistan as Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's fate hangs by a thread. The Supreme Court will deliver its verdict at 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Bringing you the inside scoop, CNN News 18 has learned that the 5-member bench is expected to declare the Speaker's ruling as illegal. On 3rd of April, remember, the Deputy Speaker of the Pakistan Assembly dismissed the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan and then dissolved the Assembly based on Imran Khan's allegations of a foreign plot to oust his government. Leader of the opposition, Shahbaz Sharif, appeared before the court and maintained he has the support of 174 members, claiming majority. Tejender Singh Suri is joining us live. Tejender, the big question before Imran Khan is, what does he do if the Supreme Court verdict doesn't go in his favor?
See, Maria, it seems that the high drama which Pakistan has been witnessing for the past couple of days when the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly in Pakistan recommended the dissolution of the Assembly will come to an end today, because at 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time and 7:30 Pakistan time, the Supreme Court will deliver its verdict. We are told that the Chief Justice of Pakistan, Omar Abdullah ED, has already reserved decision on the rejection of the no-confidence motion by the Deputy Speaker. So now it is to be seen the verdict which they would be delivering at around 8 p.m. Pakistan Standard Time. So there are three options: whether the Supreme Court would say that the decision taken by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly was not in sync with the Constitution of Pakistan and the no confidence vote should be held, or whether it will uphold the decision taken by the Deputy Speaker, or they will ask for the fresh elections. Another development, Maria, which has taken place is that after the President's Secretariat wrote to the Election Commission of Pakistan for preparing for the election in the next 90 days, the Election Commission has also written back to the President saying that they are ready to hold elections in Pakistan in October 2022. So the Election Commission of Pakistan has asked for 4 months, less than 4 months of time to holding of election. They have said that the Constitution and law of Pakistan state that it needs 4 more months for conducting the delimitation exercise. And also the Election Commission has sought appointment from the President to meet him. Yes.
Okay,
yes,
Mohit Jafri is also joining us. He's joining me from Pakistan. Mohit, what was the need for Shahbaz Sharif, leader of opposition, to appear before the court? Was he summoned by the court, or was this part of the opposition strategy?
Part of the opposition strategy. Shahbaz Sharif's statement in front of the court was more of a plea. He was mostly trying to convince the judges regarding how the country would suffer immensely if whatever is happening was allowed to happen. He was trying to make a case for the economy of Pakistan, for the stability of Pakistan and the region. Mostly the kind of stuff that we hear Shahbaz saying in his press conferences and speeches. Patriotic, in favor of a strong economy and a strong parliament. So, and he was pleading in the most traditional manners possible. I don't know how to articulate that in English right now. But he was very passionate in his and persuasive in his argument. But it was not a requirement by the courts. The court was willing to listen to whoever wanted to, from both parties, sanction people who would come and would want to say something in this regard to bring clarity.
Yes.
In this regard,
what was
even
why has the
other
court given the
parties
time of 8 p.m. tonight for delivering the verdict?
Yep, absolutely. That's 8 p.m. Indian time
yes.
and 7:30 Pakistan time.
Yes. Why have they given that time? The arguments in the court has been going on for the last 1 week.
Can't hear you.
Yes. So there seems to be some problem with that line with Mohit Jafri. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me bring in my guests. Manju Seth is a former diplomat. Major General Gigi Dwivedi is a defense expert. Ambassador Manju Seth, when we look at these developments in Pakistan, of course, all eyes will be on as to what will be happening in the Supreme Court of Pakistan. But the indication certainly is that this is not looking very good for Imran Khan.
Absolutely, because the Chief Justice has already said that prima facie, it is violative of the Constitution. And so that straight away, I think, gives a little sort of indication of what the final decision could be. And of course, there are other factors in play. I think Prime Minister Imran Khan has really, whatever happens, whatever is the verdict, I think it's going to be a very difficult time for him in any case. Because I don't think he's going to be allowed to, be in power any longer. And in the next elections either, I think there's going to be some, I feel there'll be some other action taken against him. And now the court is going to give this ruling finally. But again, elections have to be normally held within 90 days. But here they are saying they can't hold it before October. So a caretaker government with the sort of approval of all sides.
So how does it work, ma'am? Will the court say that you go back to the assembly and sort it out in the space of legislature? Or will they be giving a verdict that what happened on that particular day with Deputy Speaker not allowing no confidence motion, but in fact dismissing the no confidence motion, that's violation of the Constitution?
I think that's the only thing that they will be ruling on. I don't think, from what I can make out, is that they will give any such ruling that, the assembly needs to be reconvened or restored. It doesn't look like that as of now, that they will give such a ruling. They will only say, and as they've said also, they will only give a ruling, as he had said, Chief Justice Bandial, that he will give a ruling only on whether the ruling of the Deputy Speaker was constitutional or non-constitutional.
So if it is unconstitutional, Major General Dwivedi, if it is unconstitutional, if it is declared so by the Pakistan Supreme Court, then what will be the next course of action? Here is the president of the country who has approved whatever Imran Khan has done so far. He is supposed to be the custodian of the Constitution. He hasn't really done much on that front. Then what does it mean for the various offices, the office of the Prime Minister, the office of the President?
Well, I think law is both technical and also a lot of commonsensical, So you have to see, even you don't have to be expert on the Pakistan law, but you can go by how situation has unfolded on the ground. Now, the big question mark is whether the Deputy Speaker was, technically right to reject the no confidence motion. Because logically, at least, voting should have taken place, and then decided upon the voting, the outcome would have been acceptable, I'm sure, to the Parliament. But that has not happened. So therefore, there's a big question mark, first and foremost, is on the action of the deputy speaker whether he was constitutionally within the right to reject the no confidence motion. And then comes, of course, what you pointed out is the president, because his resolution, he could have still said that no, parliament may not be dissolved. But that happened almost in real time, in tandem. No sooner the no confidence motion was rejected, the president almost like a tripwire action dissolved the parliament. So now the whole issue is on the court as to do they go on the technicalities or they go beyond the technicalities, because as it appears that possibly rejection of no confidence motion was not within the powers or the jurisdiction of the deputy speaker. And second point is that also Supreme Court has to consider what are going to be the ramifications, because as it is, there's so much turbulent in the Pakistan polity as also in the society. So they have to see the ramification. And the other factor comes is that, well, elections willy-nilly have to take place one way or the other, but is the election commission prepared to hold the election within 90 days, given that they have to rehash the constituencies and all that other technical issues that follow?
All right. General Dwivedi and diplomat Manju Seth, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus to another story now. Back home here in India, Omar Abdullah, National Conference leader, has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. That is the story that we first broke on CNN News 18.
Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah is being questioned by the ED. This is in connection with the Jammu and Kashmir bank scam. Huge amounts of funds were diverted by directors of Jammu and Kashmir Bank through bogus loans is the allegation.
Now, there is a person called Nihal Garware who was the director of the bank, former director. He has been recently arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. And interestingly, Omar Abdullah is staying in the house of Nihal Garware in Delhi. And he has been staying in that house for a number of years. That is what my sources in the Enforcement Directorate revealed.
National Conference leader and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for nearly 5 hours in connection with the Jammu and Kashmir bank scam case. Omar has been accused of diverting funds via bogus loans with the help of Board of Directors of the Jammu and Kashmir Bank. Recently, a former director of the Jammu and Kashmir Bank, Nihal Garware, was also arrested in this case. National Conference has issued a statement on the questioning of Omar, accusing the central government of misusing probe agencies, and has assured that Omar will cooperate with the investigative agency on this part.
मेरे ऊपर किसी तरह का इन्होंने इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया। एक ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कोई 12-13 साल पुराना जो मामला है, उस सिलसिले में जो इनकी इंक्वायरी चल रही है, उसमें इन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और पूछताछ की। मैंने जहां तक हो सका इनके सवालों का जवाब दिया है और आगे भी जहां लेकिन अब किस मामले में मुझे अब ये आप जब कोई अब आप पहले लेकिन आप बैंक स्कैम से रिलेटेड है ना, वो आप ईडी से पता कर लीजिए ना। मुझसे सुनिए ना, आप सुनिए। मेरे ऊपर यहाँ किसी ने कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया। ऑनगोइंग इन्वेस्टिगेशन के सिलसिले में मुझे बुलाया गया। अब आप लोगों को यहाँ बुलाने का मकसद ही यही था कि किसी तरह आप लोगों के ज़रिए ये खबर चले कि मुझे जी किसी स्कैम में जो है बुलाया गया है। मेरे सुनिए मेरे खिलाफ किसी ने यहाँ कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाया। मुझसे पूछताछ की गई, मैंने सवालों के जवाब दिए। आगे अगर इनको मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी मैं इनकी मदद।
Ashish Maharishi is joining me live from outside the ED office here in Delhi. Ashish, here is Omar Abdullah saying कि मेरे खिलाफ कोई इल्ज़ाम नहीं है और उन्होंने मुझे पे कोई आरोप नहीं लगाया है, लेकिन ये ongoing investigation है and they wanted me to join the investigation. What exactly is he talking about? Which is this ongoing investigation?
Well, he's talking Well, there is a scam which is basically related to the purchase of a Jammu and Kashmir bank building in Mumbai. Now, interestingly, there is a person called Nihal Garware who was appointed as director at a time when Omar Abdullah was the chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Nihal Garware, as of now, stands arrested by the enforcement directorate. Reason being that he took kickback of around 13 crore rupees in the purchase of that building, which was overpriced according to the enforcement directorate sources. Now here, what we are learning is that Omar Abdullah and Nihal Garware have been very close to each other. Now, what is the closeness? The closeness to my, what my sources reveal is that Omar Abdullah in Nizamuddin, in Delhi, he stays in a house which is owned by a company of Nihal Garware. So enforcement directorate is basically trying to find out if Omar Abdullah by any chance would have been the beneficiary of proceeds of crime. So that is what the investigation is. That is why he's correct and what he's saying, that there are no allegations against him as of now, because the enforcement directorate has basically not found any evidence if he has been a benefit of, if he's taken any benefits out of Nihal Garware. But, obviously, since they found that he stays in that house, he has been very close to Nihal Garware, and that is why he was summoned for questioning today.
But talking specifically, if he is saying that he has been just told to join the investigation, so what is the charge against Omar Abdullah?
Can you please repeat your question, Maria? Your voice cracked.
Yes, so what is the charge against Omar Abdullah? Why was he questioned by the ED in the first place?
So I spoke to my sources in the enforcement directorate. They were basically trying to find out if he has been a beneficiary of any proceeds of crime. So that is why, if somebody has been close to somebody, he was appointed at a time when he was the chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir. They would like to know what kind of closeness they had with each other. He stays in the house of a company which is owned by Nihal Garware. He was appointed at a time when he was the chief minister. So they're trying to find out if there are any financial relationships between Omar Abdullah and Nihal Garware, and ultimately whether Omar Abdullah has been a beneficiary of proceeds of crime or not. That is what the area of investigation is.
All right, Ashish, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all the details. I'll be taking that up on News Epicenter at 10 p.m. this evening. Is this political vendetta or pure investigation? The opposition, remember, is alleging that this is some kind of targeting of several opposition leaders by the central government by misusing of central agencies. We're slipping into a short break. Coming up would be lots more news and updates.
Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan president rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker prime minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former chief justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the president, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker prime minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the deputy speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition, and it's that committee of 8 that will decide. This committee has to decide on the caretaker name within 3 days once it is formed. The names of the 2 nominees will then be sent to the Election Commission. The President will consult with the Election Commission and then select a caretaker Prime Minister. Meanwhile, some domestic political news, and NCP chief Sharad Pawar says he will be reaching out to non-BJP leaders very soon. He says that Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had urged him to initiate the outreach and draft a future course of action. Another big news point from Pawar's press conference today, he said he doesn't want to be the president of the United Progressive Alliance, the UPA, a post that was previously held by Sonia Gandhi. The Gujarat Animal Welfare Board has written to the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia seeking a ban on non-vegetarian food on domestic flights. This appeal comes after recent incidents of vegetarian passengers being mistakenly served non-vegetarian food on flights. But the fact remains that 70% of the Indian population is non-vegetarian. Let's break it down state by state. In Delhi, for example, 63%, and in Uttar Pradesh, 55% folks consume non-vegetarian. 70% of Indians are considered to be non-vegetarian. In Assam and West Bengal, you go to the east of the country. In Bengal, for example, it is 99% of the population that consumes some form of non-vegetarian food. You also go to Rajasthan, it's 27%. In Madhya Pradesh, it's more than half the population. You go further south to Maharashtra, it's almost 60%. In Andhra Pradesh, 98% of the population consumes meat. Same is the case in Tamil Nadu, 98%. In Kerala, it's 97%. So if you look at the east and the south of the country, it's predominantly eating non-vegetarian. Karnataka, almost 80%. Gujarat is only 40%. So the south and the east are heavily non-vegetarian, whereas the west and the north are vegetarian. In the southern region of the United States, it's reeling under heavy floods and a tornado on Tuesday. Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported. But plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive. While Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city, homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the two biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis. Mariupol is the largest city that houses steel plants in that entire region. It is also a port which gives direct access to the Black Sea as far as Russia is concerned. The reason why Russia is eyeing Mariupol, like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right, meanwhile, there's also destruction that's going to be a major blow to the Ukraine.
Welcome back. Andhra Pradesh cabinet has been dissolved. All 24 ministers of Jagan Reddy Council of Ministers have put in their papers, and this move comes ahead of the crucial elections in 2024, and there will be a complete rejig of the Council of Ministers of Jagan Mohan Reddy. So what exactly is the thought behind this idea that the cabinet has to be dissolved? Is Jagan Reddy looking at giving new people a chance in the Council of Ministers? Swastika is joining me on the phone line. Swastika, what really is the thought behind this entire cabinet going, and will there be new faces that Jagan is looking at inducting?
Well, right now we're breaking that the entire cabinet of Jagan Mohan Reddy, and this is the actual cabinet which was constituted in 2019 when he took charge as CM, has been dissolved. The next process is Jagan is going to hand over the new list of ministers to the governor, possibly on the 11th. So there's a lot of suspense on which new faces will be inducted into Jagan's cabinet 2.0, but we are learning that we are expecting more representation from the SC/ST community. We're expecting more leaders from the BC community, from the Kapu community, which is an influential group in Andhra Pradesh. We're also expecting more women ministers as well. Now, what happens to the existing ministers? 24 ministers have handed in their resignation, but we are learning via our sources that 3 to 4 ministers are likely to be re-inducted in a new role completely in Jagan Cabinet 2.0. But all eyes remains on the next step that Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy is going to take and hand over a list of new ministers, new faces completely ahead of elections in 2024.
So what exactly is the criteria for the new cabinet going to be like?
Maria, if you could repeat that
Yes,
question,
so
please.
Swastika, I want to know, while you are trying to explain to us, there'll be new faces in the cabinet. What exactly is the criteria that Jagan has said? Is it performance? Were they non-performing ministers and hence all of them have been told to quit?
Couple of issues at the front. Number one, in 2019, he had announced he would be doing something like this, so this was not new. The whole idea is to gauge the pulse of the people on the ground, and that's the reason why the exercise of getting feedbacks against each and every MLA started about 6 to 8 months ago, Maria. Jagan has his own team which has been going on the ground carrying out door-to-door survey. Second thing is, some of the ministers in the existing cabinet which has now resigned had some issues. There are multiple cases against them, which perhaps is something that Jagan was not okay with. Jagan wants to go ahead with a complete new cabinet, and that's the reason why he's going in with a bunch of new faces in Cabinet 2.0. The third reason is, back in 2019, when the YSRCP came in with a huge majority, 151 seats in Andhra Pradesh, Jagan had in fact promised a lot of young faces, a lot of young leaders in the party to give them a chance. He wants the backward class community, in fact, to have a strong representation in the state of Andhra Pradesh. He wants a strong Kapu leader to take on Pawan Kalyan and the BJP. He also wants prominent leaders from the grassroots level to take on challenge the communal issues that are being raised by the BJP in the state of Andhra Pradesh, which is slowly gaining momentum. So all in all, this is Jagan's overall strategy to prove that we are here for governance, and that's why the whole idea is to reorganize the cabinet so that more and more people get chances on the ground and can build rapport. But answering a question, what happens to the existing ministers? Because there are powerful ministers in the cabinet. You have Peddi Reddy, you have Botha Satyanarayana, you also have Buggana, who is the finance minister of Andhra Pradesh. These are very strong leaders. So what will their role be? Right now, if they're not inducted into Jagan's new team, their primary role is to go back to the party's grassroots level to ensure wherever the party is facing any form of anti-incumbency, they are going to ensure that that is quelled. They're also going to focus on coming up with a lot of welfare schemes. The whole point of Andhra Pradesh's government under Jagan Mohan Reddy is they've come up with a slew of welfare schemes. Navaratnalu is what they call in Telugu. The whole idea is to ensure the eligible number of beneficiaries get that. So a lot of breakdown exercises that Jagan Mohan is going to take in the coming days, but all eyes on the 11th when the new bunch of ministers are slated to take oath.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Swastika. So the new cabinet of Jagan Mohan Reddy will be sworn in on 11th is what we are picking up. And today, all the ministers, all 24 of them, in fact, resigned. Shifting focus to the investigations that are going on in the attack that took place near Gorakhnath temple. In fact, an ISIS link has emerged in the Gorakhnath temple attack. According to sources, video and literature related to ISIS in Syria was recovered by UPATS and STF from the laptop of attacker Murtaza during investigations. CNN News 18 also accessed Murtaza's confession during probe, where he said that Muslims are being treated unfairly and he attacked outside the temple in anger. He further added that CAA and NRC and hijab ban in Karnataka was a part of injustice to Muslims. If this injustice continues, he will raise voice. Meanwhile, politics over attack has also erupted as UP Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya attacked Akhilesh Yadav for underplaying the attack and has also alleged that SP, that is Samajwadi Party, has always taken the side of terrorists.
इतनी बड़ी घटना गोरखनाथ मंदिर पे जो हमला है वह हमला साधारण नहीं है, वो एक बहुत गंभीर घटना थी और उस गंभीर घटना की जांच में जुटी हुई पुलिस का मनोबल तोड़ने या ऐसे अपराध करने वालों का मनोबल बढ़ाने का यह प्रयास श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के द्वारा जो किया गया है, मैं उसकी कड़ी भर्त्सना करता हूं। एक तरफ हमारे सुरक्षा बल के जवानों ने अपनी जान पे खेल करके उसको पकड़ते हैं, जब उसके तार तमाम आतंकी संगठनों से पता चलते हैं, कई लोगों से पूछताछ जारी है। इस बीच में समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और नेता विपक्ष के रूप में जिन्होंने सदन में आकर के शपथ ली है, यह बयान बहुत ही घटिया है, बहुत ही निंदनीय है। निश्चित तौर से शुद्ध रूप से मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की घटिया राजनीति है और इनकी इसी राजनीति के कारण से समाजवादी पार्टी समाप्त पार्टी होने जा रही है।
और उसके पिता ने जो कहा है कि साइकेट्रिक प्रॉब्लम थी, बाइपोलर इश्यूज हैं उसके साथ, मुझे लगता है वो पहलू भी देखना पड़ेगा। और बीजेपी तो वो पार्टी है जो बात को न जाने कितना खींच देती है।
वो बचपन से ही डिप्रेशन वगैरह का शिकार है, उसका इलाज भी हुआ, नौकरी भी इसलिए उसने छोड़ी और मानसिक रूप से वो अस्थिर रहता है।
बारे में हम कुछ भी नहीं जानते हैं, क्योंकि 20-25 दिन में आप किसी के बारे में इतनी बड़ी चीज़ें नहीं जान सकते हैं।
जी,
हमें कुछ भी नहीं पता उसके बारे में, वो बताया बहुत रिजर्व रहता था।
सबसे पहले मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया की टीम उस इमारत के बाहर मौजूद है जहां पर जो संदिग्ध आतंकी मुर्तजा का परिवार अपने पिता के साथ वो यहां पर सालों से रहते थे। ताज हाइट्स इस इमारत का नाम है। इस इमारत की दूसरी मंजिल पर मुर्तजा यहां पर रहता था और इसकी जांच के लिए बाकायदा आप देख सकते हैं कि जो नवी मुंबई की टीम है, जो पुलिस की टीम है, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है, वो यहाँ पर जांच करने पहुंची थी। ज्यादा बातचीत करने के लिए, ज्यादा जानकारी के लिए इस समय हमारे साथ एनआरआई पुलिस स्टेशन के सीनियर पीआई रविंद्र पाटिल सर है, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, आपकी जो टीम आई है वो एक बहुत सेंसिटिव मामला है, यूएपी का मामला है, टेररिस्ट का मामला है, क्या जांच करनी सर आपकी टीम आई है यहाँ पे?
नहीं, हमारी टीम मीन्स ये हमारे जुरिडिक्शन में आता है करके, और यूपी जो इंसिडेंट हुआ है, जो एक्यूज्ड है, जिसने हमला किया है गोरखपुर में, वो उसके फैमिली के साथ में यहाँ रहता था जी। तो यूपी एसटीएफ की टीम भी आई थी, उनको भी हमने असिस्ट किया है यहाँ पर। और जो 2020 अक्टूबर, जानकारी में जो मालूम पड़ा है कि अक्टूबर 2020 तक वो इस यहाँ फ्लैट में रहते थे, फिर अक्टूबर 2020 में वो गोरखपुर शिफ्ट हुए हैं। और हम लोग जो यहाँ जो मौलाना है या जो उनके कोई उसका कोई मुर्तजा का कोई फ्रेंड है या और कोई जिससे वो बात करता था, उसका नेचर कैसा है, क्या उस बारे में हम लोग इंफॉर्मेशन ले रहे हैं।
Siddhant Mishra is joining me on the phone line. Siddhant, what are you picking up from his friends? The family says that he was depressed. What made him depressed?
Well, Maria, look, we are getting contradictory statements from the family members. His father has a completely different version. His ex-wife is making a completely different statement, not just before media, but to police as well. Now, ATS UP is a professional unit of Uttar Pradesh Police Force, and they are doing due diligence. They are going to the doctors to get to know about the medical condition of this person, and also they are going through background. But what is really important, Maria, at this point in time is to know whether this man was anywhere directly connected to the terror groups, especially ISIS, operating from outside the country, or he was simply radicalized by the propaganda videos that are being pushed by ISIS in the Indian cyberspace. Because we have seen both the instances in our country where there are sleeper cells of the terror outfits. Basi was a part of any of those sleeper cells, or he was just being radicalized, because some of the radical extreme literature have also been seized from his house, and also going by what eight sources have told us, and also some ISIS videos have been retrieved from his laptop. The electronic devices that have been science to the forensic science laboratory, and full report is awaited. But prima facie, those videos are ISIS propaganda video that have been retrieved. And now UP police is speaking to everyone who knows Mr. Abbasi, and also they were in Mumbai at his Navi Mumbai residence where he used to live a few years back. So they are doing due diligence. They are going through all the possible angles, and the huge responsibility on UP police is to expose those who are, if he is in touch with any of the terror outfits, to expose them. And is there any other lone wolves like him being prepared or being radicalized by the terror group ISIS. That is something which UP ATS is currently looking into. Back to you.
All right, Siddhant. Thank you so much for joining us. And a controversy has been brewing. Controversy has been brewing in the national capital over the Navratra meet, a ban initiated by South Delhi's mayor. Meat shops have been directed to remain shut till 11th April. But this order has not gone down well, and the Delhi Minorities Commission, which has issued a notice to the municipal corporations. South Delhi MCD Mayor Mukesh Suryan spoke exclusively to CNN News 18 on the notice he received from the Minority Commission.
सर, आप मुझे बताएं कि दिल्ली माइनॉरिटी कमीशन ने एक पत्र लिखकर आपसे जवाब मांगा है। सबसे पहले तो क्या आपको पत्र मिल गया, क्या कुछ कहेंगे उस पर?
अभी तक मुझे कोई ऐसा पत्र नहीं मिला है, और माइनॉरिटी की अगर बात करते हैं तो हम उसको जवाब भी देंगे उनका, अगर कोई ऐसा पत्र मिलेगा। अभी तक मुझे ऐसा कुछ नहीं मिला है। मेयर को पूरे अधिकार हैं लेटर लिखने के, पत्र लिखने के, कमिश्नर को आदेश देने के, मेयर को पूरे अधिकार होते हैं। कौन कहता है अधिकार नहीं है? और एक हमें कोर्ट के ऑर्डर की कॉपी मिली, सुप्रीम कोर्ट और हाई कोर्ट का ऑर्डर भी एक है, जिसमें कोर्ट ने कहीं ना कहीं डायरेक्शन दिया है कि म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन चाहे तो इसको अपने रूल से बैन कर सकता है फॉर नवरात्रि 9 डेज के लिए। मैं तो कह रहा हूँ, मैंने किया है और हम इसको आगे भी करेंगे। पूरा देश सराह रहा है, हम किसी को खाने को मना थोड़ी कर रहे हैं। आप ऑनलाइन मंगा लीजिए, आप दूसरी जगह से मंगा लीजिए, आप बहुत सारे ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म खुले हैं, उनको मंगा लीजिए। हमने तो सभी दुकानदारों ने तो हमारा स्वागत भी किया है, इसमें बुराई क्या है?
क्या कुछ ये नोटिस है? इस नोटिस के विषय में सबसे पहले तो बताएं, जो कॉर्पोरेशंस को भेजा गया।
जब दिल्ली में इस तरीके से आदेश पारित करें तो ये सोचिए कि जब संविधान के अंदर ये है कि हमारा किसी तरीके से किसी के ऊपर कोई दबाव नहीं रह सकता, कि आप अपने मजहब के हिसाब से, आप अपने अनुसार से कुछ भी खा सकते हैं, कुछ भी लिबास पहन सकते हैं, कहीं पे आ जा सकते हैं, अपने धर्म के हिसाब से पूजा कर सकते हैं, इबादत कर सकते हैं। तो ये सबसे पहले कि ये पवित्र महीना चल रहा है, यहाँ नवरात्रे भी हैं और यहाँ रमजान भी है, तो सभी धर्मों के लोग एक दूसरे के आदर और सत्कार कर रहे हैं। तो उस पे इस तरीके के कि आदेश देना कि आप मीट की दुकानें बंद कर दें, तो मैं समझता हूं कि इस तरीके के आदेश कानून के विरोधी हैं। हमने नोटिस में यही जवाब मांगा कि किस कानून के तहत और किस एक्ट के तहत में आपने ये आदेश पारित किया।
Akash is joining me on the phone line. So Akash, does it mean, the first question is that SDMC mayor has not sent his order yet to the commissioner? And is the order being implemented on ground in southern part of Delhi? And the Delhi Minority Commission's notice, the manner in which he is dismissing it, this is only escalating the fight between the two sides.
Well, Maria, let me tell you that this all started with that letter that you are talking about, and it was just an advice to Commissioner that during the Navratras, you should close the meat shops in the national capital. Further, there was no such order. There was no such administrative order. And this is why Delhi Minorities Commission has issued this notice to both Commissioner and Mayor of the East, North and South MCD, asking about their statement where Mayor and specifically South Mayor has asked for a closure of meat shops. Now, Zakir Khan, who is the chairperson, has mentioned that those news reports, and have said that it seems like Mayor is acting like a law in himself. And he has further asked about the regulations under which this was decided. Also, let me mention that while I had a word with Mr. Zakir Khan, he said that he received complaints from several Muslim groups and people, and they were mentioning, and there is a feeling of fear where they don't know that at what time MCD officers will come and ask for fines and will ask for chalans. As far as the markets are concerned, we are seeing a mix of compliance and ignorance, because while we talk about INA market, meat shops are open because people know that there are no such executive order. On the other hand, if we talk about Tagore Garden market, the market is all closed, and people are saying that they are not opening the shops just because Mayor has said that this will be enforced. So this is the ground condition, Maria.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Akash. We're slipping into a short break. Coming up would be the details that is playing out of politics of polarization in the state of Karnataka.
South Delhi, a short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported, but plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive while Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city. Homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the two biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis. Mariupol is the largest city that houses steel plants in that entire region. It is also a port which gives direct access to the Black Sea as far as Russia is concerned. The reason why Russia is eyeing Mariupol, like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right, meanwhile, there's also destruction that's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who are caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Bucha are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made a statement in Parliament.
If India has chosen a side, it is the side of peace. This is our principal stand.
Images of civilian bodies strewn across the street in Bucha have led to growing calls for a war crimes trial against Russian President Vladimir Putin. But Russia has denied the charges, even calling the images fake. This is how one of the top anchors on Russian state television explained the massacre.
А Буча, потому что Буча – это мясник, да, и удачные созвучия.
It must have been the work of British specialists, he says, because the town of Bucha and the English word butcher sound so similar.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted on Ukraine and emphasized that bipartisanship over foreign policy augurs well for India, the global stage. He's also said that it is our collective duty to care for the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens. So what is behind the seeming change of stand by India? Remember, India has now called for an independent probe in Bucha. Bucha, from the face of it, is crimes against humanity. It's a war crime. India cannot be seen as condoning that. Number two, less than 1% of India's oil now is being imported from Russia. That used to be 7-8% a couple of years ago. That's been drastically cut down. There is growing pressure from the West. You heard Lloyd Austin earlier today. You heard Dalip Singh last week. You even heard Joe Biden calling India somewhat shaky. It's also wary of Russia not being a long-term, dependable arms supplier. The government now has more elbow room. Remember, all the votes at the UN before this happened when there were Indian students who were stuck there and were being in the process of
Breaking news now coming in on the probe into the violence in Rampur Hat. The CBI has arrested 4 more suspects in the connection with violence and arson in Bogutui village, which killed 9 people, including women and children. The suspects were arrested from Mumbai and are being brought back to Birbhum. These are the first set of arrests that have been made by the CBI, and the agency took over the investigation. Remember, after the court, that is the Calcutta High Court, directed it to do so. The total number of arrests in this case is now between 25 to 25, in which 21 people were arrested earlier by the SIT of Bengal. All of them have been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is now leading this entire investigation. So 4 more arrests that have been made. Who exactly are they? We'll try and connect with Shaugato Mukhopadhyay. He's joining us now. Shaugato, give us the details.
Well, Maria, you see, some of these suspects who were who have been, as per investigations conducted by the CBI, were involved in that incident of massive violence that took place in Bogtui following the murder of Bhadu Sheikh, the local Trinamool Congress leader over there, and set houses on fire, which led to the death of 9 people, women and children, as you rightly pointed out, and some of these suspects had fled the state, and it is now evident that they were not even in the area after the incident went big, and a lot of UN cry were raised politically after the incident took place. So these 4 arrests have now taken place from Mumbai, we are told, and the CBI are bringing these suspects back to Birbhum for production before the local court in Rampur Hat on a transit remand. As far as the identity of these 4 suspects are concerned, there are we are getting names of 2 people, Papa Sheikh and another person, both of who are considered to be a very close associate of Lalan Sheikh, who is one of the prime suspects in this particular incident. So obviously these are the first set of arrests that are being made by the CBI, and as you rightly pointed out, 21 people had been previously arrested by the SIT, which was conducting the investigation initially before the Calcutta High Court handed over the investigation responsibilities onto the central agency. And those arrests included the arrest of local Trinamool Congress bloc president Anarul Hussain, who was also believed to have been involved in this retaliatory violence that took place in Bogtui. So obviously, it is now evident that the CBI has widened its net and is now getting hold of these suspects, many of whom have obviously, now it is coming to light, had fled the state. And these set of arrests have been made from Mumbai. So it remains to be seen how quickly the CBI is able to wrap the arrests as far as the case is concerned and submit a charge sheet before court.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Shaugato. After Karnataka government maintained that it will enforce the loudspeaker ban across the state, Karnataka DGP has issued a notice to all police stations to check noise levels at all religious institutions, pubs and commercial establishments. In the notice, the DGP also said that appropriate action will be taken against those who don't abide by the Karnataka High Court order on noise pollution. State Congress Chief D.K. Shiv Kumar has lashed out at the BJP, saying that they are harassing mosques in the state. The row is now spilling over to the state of Bihar, where a state minister has demanded a ban on loudspeakers in mosques.
हर जगह नॉइज़ पोल्यूशन को लेकर के, ध्वनि प्रदूषण को लेकर के एक कानून है, एक नियम है, और उसको किसी भी तरह से कमर्शियल एंगल से पेंट करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
The elections are coming within a year in Karnataka. Politically, they know that they have got their own reports that they have failed, so they want to deviate the issue. Everything is being generated from Karnataka. Either the hijab issue or the fair issue or the halal issue or the mango issue. What they are harassing them. They are harassing all the mass. In who has given a complaint, what is there? Let their duty.
And just as the Ukraine-Russia war enters day 43, horrific images of deaths and destruction have gripped the world. As the Bucha mass graves continue to send shockwaves, Ukrainian President Zelensky warned that the death toll from war crimes mean hundreds of children have been killed in the war-torn nation by Russian airstrikes. Borodyanka has been decimated by Russian troops and civilians have been buried in the rubble, but there is still no sight of peace, with NATO warning this war could continue for years until Russian President Vladimir Putin gains control of the whole of Ukraine.
Последний аргумент для каждого гражданина России, чтобы определиться в конце концов, за войну вы или за мир. Если за войну, то вы навсегда, до конца жизни будете изгоями и в конце концов потеряете все. А если за мир, если у вас есть хотя бы немного стыда за то, что делают российские войска в Украине, то для таких граждан России сейчас ключевой момент. Нужно требовать, именно требовать прекращения войны.
Pope Francis unfurling a war-stained Ukrainian flag and kissing it, renewing calls for an end to Russia's war and appealing for an end to atrocities like those seen in Bucha, where a senior U.S. defense official says the executions of 20 tied-up civilian men appears to be premeditated, planned, and very, very deliberate. Newly released drone video captures the macabre moments a person riding a bicycle is gunned down by Russian soldiers. Another captures the grim aftermath where bodies lie lifeless along the same street.
This is a crime which fulfills the features of a genocide.
The U.S. now assesses that Russian forces have completely withdrawn from areas near Kyiv and Chernihiv to reconsolidate and refit in Belarus and in Russia.
We have warned that we're entering a new phase of the conflict that could last for some time. It doesn't mean it will look exactly the same, or the needs or the resources will be exactly the same.
We have to be realistic and realize that this may last for a long time, for many months, for even years.
The Pentagon says it's impossible to know how long the war will last, but they believe Ukraine can win.
I think the proof is literally in the outcomes that you're seeing every day. The Ukrainians are bravely fighting for their country, and they have denied Mr. Putin so many of his strategic objectives. So absolutely they can win.
Round of sanctions, the United States has banned American investments in Russia, imposed penalties on family members of Vladimir Putin, and tightened restrictions on Sberbank, Russia's largest financial institution. The measures were taken in coordination with the other G7 countries and the European Union. CNN's Karen Kaifa with this report.
Amid more startling images from Ukraine,
responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Justice Department is helping to collect evidence for possible Russian war crimes prosecution.
The United States is, at the request of the Ukrainian prosecutor, assisting in the collection of information with respect to the atrocities that took place.
Garland announced a number of U.S. actions, including charges against a Russian oligarch for sanctions violations and the disruption of a botnet controlled by Russia's military intelligence agency. This, as the White House joined European allies in imposing new economic sanctions on Russian financial institutions and on Russian President Vladimir Putin's two daughters. But at a NATO summit in Brussels, an acknowledgement the conflict could last months, even years.
We have seen no indication that President Putin has changed his ambition to control the whole of Ukraine. But at the same time, we have to be realistic and realize that this may last for a long time.
On Capitol Hill, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warned of the economic toll of a long Russia-Ukraine war, with its disruption of the global food and energy markets. The EU took its first steps towards sanctioning Russia's energy market this week with a proposal to ban coal imports.
And now a group of amateur drone pilots are helping spot Russian tanks and report atrocities against civilians in Ukraine. This is a CNN special report from Ground Zero.
Just be careful, just move from the road.
It's like a scene from the gates of hell. The dead lay strewn across this highway west of Kiev, some still next to the wreckage of their vehicles, as the dogs roam around looking to scavenge. This is what Russian forces left behind when they retreated from here.
They organized ambush over there, where we're going right now.
Alexander Radzikhovsky tells me these were civilians, gunned down from this position where the Russians had placed a tank.
And you can see it's actually building the shooting zone. You see? Yeah. And these cars, look, they're sort of in line. There's no cars here because they will not let them come. They just shoot as soon as they approach.
The Russian government denies targeting civilians. They call such allegations, quote, fake and propaganda. But Alexander is part of a drone unit, and they filmed one incident. It was March 7th, when the Russians were still in full control of this area, and a group of cars was driving down the highway. They turned around after apparently taking fire from the tank position. This car stops, and the driver gets out. Then this.
He's raised his head above his head, and in this moment he was shot by on this place.
2 people were killed that day, Maxim Iovenko and his wife Ksenia, who was also sitting in the vehicle. The family has confirmed the identities to CNN. After the incident, the drone filmed Russian troops getting 2 further people out of the car and taking them away. It was the couple's 6-year-old son and a family friend traveling with them, the relatives confirmed. Both were later released by the Russians. The soldiers then search Maxim's body and drag him away. This incident both traumatizing and motivating for Alexander's drone unit.
In normal life before the war, we were civilians who like to fly drones around casually and just like make a nice video, YouTube videos. But when the war began, we become actually a vital part of the resistance.
Alexander sent us hours of video showing his team scoping out Russian vehicles, even finding them when they're hidden and almost impossible to spot, and then helping the Ukrainians hit them.
We are eyes. We call eyes because with eyes you can see and you can report. And as soon as you see, you can conduct strikes, artillery, air strikes.
How long does it take to get your information to the right places to then be able to act on the intelligence that you provide?
In good time, it's about a matter of minutes.
And sometimes a little mosquito can take out a whole herd of elephants. This is drone footage of Alexander's unit searching for a massive column of Russian tanks and armored vehicles. And this is that column after the drones found it. Alexander tells me units like his played a major role fending off Russian troops despite the Ukrainians being vastly outgunned.
We are agile as a territorial defense. We don't want to, just like it's suicide damage, we need to go. But the army, they have to stay. They're ordered to stay, they stay. They dying, but they stay and they hold in this ground.
Nobody knows how many Russians died here, but the group says it was many, taken out with the help of a band of amateur drone pilots looking to defend their homeland.
And the biggest invasion since World War II has entered its 43rd day, and cemeteries are overflowing with dead bodies of civilians and soldiers, unfortunately. In Lviv, a cemetery reserved for World War II martyrs has been forced to make way for those killed in this war. CNN's Jake Tapper with this report.
Gravediggers at Lykachiv Cemetery in Lviv, western Ukraine, today had to break ground in a fresh field to make room for the new war dead. repurposing the cemetery's adjacent World War II memorial to find space for the influx. Today, it's Ukrainian Army Sergeant Ubivok Yacheslav, 43, killed March 28th, and Private Hudzilak Lubamir, 33, killed on April 1st. Both killed in Luhansk in the Donbas region. Both men called to service after the Russians invaded. The soldiers' families started this grim day at the Saints Peter and Paul Garrison Church in Lviv. As their caskets passed the crowds on the way into the church, their loved ones wept for those whom they lost to Putin's invading army. The sounds of grief combined with that of prayer. Inside the formerly Jesuit church, built in the 1600s, locals have wrapped historic statues to protect them from debris in case of expected Russian shelling. After the service, a military tribute as mourners paid respects and gave flowers to the families, flowers always in even numbers. Ruslan Stefanchuk, the presiding officer of the Ukrainian parliament, basically the Speaker of the House, stopped by to honor the fallen.
I come here and all my honor and all my heart I put there. The Russia is guilty for everything, crimes, for everything, genocide, what they do in my land. I want the whole world knows that we never forget for nobody.
The church is right next to this monument to famous and beloved Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko, who was exiled by Russia's Tsar in the 1800s for advocating for Ukrainian independence from Russia and for human rights. One of Shevchenko's most famous poems, Zapovit or Testament, reads, "When I am dead, bury me in my beloved Ukraine, my tomb upon a grave mound high, amid the spreading plain."
Cars, vans, and buses full of mourners traveled the short distance to the cemetery. Caskets were unloaded, prayers offered.
The ceremony of burial has been simplified and made shorter in order not to decrease the morale and the spirit of our other military. Every day we have 2-3 burials here in Lviv. That is the price for our victory.
And the military paid tribute with instruments of both art and instruments of war.
We say heroes never die. We bury the body, but the glory of these people will live forever in our hearts and in our history.
A spokesman for the city would only say dozens when asked how many locals have been killed fighting to defend their homeland from the latest Russian threat. The spreading plain here, next to Lykachiv Cemetery, spreading now in order to make room for the dead.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. The Supreme Court of Pakistan will rule in 2 hours' time whether the Speaker was right in rejecting the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan. Will it be overturned? Will it be deemed illegal and unconstitutional? And if it is, then will the current assembly be restored and Imran forced to face a trust vote? Or will the court steer clear of the dissolution of the House and allow elections to take place? All eyes on the Pakistan Supreme Court, but first, the story so far.
मैं रिजाइन करता हूं, आखिरी गेंद तक मैं मुकाबला करता हूं। मैं कभी हार जिंदगी में नहीं मानी।
किसी गैर मुल्की ताकत को यह हक नहीं कि वो साजिश के तहत पाकिस्तान की आवाम की मुंतखब हुकूमत को गिराए।
Today, in fact, has been the 4th day of the hearing in the Pakistan Supreme Court, and ahead of the verdict is expected at 8 p.m. tonight. There's been some scathing observations made by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Justice Umar Abdullah ED has said that the Deputy Speaker's decision to dismiss the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan seemed prima facie wrong. That's because it is in violation of Article 95 of Pakistan's constitution, which says that a motion moved by not less than 20% of the total members of the Assembly may be passed against the Prime Minister. The Chief Justice also said that by calling elections, the whole country has been left helpless for the next 90 days. He also went on to add that Pakistan needs a strong government, not a weak one. Now, what is expected as we await this verdict? What are the possibilities? What are the likely scenarios that could play itself out? Scenario number one, the Assembly may be restored. The Supreme Court could say that the no trust motion that was rejected by the Deputy Speaker is null and void, it is illegal, restore the House and vote again. The court may not overturn, though, the decision to dissolve the House, the recommendation that was made by Prime Minister Imran Khan and that was upheld by the President of Pakistan. In any case, elections will likely happen in the next 3 months. Irrespective of what the court arrives at, whether the decision by the Deputy Speaker was unconstitutional or not, it is clear that all parties are bracing themselves for the elections which could happen possibly in the next 90 days, or it could also stretch to 120. Joining me now on the program, Lieutenant General KJ Singh is former General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Command. Mona Alam, senior journalist, is joining us. We'll also be joined by Ashok Sajjanhar, former diplomat, and Dr. Tara Karta, former director of the National Security Council Secretariat. Mona, let me start with you first. As we await the verdict, I know there have been observations that have been made by the Chief Justice and by other judges on the bench. I'm not getting into any of that, but what is it looking like? Is it looking like, at least from the comments that have been made, that the judges can't be seen as defending something that looks so blatantly unconstitutional and illegal?
Yes, apparently there are mixed comments and statements by the judges, by the entire bench. And I think if I look at it in totality, I think they are going to go towards a new election, because they did comment as well that they do not want a weak government. So, you know, if a coalition of 8 to 10 parties come in, those that are in opposition right now, and these people come in and form a government, it will of course be a very weak government, since it will be comprising of 8 to 10 stakeholders. So, you know, he has also commented that, as well as, you know, he has clearly called out against the actions of the Deputy Speaker, National Assembly, and he has said that it does look like a malafide because the opposition was in a clear winning position in the no confidence motion. So I think he's giving, there are statements. I think we will head probably towards a fresh mandate, a fresh election, but that too is, you know, subject to the Election Commission of Pakistan, because they have also coincidentally replied to a particular letter that was written to them by the President of Pakistan, and they have said that they cannot hold elections any prior than October. Although the Constitution of Pakistan mandates the Election Commission to hold elections at any time of an emergency within 39 days, within 3 months. But they're saying that they're not in a position to hold elections anywhere before October. So, you know, this is a new constitutional crisis, if I look at it in this perspective. So let's see.
But Dr. Tara Karta, what that means is, even if the court were to, and it's likely that the court would say that the Deputy Speaker's action was unconstitutional, the court may not reverse the dissolution of the House. The court may not say that the trust vote is still valid, go back and ask Imran Khan to go back and face the trust vote. It seems like the court will not interfere with the election process. And that is all that Imran Khan wants, because that seems to be his hand. His hand seems to be that he goes back to the people and tries to convince them that he's the one who's trying to save Pakistan, whereas the rest of the opposition have ganged up against him.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair conclusion, because earlier, if you remember, he had asked all the PTI members to resign from the parliament to go for re-election, so that the parliament numbers fall and you have a re-election. I mean, but I think also in the court, I asked him, what parliament said, I think the election commission has denied that it can't hold elections. There's some it's doubtful whether they're actually sticking to that position. So we'll have to wait and see. But in court, we cannot. the revelations about the National Security Committee meeting took place and the court was asking,
Yeah.
it turns out that when this meeting took place on this alleged letter, which has created this whole issue of, that there's a conflict and all that, the Foreign Secretary of Pakistan was not present. And that's really strange because he was in town. It was not that he was not in the country. He was in the country. In fact, he had a meeting with a German envoy that day, and he was not present in the meeting. So I think then next to her, the Attorney General of Pakistan today has not disputed the ruling of the court. He has no intention of disputing a ruling. So I think the bureaucracy overall is tending to move towards trying to sort of back off from this kind of absolutely illegal things which this government is doing.
No, so it's also interesting. This first meeting that happened was on March the 7th, and the second meeting, I'm given to understand, was sought for by the then Pakistan ambassador in Washington. So how can it be a conspiracy if the Pakistan envoy sought for the second meeting? But be that as it may, I want to get General KJ Singh into the conversation, because what is also of very great interest and a great amount of curiosity around it is the question of which way will the army swing. So far, they put out two statements in the last 2 weeks or so, both of it saying that the army has nothing to do with the ongoing political crisis and they are completely neutral as far as this ongoing political crisis is concerned. But then, read between the tea leaves for us. It's very, very clear that General Bajwa and Imran Khan are not on the same page. Not just on the question of India, on the question of the United States, on the question of China. How long can this unsustainable partnership be sustained? I mean, it's clear the army chief and the prime minister do not look eye to eye on most security issues.
Zaka, you are very right. And you have pointed out that there is a major divergence of opinion with regard to dealing with America, and it has a consequential effect on CPEC, China. So, in my perception, the kind of reapproachment that we are looking between Imran and army, nothing is impossible, but it is rather difficult. And in these 6 months, because this is also very crucial for General Bajwa, he is to retire at the end of this year.
Yeah.
So is he looking for another extension or is he looking for another role for himself? But things are very murky, and such a situation in our neighborhood is not very good, because in desperation, some very uncalled for things can also be attempted. And so we have to remain vigilant. See, the pitch of actions in Valley have not gone down. Recently, outsiders and a Kashmiri Pandit were targeted.
Yeah, correct.
So I think the deep state, the military establishment will continue to play their cards. But what is very important for us is that what call Pakistan takes vis-a-vis its relations with America, because there is some talk that there is increasing desperation in Pakistan about the weapons which have been given by China.
Correct.
They are not very reliable. Their serviceability is questionable. So is Pakistan wanting to reopen its sort of lines with America?
With the United States. In fact, General Bajwa in that speech that he made over the weekend was very clear that he wants better ties with the United States. He wants the ties between Washington and Islamabad to be slightly more on a better keel. And this is at a time when the Prime Minister is going across the country saying, America chor hai, America is out to get my regime. But I want to ask Ashok Sajanhar, you look at Pakistan, you look at even Sri Lanka to some extent. These are two countries on India's neighborhood going through turmoil for very different reasons, but they are going through turmoil. And again, there are very, very profound implications for the relationship of both of these countries with the Western world, with China in particular, and thereby it has implications for those countries and their relationship with us, with India. Clearly, after Imran Khan became Prime Minister, ties with India have not really taken off. And then, of course, after August 5th, 2019, ties have completely frozen. Yes, the ceasefire has been working for the last 1 year or so, but that is largely on the insistence of the army. Is it clear that even India even though we would not openly say it, but India is not very happy with the whole Imran Khan situation. They would rather see Imran Khan's back. Ashok Sajanhar.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you, Zaka, what your assessment that, when Imran Khan came to power, the sort of statements that he's been making, even, after 5th of August 2019, when he went around saying that, he's going to raise the Kashmir issue, the whole world over, like it has never been done by any other administration before that. The manner in which, after August 5 again, he approached the Saudis and UAE that there should be a special session of the OIC. That was not done. And, the manner in which he has been going out against India and against the Prime Minister himself. So I don't think we would shed any tears if Imran Khan were to go away. Of course, keeping very much in mind that, whatever regime comes, their attitude towards India is not going to undergo any significant change. I think this animosity and this trying to cozy up to China and now maybe even to Russia and some of the other countries against India, that definitely is going to continue. But whoever might be the replacement for Imran Khan, and it is my understanding that irrespective of what the court has said right now, that the Deputy Speaker has acted ultra vires the provisions of the Constitution. But I have a gut feeling that they are not going to stop the elections, because they'll say that, what the Chief Justice seems to also have mentioned is we have to see what is in the best interest of the country. And they would say that now that the process of elections has started, let it go forward. But that also going forward, I don't think Imran Khan will be able to project himself as a martyr who has, even the world's biggest superpower is gunning for, and that is why he should receive some sympathy considerations and some support.
So anti-Americanism is something that is very high in Pakistan. Anti-Americanism has been a facet of political life for the last 20 years since the war on terror began. But I want to ask Mona Alam, if the bench, the Supreme Court bench, is unanimous in finding that the Deputy Speaker's action was unconstitutional, how much will that hurt Imran Khan politically? I don't think they will stop the election process. Ultimately, this has to be settled in an election. But will Imran Khan, this whole claim that, there was a foreign conspiracy, America is out to get him, so on and so forth, will that be robbed off if the court were to rule unanimously that the Deputy Speaker's action was unconstitutional?
I don't really think it will be wronged off entirely, because I think what the court is trying to establish here, and what the court may try to establish here is this, that he shouldn't have attached that particular foreign conspiracy theory to dismissing the entire no confidence motion, that too on the day when the voting was about to take place. So I think he will look at it, and the court will look at it in this particular context. If they deem that the Deputy Speaker's ruling was unconstitutional, and if they do set it aside, then I think that will be entirely in another context. On the other hand, on the foreign conspiracy theory end, I think Imran Khan only, he himself has suggested that there should be a judicial commission that should probe the matter. And yes, I think the matter should be probed. So I think he will look at the two matters mutually exclusive. The court may set aside the ruling of the Deputy Speaker, and he may also form a judicial commission so that both the ends are satisfied and both their objections are met.
No, so Tarakarta, the problem is Imran Khan is a political entrepreneur. He can claim, and that's what he's been claiming over the last 2 weeks or so, is that he is a self-made politician. He's not needed a godfather. He doesn't represent the system that the PPP and the PMLN have almost got a kabza on that system for the last 30 years. Every campaign rally he goes around and says, these are the people who've looted Pakistan for the last 30 years, and I'm the one who's trying to save Pakistan. Is that having resonance on the ground? Is that the most important issue for people of Pakistan? Or is electricity prices, electricity cuts, food inflation, lack of jobs, the currency getting beat, are those the more important issues? Ultimately, the issues that will decide which way this election will go?
See,
he's made, to put it very bluntly, he's made a monkey out of the opposition. I mean, on that day when this verdict was, when the parliament was dissolved. So across, there is a sense that this man has won over the rest of these people who have, for various reasons, have got not the best of records in Pakistan. And like I said earlier, he is by and large seen as an honest man. So there is, in social media, if you look, there is overwhelming support, not just for Imran Khan, but also to have Lieutenant General Faiz Hamid as the next army chief. I mean, that is interesting that he's apparently wanting General Bajwa to leave. That's what the PTI, one of the PTI members had said. So that kind of a, like you said, everybody loves a winner. So in this thing, he looks like he's had the smarts and the opposition didn't.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'm getting a piece of breaking news, and this is the first reaction that we're getting from top PMLN sources saying that they're satisfied with the hearing so far, that the Deputy Speaker's ruling was unconstitutional and against the law of Pakistan. Therefore, this particular source from the PMLN suggesting to Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor, that they want Parliament to be restored as soon as possible. They want not just the decision of the Speaker to be overturned, that's one part of it because it's unconstitutional. They also want the House to be restored. The Constitution and the national interests are above everything else. And then once the House is restored, let Parliament decide the fate of Imran Khan. He can't go as the winner in this trust vote into the next elections. He's lost support, and that should be declared by Parliament. I want to also bring in another piece of breaking news, and this all right, we'll go across to that in just 1 second. But Mona, would this be a fair assessment that the PMLN, the best case scenario for the opposition, the People's Democracy Movement, is A, the decision by the Speaker is null and void, it's declared unconstitutional, and the House is restored and the trust vote takes place in the House? How easy or difficult would that be, restoring the House, a House that's been dissolved?
It's going to be extremely difficult, and I think it'll just create another mockery out of us, because this is one unique case where, the government wants fresh elections, they want the dissolution of assemblies, this is what they're pleading to the court, and on the other hand, the opposition wants the government to come back in, and they want the assemblies to, resume themselves from where they were suspended or dissolved from. So it's a unique and strange, funny case. I mean, I think it's very difficult if they restore the parliament once again. The no trust vote, the counting is very clearly against Imran Khan. So they're going to oust him. Imran Khan would go home, and Imran Khan would have his facts bagging again. And then again, they're going to, go into an interim government. So I think it will bring us back to square one. It's all, it may satisfy certain political egos, but I think they should look beyond it and also agree on a single point of fact that they want fresh mandate. This is what even the opposition had been asking for prior to bringing the no confidence motion. They've been asking repeatedly, they've been pressurizing government and Imran Khan repeatedly to hold fresh elections, and they've been telling him that you've lost mandate, go get a fresh mandate from the public. So I think they should not go back to square one. This entire thing that the assemblies get back to where they stopped from, it's rather funny. It's a mockery of the system. I know, the Constitution has been trampled upon, but I think they should look beyond it.
So the problem is this, and I'll ask Ashok Sajanhar about this. Even if the court were to declare that the actions of the Deputy Speaker were illegal, the problem that the opposition is saying is that the actions that flowed thereof, which is Imran Khan recommending the dissolution of the House, the President acting upon that dissolution, and then the Election Commission saying that elections will be held in 90 days, all of these acts flow from an illegal and unconstitutional act. So you can't say that the starter act, the initiator act was illegal, but all the actions subsequently are legal and fine.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Zaka, what you say, that you can't, the foundation of all these decisions is illegal, and then you continue to act on the basis of what the other consequences flow out of it. But to me, it appears, meaning I would be surprised if the court were to go and wholesale say that, this act is illegal, so we need to revert back to the situation as it existed on the morning of 3rd of April. I find that would be rather, I don't think that's going to happen. As I said, I would be pleasantly surprised, but I'm not really sort of, waiting with bated breath as far as that is concerned.
All right. Thank you very much to all our guests. I'm getting a piece of breaking news which I need to go to now. So thank you to all our guests. This again concerns the Ministry of External Affairs. They've now reacted ahead of that crucial United Nations vote that's going to happen on whether Russia needs to be kicked out from the UNHRC. And there is huge pressure, particularly coming in from the United States. The MEA spokesperson has now just said that political coloring should not be attributed to our actions. This is, of course, responding to the criticism on India's ties with Russia and the fact that India has abstained from almost all of the votes that have happened at the United Nations, both at the Security Council and at the General Assembly. Now, this particular vote is going to be absolutely crucial because the Russian side is also putting pressure, saying that any action which is even seen as abstention or neutral will not be good enough because this particular resolution involves kicking Russia out of the United Nations Human Rights Council on the back of the horrific scenes that we're seeing from places like Bucha. Maha has more details on this. Maha, so the MEA saying that our actions should not be viewed from a political prism. Will this be good enough to counter the criticism that's coming, particularly from the United States, that India is riding two horses or riding on two boats?
So from the entire briefing that the Ministry of External Affairs held today, Zaka, one theme was clear, that India is going to stay on the path that it has chosen of neutrality in this entire Ukraine crisis. Also, as far as the issue of whether or not India's stand against Russia is correct or not, as the West continues to pile pressure, India has said that India's relationship with Russia and specifically the trade relationship, the purchase of oil, will all be based on the fact that whatever is in India's national interest, and secondly, India said that it is trying to stabilize the economic relationship that it already has with Russia. This was, in fact, reiterated thrice by the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson. As far as the issue of human rights are concerned and the horrifying scenes from Bucha, India, and it was again reiterated by the spokesperson there, that from the External Affairs Minister to India's envoy at the United Nations, India has condemned this. India has called for an independent investigation, and India has been calling for dialogue and diplomacy to be the way forward in resolving the differences between Russia and Ukraine.
Okay.
So India continues to stick to its stand.
Maha, we'll leave it at that. That crucial vote also coming up later tonight on whether Russia needs to be kicked out of the United Nations Human Rights Council. Meanwhile, the island nation of Sri Lanka is reeling under its worst economic crisis since independence. Public ire has been mounting for President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who categorically made it clear that he will not resign. On Wednesday, the government's chief whip said that the Rajapaksa government will take this crisis head-on. Now, some senior officials from the government fear that Sri Lanka is facing the imminent threat of starvation for its population as the food shortage continues to escalate. And CNN News 18 is the only network which has two reporters in Sri Lanka. Here are some of the reports that they filed.
People standing in queues, long lines of vehicles and armed army personals. This is how every other petrol pump in the entire Sri Lanka is looking like these days. Right now, we are 30 kilometers from Colombo and Kottagede. This is the name of the place where we are right now, and you can see this long queue of people. And what you can see, in fact, there are small children as well. There are children who are there in the queue with jerry cans. This shows us how bad the situation is in the island country. How long you're waiting in these lines, and how often do you have to do that?
Like we are waiting from like 4 a.m. in the morning. Like every day it's our job. We don't have any job to do. Like this is our daily job nowadays. And the vehicles they are waiting like 4 days in the queue. So it's like a very long day. So that's...
We have to come every day because they give only 5.5 liters diesel for 1,000 rupees. Not enough, no? It will be finished soon. So we must come tomorrow morning. Or today evening. Sometime today evening also coming.
What to do? This is how helpless the people of this absolutely beautiful nation are feeling these days. And as of now, for how long they'll have to suffer like this, that's a question nobody is ready to answer.
It must have been the work of British specialists, he says, because the town of Butcher and the English word butcher sound so similar.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted on Ukraine and emphasized that bipartisanship over foreign policy augurs well for India, the global stage. He's also said that it is our collective duty to care for the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens. So what is behind the seeming change of stand by India? Remember, India has now called for an independent probe in Bucha. Bucha, from the face of it, is crimes against humanity. It's a war crime. India cannot be seen as condoning that. Number two, less than 1% of India's oil now is being imported from Russia. That used to be 7-8% a couple of years ago. That's been drastically cut down. There is growing pressure from the West. You heard Lloyd Austin earlier today. You heard Dalip Singh last week. You even heard Joe Biden calling India somewhat shaky. It's also wary of Russia not being a long-term, dependable arms supplier. The government now has more elbow room. Remember, all the votes at the UN before this happened when there were Indian students who were stuck there and were being in the process of being evacuated. But now all of them have been evacuated. That gives India some amount of elbow room. Meanwhile, in another round of pressure tactics, I referred to this a moment ago, the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has said that India should scale back on its defense acquisitions from Russia. He said, and I quote, that dealing with Russia will not be in India's interests.
We continue to work with them to ensure that they understand that it's not in their best. We believe that it's not in their best interest to continue to invest in Russian equipment. Our requirement going forward is that downscale the types of equipment that they're investing in, and look to invest more in the types of things that will make us continue to be compatible.
Pakistan's Supreme Court has once again adjourned the hearing on the dissolution of the National Assembly. The hearing will continue tomorrow. But today, during today's hearing, the court said that prima facie, it appeared that the no-confidence motion was about to succeed. But on the day of voting, the Deputy Speaker decided to dissolve the House instead. Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan President rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former Chief Justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the President, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the Constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker Prime Minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition, and it's that committee of 8 that will decide. This committee has to decide on the caretaker name within 3 days once it is formed. The names of the 2 nominees will then be sent to the Election Commission. The President will consult with the Election Commission and then select a caretaker Prime Minister. Meanwhile, some domestic political news, and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar says he will be reaching out to non-BJP.
Hello everyone, good evening, I'm Shreya Dhondial. In the last 10 days, Sri Lanka's streets have been besieged by angry protesters as the country's economic crisis goes from bad to worse. The hunt still continues for a finance minister. Ali Sabri, who quit after a day on the job, has said the government on priority needs to look into restructuring a $1 billion international sovereign bond, which is maturing just now in July. Sabri has also called for political stability in order for the government to hold talks with the World Bank and initiate a bridge financing plan with the Asian Development Bank. Now, political stability, as you know, is elusive in Sri Lanka right now, as President Rajapaksa doesn't have the numbers and has refused to quit. The opposition, meanwhile, is refusing to join him to form a unity government. Now, critics are saying the roots of the crisis lie in economic mismanagement by successive governments that created and sustained a twin deficit, a budget shortfall alongside a current account deficit. Foreign exchange reserves in Sri Lanka have fallen by 70% in the last 2 years and were down to just $2.31 billion as of this February. What this means is that Sri Lanka has no money to import essentials, including food and fuel. Does a part of the blame for this economic mess in Sri Lanka lie on China's debt diplomacy as well? We are raising that question with our panel this evening. We are also getting you ground reports from Sri Lanka. Let's start though by showing you just how bad things are. The country is seeing 13-hour-long power cuts. So desperate is the power generator in the country that it is asking 1 million government employees to work from home to save fuel. Take a look. Jaspreet is there.
The island nation is experiencing acute shortage of many things like diesel, fuel, power cut and record inflation. Right now we are in Colombo. Protests are going all over the country. People want President Gotabaya Rajapaksa to resign and they are protesting. They want to go to the parliament, but high security zone. This is the area of high security, and you can see the banners in which it is written, every generation needs a new revolution. And people have banners in their hands. They just want a new regime. They want that Rajapaksa should resign at any cost. And we have seen on Wednesday, former minister said that there are various wrong policies of the government which led to this situation. People have posters in their hand and they just want that this government should step down at any cost. They want a new regime. You can see the poster.
This is one struggle in court. It's a very bad president in Gotabaya Rajapaksa. It's also many troubles now in Sri Lanka and every people. Very difficult decisions now.
This is a matter of corruption actually, daylight robberies. This totally led to this corruption is the absence of law and order. That is the corruption of the bribery commission, the police department as well as the attorney general's department. The crimes happen at daylight, but nobody is taking actions. One entire family is running the country. The Rajapaksas, they should get rid of this bloody corruption. They should go home. Go home, Rajapaksa.
Go home, Rajapaksa, go home is a chant that you can hear across Sri Lanka today. In fact, Sri Lanka's power regulator, in desperation, has written a letter to India seeking diesel shipment to avoid power cuts in the island country during the upcoming traditional New Year, which falls on 13th and 14th of April. Now, most fuel pumps are running empty, and those that have some fuel are seeing long queues. People are waiting in queues for as long as 6 hours to get a little diesel or a little petrol. Take a look.
People standing in queues, long lines of vehicles and armed army personals. This is how every other petrol pump in the entire Sri Lanka is looking like these days. Right now, we are 30 kilometers from Colombo and Kottagede. This is the name of the place where we are right now, and you can see this long queue of people. And what you can see, in fact, there are small children as well. There are children who are there in the queue with jerry cans. This shows us how bad the situation is in the island country. How long you're waiting in these lines and how often do you have to do that?
Like we are waiting from like 4 a.m. in the morning. Like every day it's our job. We don't have any job to do. Like this is our daily job nowadays. And the vehicles they are waiting like 4 days in the queue. So it's like a very long day. So that's...
Yeah, we have to come every day because they give only 5.5 liters diesel for 1,000 rupees. Not enough, no? It will be finished soon. So we must come tomorrow morning or today evening. Sometime today evening also coming.
What to do? This is how helpless the people of this absolutely beautiful nation are feeling these days. And as of now, for how long they'll have to suffer like this, that's a question nobody is ready to answer.
Just to get you another aspect of life in Sri Lanka right now, my colleague Jaspreet is on the ground in Colombo. She needs her phone to be recharged, and she goes to a mall to do that. And the person in the mall who's supposed to do the job cannot do it because there has been no electricity in that mall for 10 hours. Take a look at her report.
इस वक्त मैं कोलंबो के मॉल में मौजूद हूं और मुझे अपना फोन रिचार्ज करवाना है। हम ग्राउंड जीरो पर पिछले काफी दिनों से हैं और हमें बहुत मुश्किल आ रही है रिचार्ज करने में, क्योंकि यहाँ पर लाइट नहीं है। जब हमारी टीम को होटल में रह करके इतनी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है तो आम लोगों की स्थिति क्या होगी ये समझी जा सकती है। ये देखिए यहाँ पर खूब अंधेरा है। जिन लोगों के पास जनरेटर है वो फिर भी चला रहे हैं, लेकिन फ्यूल बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है, तो ऐसे में उनको अंधेरे में ही रहना पड़ता है और ये पूरे दिन ऐसी स्थिति होती है, बहुत कम लाइट आती है। Sir, you can recharge my phone.
Madam, very sorry because the power cut this our mall. So building power also not working, generators also not working because of the diesel no have. So if they go to bring the diesel and restart the generator, it takes more than 3 hours. So we are staying in the dark. So actually you can see all the shops are darkness. So we are waiting. Sometimes emergency power also we cannot get it here. We are looking as a big complex. We are looking good condition generator, emergency work this power. So that also failure because emergency also shut down.
स्थिति भयावह है। पसीने आ रहे हैं, गर्मी एक अलग वजह है, दूसरा इनका कारोबार ठप हो चुका है। आपको इस दुकान में कोई भी नजर नहीं आ रहा होगा क्योंकि कोई आता ही नहीं है, ग्राहक वैसे ही कम है। और जब हम पहुंचे भी यहाँ पर तो हमारी समस्या का समाधान नहीं हुआ, हम एक रिचार्ज नहीं करवा पा रहे हैं।
Okay, so is loans a factor in the terrible mess that Colombo finds itself in? And why do we say that? Look, the economic crisis in Sri Lanka is present right now for various reasons, but one of them could be reckless borrowing that Sri Lanka has done to fund infrastructure projects which essentially have been completely unprofitable. In fact, 95% of the revenue, at least till 2021, goes into paying the interest on loans. Sri Lanka owes over $5 billion to China alone. The forex reserve has shrunk to an extent where it has shrunk to 70% in the last 2 years. Now, is China's debt diplomacy, is that one of the reasons why Sri Lanka is seeing the economic mess that it is in? Let's quickly take a look at what this Hambantota port project is. Now, this is a $1 billion project that was funded by loans taken from Chinese lenders. They funded the project by granting contracts for port development to Chinese contractors. Sri Lanka failed to pay interest and repay the debt, and so agreed to give China, a firm in China, the Hambantota port, on a 99-year lease in return for more loans. The new loans were used to buy about 15,000 acres of land around the Hambantota port to build factories and offices that will be used by China. So Sri Lanka is staring at starvation. Is China responsible? Is its debt diplomacy responsible? That is something that I'm going to ask my guests who are joining me this evening. Fidel Fernando is a journalist, author, joining us from Colombo. Fidel, good to have you on the show again. Vishnu Prakash, you're a former diplomat, you're joining us as well. And Sushant Sareen, he's a senior fellow at ORF, tracking the situation in Sri Lanka very closely. Fidel, can I come to you here? You know, there have been some reports in the press that I have read about a section of people in Sri Lanka blaming the Chinese for the mess that Sri Lanka is in right now. Is that a growing chorus? Is that something people in Sri Lanka believe? And if it is, then why so?
So, I mean, I think people, even your regular Sri Lankan voter, is aware of what China kind of tries to do in these kinds of situations, right? We've understood why the way that China acts, and that they kind of make these loans, or they provide these loans, and then they insist on Chinese companies building those projects. So China kind of wins twice on those deals, and then leaves the country with debt. However, this has been something that's going on for many years now, right? So it's not as if Sri Lanka does not understand what is at play and does not understand the kinds of deals that China offers. Yes, they are to some extent predatory. However, the country itself understands that they're predatory, and it's not like these deals are forced on any government. That China simply offers their terms, which are very they're not favorable to Sri Lanka often. However, it is up to the government to take it up or not. And what we've seen from particularly the Rajapaksa governments is a willingness to take on these infrastructure projects, and willingness to take on these roles, these loans on bad terms. And, over years, over several of these loans being taken up. And that's how we've ended up in this situation. Also, beyond just taking on these big external debts, what's, in the kind of medium term, that's what's precipitated this crisis is a sharp drop in government revenue because of tax cuts that have been implemented, the COVID-19 pandemic, where tourism, which is a huge earner for the country, went to pretty much zero, and also a fertilizer ban or chemical fertilizer ban that practically halved agricultural yields. So those factors all, yes, China's kind of predatory system is a factor, but it's also, to me, not the most important factor. I think the most important factor is repeated governments being too willing to provide these big infrastructure projects with money that they frankly can't afford in the long term, and that's what's happened.
Is it also because it gives, Sushant Sareen, come in here, is it also because it gives politicians in Sri Lanka a leeway to siphon off money? Because here's what I'm thinking. The World Bank and the IMF will give you a loan. Yes, the terms are very strict, but they will give you loans for what? A 1%, maximum 2%. China is offering you loans at a higher rate, and you need to return them within what, 5 to 10 years. Why would any country, any politician, any president want to take loans which frankly it simply doesn't make sense?
So Shreya, the reason why it made sense was that one was corruption, because there were very credible reports of kickbacks which the first family had received. Secondly, there was this whole business that most of these projects, they were not designed well. Look, there's nothing wrong with having big infrastructure projects coming in and investments, foreign investments coming in. Absolutely nothing wrong, provided there is some feasibility study which comes to a conclusion that yes, these are viable projects. Hambantota, for example, had been first offered to India. Correct. India refused because India said that this is not a viable project. Because it happens to be the constituency of the Rajapakshes and they want to build this. They build a boat in which comes. They build an airport in which no plane lands. They build a cricket stadium in which no match takes place. And they build a really which runs from Gaul, at least at the time I traveled, it was from on when I traveled years back, there were a total of about 10 cars on that expressway, right? Now, when you build projects like this, these are not going to be viable. So when Mr. Fernando, I believe I got his name correct, yes, he says that, look, these were not forced down our throat, maybe not found, but yes, in the sense that when you have a kleptocratic regime, then they are in a sense forced down the throat of the country. That is what has happened. But the Chinese projects only kind of was the last straw on the camel's back. Correct. The problem also has been a fundamental structural problem in the Sri Lankan economy, which was compounded by, as Mr. Fernando very correctly said, the COVID pandemic, the commodity crisis world over, and all of it all jumbled together now to make a perfect storm. And Shreya, let me just tell you, take you from south of India to west of India, a similar storm is going to be hitting the Pakistanis. It's already started today. And when this storm starts unfolding, then, it starts off slowly, but when it starts hitting, then, the speed is exponential. And what Sri Lanka is facing is essentially an economic meltdown. There are no easy solutions. There will be an extremely painful structural adjustment process they will have to go through, if at all. I don't think any finance minister has a magic wand which they can wave and get this through. And frankly speaking, somewhere along the line, Sri Lanka might be staring at default. Somewhere along the line, they would be looking for more funds, more loans, which they will have to figure out how they're going to pay back. And if they're going to be taking it from the Chinese, then apart from the economic constraints, there are going to be very serious geopolitical issues which will also, get dovetailed on those economic constraints. So frankly speaking,
I'm very fond of Sri Lanka. I love that country. I used to love visiting there. But I don't see a very nice smooth
China
way.
China is the biggest lender in the world. So if Sri Lanka goes back to China for more loans, well, we know. Yeah.
If I might just add, the other problem with the Chinese projects is that there is very little, when they invest that money also, there is very little which comes into the economy. Because these guys, the Chinese, it's predatory also in the sense that the cement will come from China, the workers will come from China, the technical staff will come from China, every nut and bolt will come from China. There is very little spin-off in the local economy. So the local economy is only churning out the money to pay for that damn project, but it's not getting anything in return. And the beneficial effects of that kind of an investment are never really manifest. And this is not just in Sri Lanka. We are seeing it in East Africa, Pakistan, of course, I've told you, and we've seen it in many Latin American countries as well. And yet,
40 countries
politicians are obsessed with this kind of lumpy investment, these white elephant projects, these prestige projects, little realizing that they're going to push their country.
China's debt diplomacy is at work in 40 nations across the world. Vishnu Prakash, come in here. China is calling all these talks of Sri Lankan mess being blamed to China's debt diplomacy as a smear campaign.
So I'm trying to say, rarely do I agree with my good friend Sushant Singh. Today I agree with him fully. So I'm very happy. Two, it is very easy to blame China. I am no admirer of China, but the fact is, as Mr. Fernando said, you're not dealing with juveniles. They are offering you a project. There could be kickbacks. The terms are very clear. There is no due diligence done. There are vanity projects. But why is it that some politicians decide to take it and some do not? Why has India not fallen for it? Why has Sri Lanka or the others fallen for it? So if you have a systemic problem in your own country or your leaders going for vanity projects, I will not like to blame China. Yes, their terms are not very favorable. Yes, it is meant to shore up their own economies. But the fault lies, I think, with the leadership of a country which falls for these kind of projects. The problem with Sri Lanka is that they have generally lived beyond their means. And historically, they have taken 16 bailouts from IMF in 15 years. So it is a systemic problem that they have. And then you have had so many Rajapakshas, President, Prime Minister, Irrigation Minister, Finance Minister. Even the best of things, if you have too much of a good thing, I don't think that is very useful. VAT was reduced from 15% to 8%. And then there are things which were beyond their control. For example, the tourism revenue fell by $4 billion.
Correct.
Now, $4 billion is a lot of money for Sri Lanka. Remittances fell by $1.5 billion. So that is the challenges that the country faces. They did not go in for belt-tightening measures. They are a welfare economy. So it is partly to do with the mismanagement, partly to do with circumstances, and partly to do with the structural issues that Sri Lanka faces.
And a lot to do with the corruption that is being blamed on its leadership. Mr. Fernando, does Sri Lanka or its leadership have a plan right now? We know that you don't have a finance minister. So who's taking the calls? Is there any attempt at all to fix the mess that Sri Lanka is in? And who's making this attempt? Okay, I believe we have lost Fidel Fernando, who is joining us from Sri Lanka. Sushant, if you can come in here, the fact is that there seems to be no end to this mess. We have reporters on the ground telling us that there are 13-hour power cuts. The electricity regulator is asking people to work from home so that people can save on fuel. The country doesn't even have a finance minister. The opposition, it seems, is in no mood to topple the government because they know whoever comes to power, no one is in a position to fix the mess that Sri Lanka is in. So is the country doomed? I mean, is there no way forward for the country? I know this question is for Mr. Fernando, and we'll try and reconnect with him. But Sushant, in case you want to take that question. Fidel, I believe you're back with us in case you want to take that question, and then I'll go to Sushant.
Yes. Yes, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. My question to you is this. The country, Sri Lanka, doesn't have a finance minister. The opposition, by the looks of it, doesn't want an election because whoever comes to power may not be in a position to fix the mess that Sri Lanka is in. So it's too much of a mess. Is there a plan of action as far as fixing Sri Lanka and its economy is concerned, or is there no hope as we speak?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say there's no hope. I think there's certainly an understanding that it's going to take years to fix it. The opposition has, over the last 24 hours, kind of come together with some sort of a plan. I think there's, I think also it's kind of a strange moment, or it could be a turning point in Sri Lankan politics as well, because the citizens' protests that have broken out across the country have not just called for immediate relief in terms of the economy and in terms of helping people buy their daily necessities, which is a huge problem for lots of people right now. But beyond that, there is an understanding among the Sri Lankan electorate that the way that Sri Lanka has been doing politics, this kind of like family-style politics, this dynastic politics, and just the way in which politics is organized in the country, there are huge flaws with that. So one of the big promises that the opposition has made, for example, is to get rid of the executive presidency, where someone like a Gotabaya Rajapaksa can act with the kind of impunity and without any checks and balances, which is what has sort of precipitated the crisis. Certainly in the medium term. In the long term, we've talked about all of the white elephant projects, this willingness to take on debt that the country can't pay. But in the medium term, there were also a lot of big things that this government did that were huge missteps. And so there is, I feel, the IMF will help. Well, the hope is that the IMF will help Sri Lanka restructure its debts. I think that's a process that will take many months and will not give immediate relief. The big problem is for the short term. How are people going to eat tomorrow? How are people going to eat next week? How are these power cuts? How is this power cut situation going to be sorted? Those are the problems to which I think there are no solutions.
Okay, I think we are losing your audio there. Vishnu Prakash, come in here. There are also some reports of Sri Lanka staring at starvation if the situation continues to be what it is. Can India do anything beyond what it is right now? I do understand that a credit line has been extended, that there is diesel, that has diesel and petrol both. Huge shipments have reached Sri Lanka. They'll certainly not be enough, but at least these shipments are reaching. Beyond this, is there anything that India can do right now?
Shreya, I think we can and we will. I would, if there is a crisis of that nature in Sri Lanka, and it looks that things will become worse before they can get better, because these kinds of structural issues cannot be sorted out overnight. And as a neighbor, I think we will step in. The only danger here is, or not a danger, but there is always that blowback, because somewhere along the line, even if you do good, there are sections of the media which start in the host country, in the recipient country, start finding faults. There is negative reporting. We remember what happened in Nepal when India provided assistance for the earthquake. But that is, I think, par for the course. We should and we will step in if there is a crisis of that nature in Sri Lanka, because we have always done that, and I think we have the ability to do that, the political will and the desire.
Sushant, I have exactly 20 seconds in case you want to add to that.
No, just this much, that, unlike Nepal, Sri Lanka is probably the only country in South Asia, at least that's my experience, and Ambassador Prakash, I'm giving him one thing to disagree with me on. But to my mind, Sri Lanka is the only country where the sense which I got was that it was amazingly friendly towards India, and the kind of nonsense which you read in the Nepalese press, you normally do not read in the Sri Lankan press. Of course, it was a different matter during those bad years when this LTTE menace was there in Sri Lanka. But by and large, you see, a great friendly attitude towards India. So I don't really foresee much of a blowback. But even if there was going to be a blowback,
I would rather that we pull out whatever stops we can to assist Sri Lanka in this moment of almost an existential crisis, rather than just keep a hands-off approach. I think we have to bail them out to the extent we can. We have our own limitations. I don't think we can go beyond a certain point, but I'm sure we can marshal a lot of support from them, from the international community. Try and get them better terms, and try and make sure that this horrible period is tided over. I think that's a responsibility we must discharge, at least with our southern neighbor. I don't care much what happens in our west.
We'll see what happens. That story plays out at 8 o'clock today. So I hope you're joining us then. Fidel Fernando, thank you very much for joining us. Vishnu Prakash, Shashank Sareen, good to have you on the show as well. With that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks for watching.
That's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition, and it's that committee of 8 that will decide. This committee has to decide on the caretaker name within 3 days once it is formed. The names of the 2 nominees will then be sent to the Election Commission. The President will consult with the Election Commission and then select a caretaker Prime Minister. Meanwhile, some domestic political news, and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar says he will be reaching out to non-BJP leaders very soon. He says that Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had urged him to initiate the outreach and draft a future course of action. Another big news point from Pawar's press conference today, he said he doesn't want to be the president of the United Progressive Alliance, the UPA, a post that was previously held by Sonia Gandhi. The Gujarat Animal Welfare Board has written to the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia seeking a ban on non-vegetarian food on domestic flights. This appeal comes after recent incidents of vegetarian passengers being mistakenly served non-vegetarian food on flights. But the fact remains that 70% of the Indian population is non-vegetarian. Let's break it down state by state. In Delhi, for example, 63%, and in Uttar Pradesh, 55% folks consume non-vegetarian. 70% of Indians are considered to be non-vegetarian. In Assam and West Bengal, you go to the east of the country. In Bengal, for example, it is 99% of the population that consumes some form of non-vegetarian food. You also go to Rajasthan, it's 27%. In Madhya Pradesh, it's more than half the population. You go further south to Maharashtra, it's almost 60%. In Andhra Pradesh, 98% of the population consumes meat. Same is the case in Tamil Nadu, 98%. In Kerala, it's 97%. So if you look at the east and the south of the country, it's predominantly eating non-vegetarian. Karnataka, almost 80%. Gujarat is only 40%. So the south and the east are heavily non-vegetarian, whereas the west and the north are vegetarian. In the southern region of the United States, it's reeling under heavy floods and a tornado on Tuesday. Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported, but plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive. While Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city, homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately...
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Why is it that every time there is a terror link that comes to light in India, more than those who condemn, we have a greater number of terror apologists competing to be heard? The same has happened now after clear radical links of Ahmed Murtaza Abbasi have come to light. This man went on a rampage attacking security and policemen outside the Gorakhnath temple with a machete. Caught alive, and the dots are being connected now. But noted politicians, even a former state chief minister, have jumped in to play it down. Why? How is the public of this country supposed to feel when those who conduct attacks are protected or shielded, over and above the lives and well-being of those who come under attack, people like you and me? But when we oppose this, we are also called names. So some can carry out attacks, you and me can't even lament an outrage. When will this double standard and warped narrative end? But first, has terror apologia become routine for Samajwadi Party and its chief Akhilesh Yadav? Remember in 2012, Akhilesh Yadav government, after coming to power, had withdrawn 14 terror cases. Varanasi blast, serial code blast cases were dropped. In 2020, he promised to do the same, that is, withdraw cases against CAA protesters. Several of them have cases because they went on a rampage, riot-like situation, there was arson and public property destruction. Now, after the public's verdict in the recent elections in 2022, he says Gorakhnath attacker is mentally unstable, accusing the BJP of exaggerating terror angle. Before we debate this and what does this really imply, here is more on what has happened.
An attack at the gates of God. 29-year-old Ahmed Murtaza Abbasi went on a rampage, attacking two policemen outside the Gorakhnath Mutt with a machete, gravely injuring one. Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi Adityanath is the head of the Gorakhnath Mutt. The attacker is an IIT graduate. A laptop, a phone and a plane ticket was recovered from him. Now, an international terror link has emerged. Sources have told CNN News18 that video and literature related to ISIS in Syria have been found from Abbasi's laptop. Abbasi had been watching videos of beheadings in Syria, the 9/11 attacks in America and lone wolf attacks in Western countries. But while the attack raises an alarm of radicalization and lone wolf attacks in India, the principal opposition in UP, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, is more interested in playing it down.
उसके पिता ने जो कहा है कि साइकेट्रिक प्रॉब्लम थी, बाइपोलर इश्यूज हैं उसके साथ, और बीजेपी तो वो पार्टी है जो बात को न जाने कितना खींच देती है.
That remark drew a sharp reaction from the BJP.
गोरखनाथ मंदिर पे जो हमला है, वह हमला साधारण नहीं है, वो एक बहुत गंभीर घटना थी और उस गंभीर घटना की जांच में जुटी हुई पुलिस का मनोबल तोड़ने या ऐसे अपराध करने वालों का मनोबल बढ़ाने का यह प्रयास श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के द्वारा जो किया गया है, मैं उसकी कड़ी भर्त्सना करता हूं.
Fresh after the election results, will it be business as usual for opposition parties when it comes to the threat of terror? Will the norm of playing down Islamic radicalization and vote bank appeasement continue? Look at what the accused confession says. Murtaza says he was angry over issues like CAA and NRC, as well as the hijab row in Karnataka. He says that the rising atrocities on Muslims is what led him to carry out this attack. The question then arises, who is guilty of spreading the poison of victimhood among minorities in India?
So why is Akhilesh Yadav in this case, and why have so many politicians in the past tried to shield terror accused? In fact, there are organizations that openly say that, especially in such cases where Muslims are accused, that they have been made victims of the system, etc. I'll go across to our guest joining us. Professor Bhuvan Joshi Bhaskar is spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Desh Ratan Nigam is lawyer, leans towards the BJP. Arvind Kumar Jain is former DGP Uttar Pradesh. Bhuvan ji, let me come to you first up. Can you explain to me why Akhilesh Yadav has to come and say that, you know, this man is mentally unstable? That is already a theory that is there. His parents have already spoken, we know. Why does he need to come out and say that a lot is being made out of it? How does he know?
देखिए, हमने माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने इस जांच में कोई भी बात नहीं कही है. उन्होंने ये कहा है, जरूर कहा है, क्योंकि हम मानते हैं, इस देश के लोग और मानते हैं कि पिता को पुत्र समझ सकता है. उनकी मनोस्थिति का बताने का जो पिता ने काम करा है, माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने कहा है कि उस पक्ष को भी समझा जाए। उन्होंने एक केवल उसकी जो मेंटल पोजीशन है उसकी भी जांच को करने को कहा गया है।
who is not looking at that? उसकी तरफ कौन नहीं देख रहा है? आपको इतना ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए ना कि अगर उनके पिता कुछ बोल रहे हैं, वो पब्लिक डोमेन में बोल रहे हैं, उनकी बात सुनी है सबने, लेकिन जांच करने वालों को जांच करने दीजिए। और ये बोलने का क्या मतलब है कि बीजेपी हर चीज को बढ़ा चढ़ा के बोलती है? जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज बोल रही हैं वो तो सुन लीजिए।
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे हमने जांच में पूरा जांच के लिए हम लोगों ने कहा है कि जांच होनी चाहिए, हमने उसकी निंदा भी करी है, लेकिन साथ साथ अगर एक पिता कोई पक्ष रखता है उस पक्ष को उठाने का काम हमारे नेता माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने करा है, क्योंकि वो भी एक भावना है, उस भावना की जांच हो जाए। और इतनी सारी एजेंसी है,
भावना की जांच कैसे होती है मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन कोई फैक्ट्स रखेगा उनकी मेंटल हिस्ट्री के बारे में तो उसकी तो जांच होगी। उनके फैमिली से, उनकी एस्ट्रेंज्ड वाइफ से, सबसे जांच एजेंसीज मिली हैं।
देखिए, मैं एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक हूं और एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के कारण मैं आपसे बहुत गंभीरता से कहना चाहता हूं, उनकी मेंटल जो मनोवैज्ञानिक होते हैं, साइकोलॉजिस्ट होते हैं, उनसे या जो भी आपकी सरकार की जो व्यवस्था है उससे उसकी जांच हो जाए। एक पक्ष रखा है, इसमें कोई इतनी बड़ी बात नहीं है। एक केवल उन्होंने कहा है कि उसका पक्ष रखा जाए। बाकी हम इस तरह की घटना की निंदा कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। हमने किसी बात की वो थोड़ी कही है। और इससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक स्वरूप और हम सामने आते हैं, जो उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति में इन्होंने नफरत की राजनीति के बीज बोए हैं, वो बीज का साइड इफेक्ट के रूप में हम इसको देखते हैं।
नहीं तो ये जो अक्यूज्ड हैं वो तो कह रहे हैं वो सीए, एनआरसी और हिजाब जो हो रहा है कर्नाटका में उससे इन्फ्लुएंस्ड है।
देखिए, मैं एक संविधान का
तो उससे उत्तर प्रदेश का क्या लेना देना है?
जी बिल्कुल, उसका मामला है। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, हम संविधान की जो मूल भावना है, संविधान की प्रस्तावना को जो हम पढ़ते हैं तो उसमें लिखा है हम भारत के लोग, उसमें कहीं पर नहीं लिखा हम हिंदू लोग, हम मुसलमान लोग, हम सिख लोग, हम ईसाई लोग। वो कहता है हम भारत के लोग, जिसमें सब आते हैं। वो भावना को आहत करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश में करा है। जब वो 80-20 की बात करते हैं, वो देश के ये संविधान की मूल भावना का हम इसको
तो 20% की बात तो असादुद्दीन ओवैसी भी करते हैं।
देखिए, आप जब पूरे प्रदेश में एक संवैधानिक पद पे रहते हुए एक व्यक्ति इस बात को कहता है, इसका एक बहुत गलत मैसेज जाता है।
Anila Singh of the BJP is joining us. Anila Singh, not only is the Samajwadi Party saying that you must do everything that you can to have a free and fair probe in this regard, but also that the fact that this attack is happening is because of you, because of your politics.
My ram to everyone. And see, this is the real character of Samajwadi Party, and especially if I talk about Akhilesh Yadav ji and his father Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, it is about advocating for terrorists. It is all about advocating for criminals, and they have done it earlier, and again he is doing in today's date as well. So I am not at all surprised when he says that Bharatiya Janata Party तो बहुत बढ़ा चढ़ाकर करती है, तो उन्होंने वहाँ के विजुअल्स नहीं देखे किस तरीके से अटैक किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, उसके पिता की बात सुननी चाहिए। तो पिता की बात अगर सुनते हैं तो पिता उसका इलाज करा रहे थे, कोई मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट का रिकॉर्ड है क्या? पिता तो उसकी दूसरी शादी करा रहे थे। But Akhilesh Yadav ji has got all the sympathies for this person who has probably transferred money from his account to Syria. He has traveled to various parts of our country and to Nepal as well. A person from Saharanpur, he has been picked by ATS. Even that person has got some sort of links with not so appropriate agencies, and he is in contact with this person as well, Murtaza. So there are so many things which are telling story that there is something definitely very, very wrong.
Are you denying? Are you denying that there is this whole mentally unstable theory is wrong? Are you saying that? Because the family claims that they have proof of mental issues history.
Absolutely, you know, even you must have seen him talking. He narrated his own story, and he was looking absolutely normal. He said that I was somehow put off by various things which is happening in our country. He got radicalized. You know, he might have been radicalized by some of the organizations which are terror organizations, and such people get shelter by political parties like Samajwadi. When party chief himself says, "अरे रे कोई नहीं, हमें उसके पिता का सुनना चाहिए, बाकी सब चीज बेकार है." This attack was not on Gorakhnath Peeth. This attack was on Yogi Adityanath ji, Chief Minister of our state. So Akhilesh Yadav ji should not shelter, should not advocate, should not give such statements, which gives clear message: आओ अपराधियों, आओ आतंकवादियों, हम हैं तुम्हें बचाने के लिए, क्योंकि हम जो है अपीजमेंट की पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं।
और ये
उसमें
इल्जाम तो
कोई-
भुवन जी आपकी पार्टी पे इलेक्शन से पहले भी लगता रहा है कि आप टेरर केसेस वापस लेते थे। ये इल्जाम तो आपके ऊपर लगता ही है, और ये बयान आते हैं फिर उसके ऊपर से।
मैं पहले तो जवाब देना चाहता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रवक्ता साथी को कि इनके प्रमाण पत्र की आवश्यकता नहीं है हमको, ना माननीय मुलायम सिंह यादव जी को, ना माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी को। और हम लोग सेकुलर लोग हैं, हम इस डेमोक्रेसी में विश्वास करते हैं, और हम लोग जब तक जांच हो और उस पर कार्रवाई हो, हम इसके पक्षधर है। लेकिन साथ साथ हम इस बात से भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहीं नहीं बच सकती कि जो उन्होंने जो नफरत का बीज उत्तर प्रदेश में बोया है, और हेट पॉलिटिक्स का परिणाम है कि एक IITN बच्चा आज इस धारा में जा रहा है, तो ये सोचने लायक विषय है, ये देश और प्रदेश का विषय है। इसमें हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को सड़क से लेकर सदन तक घेरेंगे कि आज प्रदेश की जो स्थिति इन्होंने कर दी है, डिवाइड एंड रूल की जो इनकी पॉलिसी है, ये लोगों को बांटने का
तो
काम
ये क्या
इन्होंने जो
आज
करा
से
है।
ही हो रहा है क्या? ये जो इस्लामिक टेरर एक सेकेंड, ये जो इस्लामिक टेरर मोटिवेटेड अटैक्स है, वो क्या भारत में 2014 के बाद से ही होने लगे हैं क्या भुवन जी? कुछ तो मतलब आप थोड़ा फैक्ट्स को भी रखिए ना। ये पॉलिटिकल राइवलरी में लेट्स नॉट bury our head in the sand and deny of what is happening and what has been happening.
देखिए, गंभीर चैनल के होने के कारण मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, इस बात का बहुत फर्क पड़ता है प्रदेश और देश की राजनीति में, जब एक संवैधानिक पद पर बैठा हुआ व्यक्ति अगर इस तरह डिवाइड एंड रूल की बात करे। अगर इनके कोई साधारण कार्यकर्ता कहते हैं, साधारण नेता कहते हैं, हम इससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता। लेकिन अगर एक प्रदेश का मुखिया कहता है, देश का मुखिया कुछ इस तरह की बातें करता है,
ठीक है, ये बात आपने पहले भी बोली। लेट अनिला सिंह रिस्पॉन्ड, देन आई विल गो टू आवर अदर गेस्ट।
नहीं, मैं जोशी साहब को कहूंगी कि ये जाकर ना अखिलेश यादव जी को समझाइए और उनसे पूछिए कि जब अक्षरधाम पे हमला हुआ था वो किसने किया था? किसी रमाकांत शुक्ला ने किया था क्या? राम जन्मभूमि में अयोध्या में जब हमला हुआ था, किसी अनिला सिंह ने किया था क्या? संकट मोचन मंदिर पे जब हमला हुआ था, क्या यहाँ पे देशरत्न निगम जी जैसे किसी व्यक्ति ने किया था क्या? हम तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, परंतु आतंक होता है, अपराध होता है, और यहाँ पे डिवाइड एंड रूल अपीजमेंट की राजनीति कौन कर रहा है? पूरा देश देख रहा है इस चीज को। अखिलेश यादव जी को शर्म आनी चाहिए, इस प्रकार की बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं वो।
नहीं, उन्होंने योगी जी के बयान पे सवाल उठाया है कि योगी जी जब एज चीफ मिनिस्टर 80-20 की राजनीति करते हैं तो क्या असर होगा?
नहीं, हमने कल भी 80-20 की राजनीति करी, आज भी कर रहे हैं और कल भी करेंगे, क्योंकि 80% वो लोग हैं जो विकास चाहते हैं, 20% वो लोग हैं जो तुष्टीकरण चाहते हैं, और जिनके आका जो है अखिलेश यादव जी।
Okay, Deshratna Nigam, you please come in here. You know, the larger question I'm asking is that why has this become a norm and it has become passé and okay that even those in mainstream politics can come and make apology for terror? It has happened for 30 years for what happened in Kashmir. It has continued to happen for when it comes to radical Islamic terror in India, which didn't start in 2014. Radicalization of Indian Muslims didn't start in 2014. Let's just be honest about it. It has been ongoing for whatever reasons. There are reasons, of course. And those reasons have to be looked at. But we can't deny that it hasn't happened because BJP has come to power. That would be a very foolish and myopic way to look at it. But my problem is, how can politicians in mainstream politics just, continue to downplay this? Do lives or other people who come under attack don't matter? Does the life of the security men who face this man with a machete don't matter? Their families don't matter? Peace-loving people don't matter?
Shivani, in fact, earlier the Congress used to do this kind of an appeasement and terror apology. Now it has been replaced in UP by Samajwadi Party. And they have been punished for that. Otherwise, Congress has been punished. People in this country are becoming aware day by day. So these are the days where appeasement and terror apology will not work. However, if you have to handle radicalization, you have to go to the source. Now, let me give you an example. What happened in Karoli in Rajasthan is a clear example of 7th century raids on the processions and the caravans of Kafirs. So the trend started from there, which is still continuing. So you have to look at the source of the problem rather than looking at the process of the problem. And the Samajwadi Party has made it very, very clear before the investigation that this person suffers from mental health. Whereas I have just read today, I read a news that the doctors have given him a fit certificate that he is mentally fit. And therefore, the entire effort was to derail the investigation and prejudice the investigation, which has somehow gone on the right track.
No, but that is done every time. That's exactly what I'm saying. Every time this happens, you know, when recently in Uttar Pradesh, there was a conversion racket busted, the same Samajwadi Party MLAs would come and say that, you know, Muslims are being victimized. This bogey cannot work every time. No, let me take that to Maulana Peer Ali Qadri, who's joining us, chairman of the Sirat Un Nabi Academy. Maulana, what do you think? Every time there is a case, there is a terror link or some illegal activity and the profile of the accused is of the minority religion, we cannot say that it is a conspiracy.
देखिए मैडम, सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि आतंक का कोई धर्म नहीं होता, क्योंकि मक्का मस्जिद ब्लास्ट भी हुआ, अजमेर की दरगाह में भी ब्लास्ट हुआ, मालेगांव में भी ब्लास्ट हुआ, तो आतंक का कोई धर्म नहीं होता। अगर कोई आतंकी गतिविधियों में लिप्त पाया जाता है तो उसका कोई धर्म आप ना काउंट करें।
नहीं, ये जो बट जो पॉलिटिशियंस हैं वो तो धर्म के नाम पे ही टेरर अक्यूज को सेपरेट करते हैं ना।
तो इनका तो काम यही है ना मैडम, वरना इनकी राजनीति कैसे चलेगी। तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि जहां तक के सवाल गोरखपुर की घटना का है, उसकी पहले पूरी कंप्लीटली इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद में हम इसके ऊपर टिप्पणी करेंगे।
नहीं, उस पे तो मैं टिप्पणी आपसे नहीं चाह रही हूँ ना। आप बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ, क्या इसके फैक्ट्स हैं, ना मैं बता सकती हूँ। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज बोल रही हैं हम वो उतना दिखाते हैं। सवाल तो सिर्फ यही है कि फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर अखिलेश यादव क्यों बीच में पड़ रहे हैं।
ना अखिलेश यादव तो जो है हर वक्त जो है यही कर रहे हैं ना कि अपने आप को मुसलमानों का अन्नदाता बताते रहे, अपने आप को मुसलमानों का नेता बताते रहे, और वो उनकी राजनीति उसी पर टिकी है। तो वो काम तो करेंगे। उनको मुसलमानों से हकीकी मानों में कोई हमदर्दी या मोहब्बत नहीं है। मुसलमानों को वो एक वोट बैंक की तरह इस्तेमाल करते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर मैं हमारी योगी जी से आपके चैनल के माध्यम से कहना चाहूंगा कि जब यूपी प्रदेश में 8% मुसलमानों ने आपको वोट दिया, आप पर भरोसा किया, तो आप ये कब तक के नफरत की राजनीति चलेंगे। आखिर ये खाई को क्यों नहीं मिटाया जा रहा है। देखिए,
नफरत की राजनीति से क्या मतलब है आपका।
ये नफरत ही की राजनीति है मैडम। जब तक कि कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन ना हो, आप इसको थोप दिया जाए। देखिए, बहुत सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज है जो बहुत सारी बातें की है। बहुत सारे मुसलमानों को जेल की काली कोठरी में बंद किया गया है, लेकिन बाद में न्यायालय से उनको बरी किया गया, बाइज्जत बरी हुए। तो इसको
नहीं, तो वो तो बहुत सारे केसेस में हुआ है। वो तो मालेगांव केस भी जो चल रहा है वो आज तक कभी कोई कन्विक्शन थोड़ा ना हुआ है।
अभी तो फैसला नहीं आया ना मैडम, फैसला आने दीजिए ना।
मैं वही तो कह रही हूँ, ऐसे तो बहुत केसेस नहीं, मैं यही तो कह रही हूँ। ये कहना, कैन वी हैव ऑल ऑफ आवर गेस, ये कहना कि there are only Muslim accused who suffer because of the delay in a legal judicial system or because of whatever, or because of failed investigations by our agencies is also not correct, na? There are several Hindu accused who also rot in jails. Don't make this a matter of religion alone.
मैक्सिमम मुस्लिम सफर हुए।
No, there is no data like that. आप अंडर ट्रायल्स का डेटा
निकलवाइए ना, आप निकलवाइए ना। आप तो चैनल को रखते हैं, चैनल को बिलोंग करती है, आप निकलवाइए।
We have a former DGP of Uttar Pradesh with us. Can you respond to that?
Shivani, can I come in?
1 second, Arvind Jain.
Yeah. You want me to respond to what?
Yes. He's saying that predominantly Muslims are picked up in investigations that never see the end.
No, I don't think police forces or ATS or STF, they function like that. It is for the politicians to level allegations, and I think it is for the security agencies to do their job very cautiously. And generally in terror cases, this religious angle is never seen. Action is taken against the terrorist, whosoever he might be. So I don't think police force functions. There are policemen, or there are Muslims also in police. Sikhs are also there in police. But police never functions on this, that Muslims have to be put behind the bars. I don't agree with this. I have also served in this department, UP Police, for 36, 37 years. and we have never acted like this. We have
No,
been
but
very,
in
very
this case, you know, there are other cases, मौलाना जी, जिसमें तो क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ हमें पता नहीं होता. जैसे कि कन्वर्जन रैकेट वाला केस है, ऑल्दो उस केस में बहुत सारी फैमिलीज ने आके बोला है जो उस केस के अक्यूज थे. ये जो अटैक हुआ है, ये तो सबकी आंखों के सामने हुआ है ना. कोई बना तो नहीं रहा है पिक्चर. अटैक तो किया है ना इस आदमी ने, तो क्यों डिफेंड कर रहे हैं इसको? लुक्स लाइक वीव लॉस्ट दैट लिंक. भुवन जी, आप बताइए.
मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, पहले तो मैं जवाब दे दूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रवक्ता साथी को.
नहीं, मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए पहले आप. और आपने सुना होगा मौलाना जी ने क्या बोला आपको कि आप तो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं. उस पर मैं बाद में आऊंगी. आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए. दिस मैन इज कॉट ऑन कैमरा. व्हाट इज लेफ्ट टू इमेजिनेशन? What is motivations are secondary. अटैक तो किया है ना इसने.
देखिए, हमने सबसे पहले ये बोला है कि इस तरह की घटना की लोकतंत्र में कोई जगह नहीं है और जो कानूनी कार्रवाई है वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा होनी चाहिए. पहला विषय तो ये आ जाता है. अब दूसरा, मैं अनिला सिंह की बात का जवाब दे दूं. अनिला सिंह जी को बहुत ज्यादा गलतफहमी हो गई है कि 5 उंगलियां केवल इनके मुंह में जाती है. और इनको कहना चाहता हूँ, जिन नेताओं को ये कहना चाह रही है, जिन लोगों पर आक्षेप लगाने की कोशिश है, जितनी इनकी उम्र होगी उतना हमारे माननीय मुलायम सिंह जी का राजनीतिक अनुभव है, तो कम से कम उस मर्यादा का भी थोड़ा ध्यान रखें जिस तरह के आक्षेप लगाने की कोशिश करती है. और ये 80-20 की जो बात ये समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये सोचती है कि 80-20 को लोग नहीं समझते. 80-20 को यहाँ का जो जनमानस है वो अच्छे से समझता है. जो बातें आपने फैलाई है, आप इससे कहीं बच नहीं सकते.
Okay, Anila Singh, please respond once again. But can I just remind both our representatives from the Samajwadi Party and the BJP, when the Maulana spoke earlier, he accused both of you of playing politics of polarization. Both of you. But Anila Singh can respond.
जी, नहीं, इनको शायद जानकारी नहीं होगी. मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के सम्मान में मेरी तरफ से कोई कमी नहीं है साहब. मैं बिल्कुल उनका कोई भी अपमान नहीं कर रही हूँ, ना मैं अखिलेश यादव जी का अपमान कर रही हूँ, परंतु सत्यता को आप नहीं झुटला सकते हैं. वाराणसी ब्लास्ट का जो अक्यूज था वलीउल्लाह, उसकी एडवोकेसी किसने करी थी? नहीं मालूम हो तो जाके पता करिएगा. ठीक है. गोरखपुर ब्लास्ट का जो अक्यूज था मोहम्मद तारिक, उसकी वकालत किसने करी थी? नहीं मालूम हो तो जाकर पता करिएगा. ये आपके पूर्व और जो आज के प्रेजेंट अध्यक्ष हैं समाजवादी पार्टी के, ये वो लोग हैं. मैं बिना तथ्यों के बोलती नहीं हूँ साहब, और मुझे किसी को शौक नहीं है कि किसी का अपमान मैं करूं, परंतु आप जो बोल रहे हैं और आपके नेता जो बोल रहे हैं वो मानवता का अपमान है, वो हिंदू का अपमान है, हिंदू की जो एक मान्यता है उसका अपमान है. एक पीठ पर हमला होता है और आप कहते हैं कि कुछ हुआ ही नहीं. आपने समझ क्या रखा है? तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में आप इतने डूबे हुए हैं कि कोई व्यक्ति वहां पर पुलिस वाले के ऊपर अटैक कर देता है, वो मर भी सकता था. उसका इरादा ये था कि अंदर घुस के जितनी ज्यादा मैं हत्याएं कर सकूं तो कर सकूं, क्योंकि वो रेडिकलाइज था और उसका मुकदमा वो लड़ रहे हैं. अखिलेश यादव जी, नहीं होगा साहब, बिल्कुल नहीं होगा.
Okay.
आप लोगों के जो लीडर्स रहे हैं और लीडर्स हैं, इन लोगों ने हमेशा अपराधियों को और आतंकवादियों को पाला है.
Okay, I want Deshratan Nigam to come in. He wanted to come in on the larger issue of, radicalization. What this gentleman has said, the accused in this case is that I was angry because of CA NRC. I was angry because of the hijab row. I'm angry because of alleged oppression. Just recently, yesterday, there is a video that comes from an Al-Qaeda chief that exhorts Indians, Muslims to fight against the quote-unquote oppression. He hails the hijab row, even though there's no ban. My question is that who's fanning these emotions? Deshratan Nigam. CA NRC, who blew it out of proportion to the extent that Muslims were scared for their own citizenship? Indian Muslims were scared of their citizenship. Who has projected that there's a hijab ban in India?
Shivani, in fact, that phobia was created by certain politicians and certain, wayward Muslim leaders, whereas Indian Muslims were not at all affected. And in fact, this Murtaza was also afraid of the Ram Mandir verdict. He was afraid of the Indian army. He, in fact, wanted to retaliate because the Ram Mandir verdict had come. He does not believe in Supreme Court. Then he says he's got that phobia. And please remember, his lineage is of the likes of Zakir Musa and Abdul Hamid Lahiri, who both have been utilized, who were in charge of Ansar Ghazwatul Hind. and it is their clear policy, stated terrorist policy, to attack Indian armies, to attack corporate Indian sectors, so that they do not invest in India or make any kind of investments anywhere. So this is the kind of philosophy this person Murtaza is following, and some of the irresponsible politicians are trying to save him. And on one hand, they say, let us wait for the investigation. But before the investigation, they declare him to be mentally unsound. Yeah. Whereas the doctor says he's mentally fit. So you can understand the kind of dangerous politics which is being played here, which is not expected of the elected representatives. And they must apologize to the nation.
No, what is their responsibility towards other citizens? I'm just wondering how this politics and for how long this politics can continue and sustain itself. What about countless others? I mean, if there is one radicalized individual in a population of 1 lakh, your responsibility is to the other. Not that one accused. Of course, there should be a fair system of a legal judicial system, but don't give them political cover fire, no?
Yes, certainly. And now our legal system has hanged Yaqub Memon, Afzal Guru, and also Kasab. Please remember, they have been quite effective.
And we all know what happened on the hanging of Yaqub Memon.
Yes.
We all know what happened in the name of Afzal Guru. That's precisely the point I'm raising. That, if in every case, even with the judiciary or outside of the judiciary, you continue to fan this emotion that, Muslims are being victimized because there is a court verdict or there is not a court verdict, then there is no solving this problem. Then you are only driving yourself away from the rest of the society. Let Maulana come in on this. Maulana ji, आप कह रहे थे कि cases solve नहीं होते, judgment नहीं आते, पर आपको ये भी याद होगा कि याकूब मेमन की hanging के बाद क्या हुआ था? अफजल गुरु के नाम पे क्या हुआ था? ये तो कोर्ट के जजमेंट थे ना?
ना सुनिए आप कि जहाँ तक के अफजल गुरु का मैटर है मैडम, हम उस बारे में कभी ना बात किए हैं ना बात किएंगे। और याकूब मेमन के जो इश्यू हुआ था उसमें जो ट्विस्ट जो पैदा किया गया था उसमें मुसलमानों को बहुत सारी गलतफहमी हुई थी। जब वो बात क्लियर हो गई तो फिर किसी मुसलमान ने याकूब मेमन का नाम नहीं लिया। ये बात मैं आपको क्लियर करना चाहता हूँ। रहा सवाल मैडम कि अभी जो कह रहे थे कि मुर्तुजा ने कहा कि वो बाबरी मस्जिद वर्डिक्ट से सहमत नहीं है और वो बहुत सारी बातें यहाँ पर हुई, तो मैं एक बात ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम तो हमारे इंडियन यूथ जितने भी है मुस्लिम, उन तमाम को ये कहते हैं कि किसी भी आतंकवादी संगठन से दूर रहें, इनकी किसी किस्म की कोई बात में ना आए। और आपके चैनल के माध्यम से भी ये बात मैं कहूंगा कि जितने भी आतंकवादी संगठन है, पीएफआई है, जैश ए मोहम्मद है, लश्कर ए तैयबा है, हम गृह मंत्री से आग्रह करते हैं कि फौरी तौर पर इन पर बैन लगाया जाए। इनको किसी किस्म से आप इंटरटेन ना करें। ये यही लोग हैं जो हमारे मुल्क का माहौल खराब कर रहे हैं।
आजकल प्रॉब्लम, आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है। I appreciate it and I welcome it, but I'll go across to Arvind Jain once again, because Arvind Jain, the problem is that radicalization doesn't need to happen in person. You don't even need to join any camp anymore. All of these educated youths are getting radicalized on the internet today. First of all, what is your sense as far as this case is concerned? And there is material, of course, linked to ISIS and Syria that has allegedly been found as far as this accused is concerned. But the biggest challenge is that kind of radicalization only that happens even over the internet.
You are absolutely correct. It is going on all over the world. If you look at the accused of the Eiffel Tower or at Thames River or in France, so all educated youths, they are indulging in this kind of terrorism, and it's a matter of great concern for Indian security agencies also. Cyber labs are being created, they are being upgraded all over the country so that social media can be monitored. Who are the people who are going through the videos of Zakir Naik and other so-called heroes? So all this is taking place, and you will agree with me that since 2014, since Narendra Modi ji has taken over, number of blasts, number of terrorist incidents, they have gone down like anything. In UP also, fortunately, there have not been terrorist incidents, and very stern action is being taken against these people. And security agencies, especially our ATS, STF, they are alert on this issue.
But sir, can I ask you, in your judgment, what is really I mean, there is an element being presented that this man is mentally unstable. He could well be disturbed. clearly, and certainly one has to be in some state of mind to be able to carry out such attacks, but clearly seems to be radicalized too. What is generally your experience of what happens when such lone wolf attacks are being carried out?
Yes, this is you can term it lone wolf attack, and this person is highly radicalized, and whatever he has done in full senses, and he knew. That's why he's shouting slogans. He wanted that he should be overpowered by the police forces. We are very lucky that the PSE men, they didn't fire at him, and he was caught. He's safe and sound, and now entire network will be in front of everybody, in front of media, and very soon there will be revelations, and they will be helpful to for UP police and for the Indian police. And I'm sure NIA will also be roped in this investigation, because investigation has to be done in Nepal also, in Mumbai also. All the terror links should be established, and the entire network, entire module should be busted.
Okay, Anila Singh wanted to come in. Go ahead.
Yeah, Shivani, actually earlier I heard Maulana Saab, and he said that it is a record and statistics never lie, that majority of people behind the bars come from Muslim community. He is absolutely right. This is absolutely correct statement given by him, and the reason is they most of the population, they are not very well educated. So they do not have proper jobs. When they do not have proper jobs, they come into crime. That is why they are behind the bars, not because Bharatiya Janata Party is in power. And it is not a story since 2017, but before 2017 as well. Mr. Jain is sitting here. He will endorse what I am saying. They go to jail because they are into all sort of
what Maulana said was they are picked up in crimes. No, I'm not talking about petty crimes here. I think Maulana ji jo bolne ki koshish kar rahe the wo ye thi.
Very important point here. But now in Uttar Pradesh, in madrasas, proper education is going to be conducted. Children are going to study science, mathematics, social science. So including they have to sing national anthem as well. So I am 100% sure that new youth which is going to emerge after taking proper education, after singing national anthem, they will be little different.
Maulana ji, you can respond to that. In a way, Alina ji is saying that proper education is the reason why a lot of Muslim youth get carried away, और वो फिर ये जो international terrorist organization है उनके उनके झांसे में आ जाते हैं.
देखिए मैडम, ये हमारी बड़ी बदकिस्मती रही कि आजादी की जिद्दोजहद में हम हर वक्त शामिल रहे, लेकिन बावजूद उसके जब हमारा मुल्क आजाद हुआ, ना हमको नौकरी मिली, ना हमको रोजगार मिला, ना हमको तालीम के मौके फराम किए गए. ये बड़ी ही हकीकत है, चाहे कोई भी सियासी जमात हो. मुसलमानों के साथ हर वक्त हक तलफी हुई, और आज जो माहौल हिंदुस्तान में बनाया गया है कि हमारे देश में हमको गैर बताने की वो कोशिश की जा रही है, हमको नेशनल नहीं बताने की यहाँ पर जो कोशिश की जा रही है, हमारे अपने देश में हमको रखते हुए हमको दूर कर दिया जा रहा है. उसकी वजह है ये सारी नफरतें पैदा हो रही है.
नहीं ये नफरत वाला एंगल एक जगह है. आपने बोला इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद से मुसलमानों को अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिली, तो
नहीं मिली, हकीकतन नहीं मिली.
नहीं तो किसने नहीं दी?
जिसने शासन किया, कांग्रेस ने किया, बीजेपी कर रही है. कहाँ मिला मुसलमानों को हक? कहाँ पर रिजर्वेशन मिला? हमें बताइए.
रिजर्वेशन ही हक होता है क्या? आप इस देश का हिस्सा हैं, आप इस देश का हिस्सा हैं, आप उस देश में जुड़े, रिजर्वेशन ही हक होता है क्या?
इस देश का हिस्सा होने के बावजूद भी हमको सेकंड कैटेगरी में रखा गया.
कैसे बताइए? नहीं बताइए, मुझे लॉ बताइए. नहीं, ये गलत बात है. आप लॉ बताइए, कौन सा लॉ है?
मैडम, सच्चर कमेटी की रिपोर्ट उठाकर देखिए कि मुसलमान की
वो
पिछड़ा है.
कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट है, मुझे ये बताइए किस पॉलिसी में, किस लॉ में आपके साथ भेदभाव हुआ है? ये गलत बात है. आप अपने देश को ऐसे बदनाम ना करें.
सुनिए, मैं ये अपने देश के अंदरूनी बात है, मैं किसी को बदनाम नहीं कर रहा हूँ. आपको मैं कहूंगा, आप मुझे कहेंगे. मैं अपने यहाँ की
नहीं, तो
गवर्नमेंट
यही नैरेटिव तो लोग हमारे देश के बाहर जाके बोलते हैं ना कि मुस्लिम्स को सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन्स बनाया है। ये गलत बात है।
मैडम, हम किसी को इन्वॉल्व होने ही नहीं देते।
नहीं तो करते हैं ना लोग। आप ये बात यहाँ बोलेंगे, आपकी बात उठा के लोग दुनिया भर में ले जाके ये बोलते हैं, फिर इससे तो देश की बदनामी होती है ना। आप मुझे बताइए, नहीं आप मुझे बताइए, ऐसा कौन सा लॉ है, ऐसा कौन सी पॉलिसी आई है, चलो पिछले 7 साल में बता दीजिए, ऐसी कौन सी पॉलिसी आई है जिसमें आपके साथ भेदभाव हुआ है?
क्या नहीं हुआ मैडम? भेदभाव
बताइए ना, एक तो बताइए।
क्या हमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिला? क्या
तो
हमें
एम्प्लॉयमेंट में
रिजर्वेशन मिला?
भेदभाव हुआ?
अरे कैसे, कहाँ नहीं हुआ बताइए आप। कितना हमारा रेशियो है बताइए मुसलमानों का?
ये
नहीं तो
नहीं
इशू है, मैं मना नहीं कर रही हूँ,
बता
बट
पाएंगे।
क्या कोई इंस्टीट्यूशनल भेदभाव आपके साथ हुआ है? क्या पॉलिसी में भेदभाव आपके साथ हुआ है?
आप पार्लियामेंट में बैठ करके माइनॉरिटी बजट डिक्लेयर करने से नहीं होगा। आपका बजट लैप्स हो जाता है पलटकर। बजट
माइनॉरिटी नहीं, माइनॉरिटी, ये दो लोग आज सवाल उठा रहे हैं मौलाना जी, हम 2022 की बात कर रहे हैं। माइनॉरिटी कमेटी की और कमीशन की जरूरत ही क्या है? आप इस देश का हिस्सा है।
अरे है ना, तो जब हमारा बजट सैंक्शन होता है तो फिर माइनॉरिटीज तक क्यों नहीं पहुंचता बताइए?
नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए, बट आपने बोला हमारे साथ भेदभाव होता है। आप मुझे बताइए, माइनॉरिटी कमीशन है, इसका मतलब है कि भेदभाव नहीं होता है, आपको एक्स्ट्रा मिलता है, स्पेशल मिलता है। किस पॉलिसी में भेदभाव हुआ है? ये गलत बात है, मैं ये नहीं अलाउ करूंगी।
कमीशन होते हुए हमारा हक हमें नहीं मिल रहा है।
हक का क्या मतलब है? आप बताइए ना। जो आपका हक है वो बाकी सबका हक है, उससे ऊपर तो नहीं मिलेगा
ना। उससे ऊपर चाहिए भी नहीं हमें।
तो आप करिए ना, आप मेक योरसेल्फ पार्ट ऑफ इट, बट यू कांट से दैट यू आर सेकंड क्लास सिटीजंस इन इंडिया। दैट्स नॉट फेयर।
आपके चैनल पे आकर बैठने का मकसद तो यही है ना कि हमारी बात हुकूमत तक पहुंचे।
I asked you to give me one example of which policy has ever discriminated against Muslims on the basis of equality. I don't know which that one policy, but I've run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Coming up on the other side, we have a special. Remember, today is World Health Day. Exactly what is the theme this year? We'll get you more with top Indian doctor, Dr. Naresh Trehan.
Is eyeing Mariupol. Like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right. Meanwhile, there's also destruction. That's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war, and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who were caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Bucha are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made a statement in Parliament.
If India has chosen a side, it is the side of peace. This is our principal stand.
Images of civilian bodies strewn across the street in Bucha have led to growing calls for a war crimes trial against Russian President Vladimir Putin. But Russia has denied the charges, even calling the images fake. This is how one of the top anchors on Russian state television explained the massacre.
А Буча, потому что Буча – это мясник, да, и удачные созвучия.
It must have been the work of British specialists, he says, because the town of Bucha and the English word butcher sound so similar.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted on Ukraine and emphasized that bipartisanship over foreign policy augurs well for India at the global stage. He's also said that it is our collective duty to care for the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens. So what is behind this seeming change of stand by India? Remember, India has now called for an independent probe in Bucha. Bucha, from the face of it, is crimes against humanity. It's a war crime. India cannot be seen as condoning that. Number two, less than 1% of India's oil now is being imported from Russia. That used to be 7-8% a couple of years ago. That's been drastically cut down. There is growing pressure from the West. You heard Lloyd Austin earlier today. You heard Dalip Singh last week. You even heard Joe Biden calling India somewhat shaky. It's also wary of Russia not being a long-term, dependable arms supplier. The government now has more elbow room. Remember, all the votes at the UN before this happened when there were Indian students who were stuck there and were being in the process of being evacuated. But now all of them have been evacuated. That gives India some amount of elbow room. Meanwhile, in another round of pressure tactics, I referred to this a moment ago, the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has said that India should scale back on its defense acquisitions from Russia. He said, and I quote, that dealing with Russia will not be in India's interests.
We continue to work with them to ensure that they understand that it's not in their best. We believe that it's not in their best interest to continue to invest in Russian equipment. Our requirement going forward is that downscale the types of equipment that they're investing in, and look to invest more in the types of things that will make us continue to be compatible.
Pakistan's Supreme Court has once again adjourned the hearing on the dissolution of the National Assembly. The hearing will continue tomorrow. But today, during today's hearing, the court said that prima facie, it appeared that the no-confidence motion was about to succeed. But on the day of voting, the Deputy Speaker decided to dissolve the House instead. Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan President rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former Chief Justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the President, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the Constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker Prime Minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will
Welcome everyone. Today is World Health Day, celebrated every year on April 7. To mark the day, the World Health Organization was founded in 1948. The theme that we're celebrating this year is Our Health, Our Planet. The World Health Organization estimates that over 13 million deaths take place each year due to environmental factors alone, including the climate crisis. To talk about this and more, I'm joined by Dr. Naresh Trehan, Managing Director of Medanta Hospital. Doctor, thanks a lot for joining us on this day. So you're joining me on this day of World Health Day. This year, the WHO is shining a light, on not just the pandemic that the world has witnessed, but also environmental factors. So can you tell me, how does the planet's health affect our health directly?
So if you go back into the whole ecosystem around which the world revolves and exists inside it. So everything is interrelated. Now, what has happened is that if you look at the global burden on Earth, with the increasing population and also increasing consumption of materials and also their consequent contamination of our whole ecosystem has now converged into a state where it has shaken the world. So two most prominent things that you can say which immediately affect us are climate change. Climate change is showing its fury even now, and we know that countries like are going through total upheaval. There is no predictability of what the weather is going to be like. Like in India, summer has come 2 months ahead of time. We have never seen so much temperature in the beginning of April. What does it do? It is our doings of the last, say, 50 years or so, maybe more, since the industrialization has really picked up, that cumulatively we have damaged the environment to such a level that we are now suffering the consequences of it. And that's how health is also affected.
Yes, and is the pandemic in any way also a manifestation of that imbalance that you're talking about, that our own habits have brought about this in the world?
So what is a pandemic actually? When this pandemic occurred, the fact is we still don't know where it originated from.
Exactly.
But the fact is that the barrier between animal and humans, their natural habitat, are getting more and more exotic about our food habits, have all culminated in something which is of this variety. Because if you look at it in the past, we were still suffering from HIV. Now, HIV, actually, we still don't know what really happened, but it is widely believed by the scientific community that it was a jump from animal to man. And this may be the second example of it, although there are suspicions that whether it was lab-made or what happened, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it also brings into focus our actual endeavor to what do we want from this planet and what do we want for our life. So unless we realize that we are in consonance with our environment, we must respect certain things which we have abused and try to reverse it as fast as possible. That is one message very clear on World Health Day.
Well, since we are talking about the pandemic, I do have to ask you, you've been someone we've spoken to several times during the pandemic. It is not over yet, obviously, but how do you read the situation, especially in India?
So, progressively, we have all come to accept the fact that it's not going away. So there's no such thing as an end. Okay. So now, is it becoming endemic? Yes, it looks like. Should we let our guard down completely? No. So wherever you are exposed to a crowded place or in a closed environment to large number of people, I still think wearing a mask is in order today, till we see that it actually declares itself that there are no waves coming anymore. But we may need the boosters for time to come, till it declares itself that Omicron or the COVID, the virus is not around anymore.
Yes, and we don't have a confirmation of whether the XC variant is in India or not, but do you, what is your feeling on it? Because we feel that it may not be as detrimental to us anymore at this stage.
To guess on XE whether it's going to really make a rage through, we don't know. But hopefully, like WHO clarified today, that it's not 10 times more transmissible, it is 10% more. So, and I don't think anybody really knows right now. But there are enough defense mechanisms in place for tracking, tracing. The basic way what the world has to be prepared for is what we call the early warning systems. When there is real-time information coming from the ground to central stations to see, is there any pattern developing? It may not be COVID, it may be something else. But if we can get the information real time and there is a quick reaction, which I think the government is now prepared for, that tracking will help us to contain anything that comes our way much more efficiently than we could before, because Omicron was, not Omicron, COVID was a total surprise to the whole world.
Yeah. Well, we all learned as we went along, and hopefully there are better days. Thanks a lot for joining us with your message on World Health Day. With that, let's also take a quick check of what else is making news today. Now, speaking of COVID, global COVID trends are positive. Cases are down 16% and deaths have declined 43% compared to last week. The BA2 variant has become the dominant strain globally. On Wednesday, over 14 lakh new cases were reported globally, but some countries are seeing a worrying spike.
South Korea has the highest number of new cases. Over 2 lakh were reported for the third consecutive day. Germany's follows close on South Korea's heels, also reporting just over 2 lakh cases. China, which has seen one of the strictest lockdowns, reported 20,000 new cases, the highest since the pandemic began. Nearly 17,000 of those have come from Shanghai alone. Most countries have done away with COVID restrictions and relaxed mask mandates, but the emergence of the new XC variant has many governments worried.
After 4 days of intense hearings, at 8 p.m. tonight, the Pakistan Supreme Court is all set to pass the verdict on the dismissal of the no-confidence vote against the embattled Prime Minister Imran Khan and the dissolution of the Pak Assembly on Imran's advice. While hearing the case, the Pakistan Supreme Court made some scathing observations and called the Deputy Speaker's decision to dismiss the no-confidence motion completely wrong and unwarranted. The Chief Justice also said that by calling elections, the whole country has been left helpless for 90 days. Meanwhile, opposition too kept the heat on Imran, demanding the court to restore the assembly, claiming that they have the numbers and allies have deserted the government. From Team Imran, it was Shah Mahmood Qureshi who was batting for his skipper and claimed that the ruling of the Speaker could not be challenged. UN General Assembly will vote on a draft resolution seeking to suspend Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. This comes after horrifying images of the massacre that emerged from Bucha. The UN General Assembly, by a two-thirds majority of the members present and voting, has the rights to suspend membership of any member that commits gross and systematic violations of human rights. The US initiated the move, terming Moscow's participation in the top human rights body as a farce. Meanwhile, Russia is not taking it lying down, and that there are reports that it has warned countries that a yes vote or abstention will be viewed as an unfriendly gesture with consequences on bilateral ties. Since January, India has been abstaining on several occasions on procedural votes and draft resolutions in the UNHRC, the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council when it came to the matter of the Russian-Ukraine war. Ahead of the 2024 state polls, Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy's entire cabinet resigned today. 24 ministers handed in their resignations after a cabinet meeting with the Chief Minister. This makeover was widely anticipated, as Jagan Reddy had said he would go in for an entirely new team halfway through his term. Sources have told CNN News18 that the composition of the new cabinet will primarily focus on representing SC/STs, backward classes and women, and the list of new ministers will be officially released on April 10. The new cabinet is likely to have representation from each of the newly formed 26 districts of the state. Ministers who've been dropped from the cabinet are likely to get new roles in the organization and will work to strengthen the party. National Conference Vice President and former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate today in the national capital.
Do you stay into the house of Nihal Garwale?
Abdullah was probed in connection with the J&K bank scam case after the bank director Nikhil Garwale was arrested some days back on the charges of money laundering. Omar is considered to be closely associated with Garwale. After the quizzing ended, the NC leader called it an old case, assuring full cooperation to the investigating agencies.
कोई 12-13 साल पुराना जो मामला है उस सिलसिले में जो इनकी इंक्वायरी चल रही है उसमें इन्होंने मुझे बुलाया और पूछताछ की.
The National Conference meanwhile took on the centre, calling the probe a fishing expedition and accused the government of using central agencies for political purposes.
Now, days after South and East Delhi mayors called for a shutdown of meat shops during Navratri, State Minorities Commission today issued a show-cause notice to the civic bodies seeking an explanation.
This all started with a letter and comment of Mayor Mukesh Suryan and has reached to a level where it has initiated a political war of words, with Delhi Minority Commission issuing notice and asking for the regulations under which this meat ban was announced in the capital city, it seems like it is not going to end very soon. As of now, meat sellers are in the capital city are still confused whether or not they are allowed to open the shops. Those who are aware that there is no such official order are opening the shops, and those who are unaware of the situation are facing losses. As far as South MCD and East MCD are concerned, mayors of these corporations have asked for a closure, while North MCD hasn't said anything.
News18's Arun Singh is getting you this exclusive ground report from Ukraine's Hostomel. Troops have recaptured the airport, which saw the annihilation of the Antonov aircraft.
मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ। ये हॉस्टोमेल एयरपोर्ट है और एयरपोर्ट के हैंगर में ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा विमान, जिसे यूक्रेन अपनी शान कहता था, फख्र से कहता था यूक्रेन की इतना बड़ा विमान किसी ने कभी बनाया नहीं है, वो विमान आपको दिखाई दे रहा है। कितना बड़ा विमान है, अगर हमारे दर्शक देख पा रहे होंगे तो ये कई मीटर का विमान है। इसकी विंग ही देखिए आप, लगभग 100 से 125 फुट की इसकी विंग ही है। और दूसरी तरफ ये विमान का अगला हिस्सा है जिसको पूरी तरह से बर्बाद कर दिया गया है। इस हिस्से में पायलट बैठा करते थे, लेकिन ये हिस्सा पूरी तरह से क्षतिग्रस्त हो गया है। मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाता हूँ, जरा देखिए। रूस ने टैंक से, गोले से, बम बारूद से पूरी तरह से बर्बाद कर दिया है इस एंटोनोव 225, जो इसका दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मालवाहक विमान है, उसको ये पूरी तरह से जमींदोज हो गया है। आप देखिए बीच से ये टूट गया है, लेकिन इसके बाद भी लगभग 100 मीटर के आसपास का हिस्सा बचा हुआ है। ये देखिए बीचों बीच विमान टूट गया है।
CNG prices have been hiked once again in the national capital for a second day in a row. Prices have been hiked this time by 2.5 rupees.
Amid a massive rise in fuel prices, CNG2 is experiencing a massive surge. 2 rupees and 50 paisa per cylinder has been increased today. With this, a total of rupees 10 has been increased per kg on cylinder. Now, the rates in Delhi NCR stand at around 69 rupees per kg.
CNG के प्राइस इतने बढ़ गए, हमें सिर्फ 26,000 मिलते हैं महीने के, और उसके बावजूद CNG के प्राइस इतने बढ़ चुके हैं, हम वहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी अफोर्ड नहीं कर पा रहे।
बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कत हो रही है, क्योंकि अभी 43 था करीब 1.5 महीने पहले, और सीधे सीधे करीब मेरे हिसाब से 25 रुपये बढ़ चुके हैं। डेली का मतलब 250 रुपये, मतलब दिन भर में कम से कम 2 बार CNG तो भराना ही पड़ता है गाड़ियों में।
CNG तो बहुत महंगी हो गई आजकल, पेट्रोल के पर डे रेट बढ़ रहे हैं। बताओ इतनी महंगाई में क्या करेंगे हम।
Commodities in Sri Lanka, like fuel, are continuing to be extremely expensive and in short supply, leaving a lot of citizens in trouble.
Right now, we are 30 kilometers from Colombo and Kottagede. This is the name of the place where we are right now, and you can see this long queue of people. And what you can see, in fact, there are small children as well. There are children who are there in the queue with jerry cans. This shows us how bad the situation is in the island country. How long you're waiting in these lines, and how often do you have to do that?
Like we are waiting from like 4 a.m. in the morning. Like every day it's our job. We don't have any job to do. Like this is our daily job nowadays. And the vehicles are there waiting like 4 days in the queue. So it's like a very long day. So that's...
We have to come every day because they give only 5.5 liters diesel for 1,000 rupees.
Island nation is experiencing acute shortage of many things like diesel, fuel, power cut and record inflation. Right now we are in Colombo. Protests are going all over the country. People want President Gotabaya Rajpaksha to resign and they are protesting. They want to go to the parliament, but high security zone. This is the area of high security, and you can see the banners in which it is written, every generation needs a new revolution. People have posters in their hand and they just want that this government should step down at any cost. They want a new regime.
This corruption is the absence of law and order. That is the corruption of the bribery commission, the police department as well as the attorney general's department. The crimes happen at daylight, but nobody is taking actions. One entire family is running the country. The Rajapakshas, they should get rid of this bloody corruption. They should go home. Go home, Rajapaksa.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of News 360. Thanks a lot for staying with us, and keep on. News and updates continue in just a bit. everyone. Good evening. I'm Shreya Dhondial. Anytime now, Pakistan Supreme Court will be deciding on Imran Khan's face. Does he face a floor test and lose, or does he face an election in 90 days? A 5-judge bench headed by Chief Justice of Pakistan, Justice Omar Abdullah ED, is now prepping to give a ruling after 5 days of hearing. He has promised, quote-unquote, a reasonable order. What will that reasonable order be? We'll just have to wait for a while and wait for the Supreme Court of Pakistan to rule on that. But as we wait, here are the two main scenarios that will play out in Pakistan. And they will have a repercussion, an immediate repercussion in the country. First of all, one of the things that the Supreme Court can, of course, do is uphold the House's dissolution. As you know, a no confidence motion against Imran Khan was blocked. He didn't have the numbers, post which the assembly was dissolved. So if the Supreme Court upholds the dissolution, it means this is, of course, a boost to the PTI and to Imran Khan. It also means that, like Imran Khan wants, elections could be held in the next 90 days. However, the Election Commission of Pakistan is saying we need at least 6 months. The Election Commission team, I believe, has now reached the Supreme Court. We'll get you details to that. Now, what happens if the Supreme Court actually revokes the House dissolution? This means that the National Assembly will be reconvened and there will be a floor test. And we by now know that Imran Khan does not have the numbers on the floor. He doesn't have the numbers because his allies have walked out, which means he will lose the floor test. And this is an opportunity for the opposition to pick their PM and put him in place. So these are the two scenarios that will be playing out today. We'll try and go across to our reporters in just a bit. For the moment, this is the news that is just coming in. I'm reading it off my mobile phone. What we are being told is that the Chief Justice of Pakistan has summoned the Election Commission officials. This is something that we will just confirm from our reporters. What we are also being told is that the Secretary of the Election Commission, along with the legal team, has now reached the Supreme Court, which means, does it mean that the Supreme Court of Pakistan is preparing to announce elections? We'll just have to wait and watch. I'm going to go straight across to Siraj Hasnath, who's joining us from Pakistan on the phone line, one of our reporters who's tracking the story for us. Siraj, could you confirm that piece of news just coming in about the Chief Justice summoning the Election Commission officials and what this could mean?
Right now the Supreme Court of Pakistan has just called the Secretary of the Election Commission of Pakistan, and this is what in the content of the case which they were hearing regarding the constitutional fight of the ruling of deputy against the no confidence motion. But now...
No, Siraj, I can't hear you very well. You're confirming to me that the Secretary of the Election Commission has been summoned by the Supreme Court. You're confirming that to me, first of all. What is this for? Because the Election Commission has already said they can't hold an election in 6 months.
And around 7:30, the earliest Supreme Court reserved the decision, and they have announced that they will announce the verdict around 7:30 tonight. But at the same time, before announcing the verdict, they have summoned the Secretary of the Election Commission of Pakistan.
And by when are we then expecting the verdict to be announced? We were told 8 o'clock, and we were told it's going to be a reasonable judgment.
So far, the office of the Supreme Court of Pakistan, they haven't announced anything yet regarding this as well. Everybody is waiting for the decision, but now the major development has arrived that the Supreme Court has summoned the Secretary of Election Commission. And it seems that what we were earlier discussing, that there are possibility and chances that the Supreme Court will also consider the early election as well, which was actually the demand and the plea of the ruling Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. And it was also the plea of the Attorney General of Pakistan as well. As the Attorney General, at the time of his arguments, he refused to comment on anything. He said that I'm not justifying the ruling of the Deputy Speaker. However, I'm just saying that the country is actually moving some process as well. And today we also witnessed that when the President wrote down a letter to the Chief Election Commissioner, he replied today and saying that in October, the Election Commission of Pakistan can manage the National Assembly elections as well. So we have witnessed that now the Supreme Court has summoned the Secretary of the Election Commission, and it seems that the judges are like a bit confused about their judgment as well, and they're also considering about the early election possibilities, which was the plea and that was the demand of the Attorney General of Pakistan as well.
Okay, Siraj Hasnath, we are counting on you to get us all updates from the Supreme Court as and when the Supreme Court begins the ruling. But here's the big development that has come right ahead of that ruling. Now confirmation coming in that the Secretary of the Election Commission has been summoned by the Pakistan Supreme Court. Moyed Jafri, you're joining us from Pakistan. What could this mean? Could this possibly mean that the Supreme Court decides what the Deputy Speaker did by blocking the no confidence motion and then the resolution of the Assembly that, you know, that it was okay and elections can be called in 90 days? Is that where this is going towards?
Something close to that could be possible. It would be obviously too early to call. We can't second guess the decision of the court. However, it's highly unlikely that the Supreme Court would recommend a void ab initio, which basically means that everything gets reset to 3rd of April when Mr. Qasim Suri did what he did, because there's a significant chance of an absolute action replay. Mr. Qasim Suri could cite completely different reasons to do what
again.
he did then. Yeah, exactly. He would do it again, and then once again it's back to Supreme Court. So this would be like a never-ending cyclical comedy of errors and a catastrophe and a crisis for the country to start again. So it would not be wise. That's at least the messaging that we're getting from the Supreme Court of Pakistan. That they said that it would be a wise and a just decision. Now, the head of Pakistan Democratic Movement, the PDM, the opposition alliance, basically has taken an exception to this statement by the court. Maulana Fazlur Rahman has said it's not the job of the court to understand the wider ramifications and to think about what would be the best thing under the circumstances. The Supreme Court should take decisions based on constitution and law, and that is it. Anything beyond that would be them jumping out of their own jurisdiction.
Okay.
So,
what the Supreme Court of Pakistan has said, has promised at least the people of Pakistan, is a reasonable order. Everyone knows what happened on the 3rd of April was not right. It was absolutely not right. It was a violation of the Constitution. The matter has gone to the Supreme Court. And now we are hearing that right before the big judgment, there is a meeting of the PTI that is underway. Its chief Imran Khan is heading that meeting. What could this be about? Any guesses? I mean, I think we know what this is about, just to strategize, you know, both the scenarios, play out both the scenarios and strategize what happens next and how the PTI reacts next. Because fact still remains, what has not changed on the ground, Moed, is the fact that they still don't have the numbers on the floor of the House. I don't know whether they have numbers, you know, as far as the people of Pakistan and the streets of Pakistan are concerned, but certainly on the floor of the House, Imran Khan does not have the numbers.
Imran Khan definitely does not have the numbers right now. And this meeting definitely is about creating a coherence in the narrative, whichever way the decision of the court goes. And maybe they have some hints or some leaked information to which they are strategizing. But the fact still remains that if it is reset to April 3rd, Imran Khan would have to pull another rabbit out of the hat and start another similar situation, because he cannot afford for this no confidence motion to get voted on, because it goes against him on 4 counts. Number one, his government goes and his opposition comes into power, which means that they can manipulate the system, or that's what he basically fears for the last year and the coming elections. Number one, they can upset his plans, the way he planned to carry out elections under his own watch, because he was the government in power at that point of time. He believes, what he says is, they'll come in and they'll wipe their slate clean regarding the cases that Imran Khan has filed against them. Also, he fears that the opposition will persecute him and hold him responsible and maybe even put him behind bars and declare him unqualified and disqualified for the next election. So Imran Khan just cannot let that no confidence motion to go ahead. And for that, he will strategize as much, and we've seen the distance he has gone. So I believe that we are in the palpable anxiety in all of Pakistan is something that we can feel right now, unless we'll have to wait and watch what the Supreme Court says.
Okay, and I can tell you that, it's not just the people of Pakistan who are glued to their television sets. People here in India are glued to their television sets as well to see where this is going, given the fact that Imran Khan's fate is hanging in the balance. He's been a charismatic cricket captain that led to Pakistan's World Cup victory in 1992. Can he win this one? We don't know. We'll just have to wait. There is some indication coming into which way this could be going, given the fact that the Supreme Court of Pakistan has now summoned the Election Commission of Pakistan. Let me quickly go across to my guests who are joining us this evening as we wait for the verdict to come out. We have Ambassador Rajiv Dogra joining us. Good evening, Ambassador. Good to have you on the show. General Hasnan, always good to have you on the show as well. Dr. Swasti Roy, she's the Associate Fellow at the Manohar Parikar IDSA Center. She's joining us. Barrister Muhammad Ahmad Pansota is joining us as well. Barrister Pansota is an advocate of the Supreme Court of Pakistan, and Omar Altaf is a senior journalist who is joining us from Pakistan as well. Barrister Pansota, can I start by asking you what indication you are getting when it comes to the Supreme Court of Pakistan? All that they have said through the day today, and I'm going to take our viewers through that, but also the fact that they have summoned the Election Commission of Pakistan now.
Thank you for making me a comment on this. You see, I've been saying that for some time now that Supreme Court of Pakistan was not the correct forum actually to involve itself into a political controversy. But now that it is before the Supreme Court of Pakistan, I believe Supreme Court of Pakistan will now, as the ultimate arbiter of under the Constitution of Pakistan, will pass a decision which is going to be mutually accepted by both the parties. And I expect, I can't predict, but I expect that it will be somewhere on the lines of election. However, as far as the Speaker's ruling is concerned, they will sort of declare it illegal or unconstitutional, because that's the indication that we've been getting today in court and since the last 2-3 days, because Supreme Court of Pakistan feels that Speaker appears to have transgressed his powers which are vested in him under the Constitution. However, there is case law on the point that Speaker's ruling cannot be challenged. So it will be a unique case where Supreme Court of Pakistan will be dilating upon the powers of the Speaker of National Assembly under the Constitution. But I expect something on the lines of elections. But let's see, it is a very big decision in the history of Pakistan, because there are issues which are being discussed and dilated upon by the Honorable Supreme Court for the first time. And I think this judgment, howsoever it will be passed, will act as a precedent for all times to come. So yes, fingers crossed, and it should be announced any moment. We are all glued to our TV screens, but I am with you here right now, so I'll be hearing the decision from you.
Barrister Pansota, do stay on with us, because we are getting these pictures from outside the Supreme Court, where it seems there has been heavy deployment. Omar Altaf, you're joining us as well. And I believe security there has been beefed up as well. I mean, this is a big judgment. I'm sure all of Pakistan now glued to their television sets, a lot of cameras there, a lot of journalists there, and I can see a lot of security there as well. Any comments to make on that as we see these pictures that are coming to us from outside the Pakistan Supreme Court?
Yes, that is par for the course. Like, it's a pretty normal situation. This is a high-profile case, so security has been deployed, but it's not something which is unusual or has never happened before. The whole nation is watching this with bated breath, and so do people in India and across the world, I would say, because this is such a high-profile case, and the future politics of Pakistan is linked to the judgment of this case. So everyone is watching this with bated breath, and let's see what the decision is. It should be announced very shortly now.
Okay. So yes, it should be announced very shortly now. Another quick update that is coming to us from Islamabad. The courtroom #1 staff has now arrived, after which, of course, the 5 judges will arrive, and then a decision will come in. I don't know whether it's going to be a long judgment. I don't know whether we are just going to whether we are going to get the full judgment, whether we are just going to get a précis of it. But today is when we will know which way Imran Khan is going. General Hasnan, come in here and dwell upon the sequence of events that have played out in the last 4 days. The opposition is visibly angry in Pakistan. They have every right to be angry, given the fact that Imran Khan does not have the numbers on the floor of the House, and yet he has managed to drag this entire mess all the way to the Supreme Court, and for the 4th day as well.
Well, there's no doubt, Shreya. First of all, thank you for having me on your show. And I am, as much as all your other guests, awaiting the decision with bated breath, as everyone is saying. Yes, the last 4 days have been very, very interesting. This is something in Pakistan history which really has not happened in this manner. And everyone is waiting for the Supreme Court decision. There is no doubt that Mr. Imran Khan does not have the numbers. But he has made every effort, besides all these shenanigans of security and a foreign hand, etc. I mean, I think the issue which has really not emerged is the aspect that he is even changing the chief minister of Punjab, the Punjab, very important Punjab province, and agreeing to have someone from the PMLQ to come in and become the Fazl Elahi is hopefully, probably becoming the chief minister there or something. That's what we are hearing. So, as far as Mr. Imran Khan is concerned, he has pulled out all the stops, anything and everything to survive. That is very important. But now that the issue is in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court of Pakistan is known to be reasonable, very, very correct in their judgments. So I think, and the manner that they have promised that it will be a judgment in a fair judgment in interest of the nation, it's, I think, obvious that it's going to be a restoration of the situation, and perhaps Imran Khan facing the assembly, his party facing the assembly, his government facing the assembly, to see where the numbers game holds at the moment as far as the Pakistan National Assembly is concerned.
Okay. You know, I want to take our viewers through as we wait for that judgment to come in. Could we get an indication on what the court is going to do and say, given what it has said and done in the last couple of days? I just want to run our viewers through what has been said in Pakistan's Supreme Court today ahead of the verdict. Some very scathing observations being made by the Chief Justice. Now, Justice Omar Abdullah ED has said that the Deputy Speaker's decision to dismiss the no-confidence motion against Imran Khan is prima facie wrong. The question is, what is he going to do about that? Is he going to, upturn that? Is he going to call that illegal, or is he going to say that it is wrong? But the Supreme Court, this will be judicial overreach if the Supreme Court starts interfering in what happens in Parliament. Now, why is he saying that? He's saying it because he says it is in violation of Article 95 of Pakistan's constitution. So what the Deputy Speaker has done, blocking the no-confidence motion, according to the Chief Justice of Pakistan, violates Article 95. What is Article 95? Just to explain, Article 95 says that a motion moved by not less than 20% of the total members of the Assembly may be passed against the Prime Minister. That's not all. The Chief Justice has also said that by calling elections, the whole country has been left helpless for 90 days. He's saying that Pakistan needs a strong government, not a weak one. Let me go to Dr. Rao, who is joining us as well. Dr. Rao, this is a unique situation, isn't it? We don't know which way the Supreme Court will rule in Pakistan, but what we do know is that the Supreme Court unanimously is very clear that what happened on the floor of the House on Sunday was wrong. The Deputy Speaker had absolutely no business blocking the no-confidence motion. But then there is the question of judicial overreach as well. So it's a tricky one for the Supreme Court. And I know, there's been a lot of criticism about this being a constitutional crisis and the Supreme Court of Pakistan dragging this hearing for 4 days. But they have reason too. They can't go wrong on this one.
Yes. Good evening, Shreya. And a very good evening to other panelists as well. Thank you for having me. Yes, I think the other panelists have also pointed that out very correctly. It is definitely a matter that we are all waiting and watching with bated breath. Well, not because it is the first political crisis in Pakistan or the last one, but also because it comes at a time when there are so many other geopolitical disturbances happening. So with this, I mean, I could reasonably say that it does have an amplified effect, okay, right now. So about your question as to what really the verdict could be, well, the fact that the the 5-member bench have unanimously called out, the fact that it was absolutely wrong to be discarded, for the no confidence motion to be discarded, actually gives in a bit of a view as to what really the verdict could be on. However, we are still waiting for it. And it is Pakistan. although the Supreme Court of Pakistan is known to be more reasonable than other pillars of the or pillars of the government, I mean, it would be wrong to actually get into any predictive mode. But let's see. The fact of the matter is that if the no confidence motion or a fresh no confidence motion is tabled again, Imran Khan doesn't stand a chance of winning it, because only today, you see a very close aide of Imran Khan actually also came out in the open and said that he actually wanted a kind of a crisis within the army, so that he wanted a revolt. Imran Khan was planning a revolt within the army, so that tables could be turned and there could be chaos, more chaos. So with these kind of things, these are blows to Imran Khan. His reputation and his credibility has suffered greatly. Though he doesn't seem to understand that, he likes to, ride high the wave of, whatever he considers his popularity. I think he kind of confuses that populism doesn't really equate to popularity. Populism actually equates to nuisance value, but not so much popularity. But I think he doesn't really get it right. And he thinks that he has, enhanced popularity. In my opinion, it's not the case. And if no confidence motion or a fresh one is tabled, he stands no chance of winning it. So whenever elections are happening, the election Commission has said that it will take at least 4 months or 7 months, to ensure
October.
free and fair elections. October they said. So whenever that happens, in my opinion, we would perhaps see a new government in Pakistan, a new Prime Minister.
A new Prime Minister. Omar Altaf, coming here, the impression that, irrespective of what the court decides today, and I think there's a fair indication of what could happen, given the fact that the Election Commission has been summoned. Can I ask you, Omar Altaf, why it is coming across as if the opposition in Pakistan is very keen for the floor test, and they have a right to be keen on the floor test given that they have the numbers, but is not very keen on elections?
I think that's because they wanted to come in the government and probably undo certain electoral reforms which the Imran Khan government carried out, and they also want more time in government so that they have a plan to expose what Imran Khan actually did. They need to expose his governance. That's what their plan is, and convince people that how badly Pakistan was ruled by Imran Khan. So they need to sell this and undo certain electoral reforms undertaken by Imran government, and then call elections at a time of their own choosing. That is exactly they want. They may not. Nawaz Sharif, the leader, the Qaid of PMLN, is not in the country. So they by this decision, Imran Khan has caught them off guard. So that's why they weren't expecting elections so soon, in 3 months' time from now. So they need more time to probably galvanize their supporters, organize their party, distribute tickets accordingly. So that's why. And they also feel that Imran Khan going into the elections, capitalizing on the anti-American wave, this could yield dividends for him. So they want to time to prepare themselves for the elections.
Okay, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, but if in scenario 2, the Supreme Court decides to revoke the dissolution of the Assembly, which means the National Assembly will be reconvened, what is saying that the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker will not block the floor test again? बदमाशी एक बार हो सकती है तो दोबारा भी हो सकती है.
Well, absolutely. You refer to a very, very important follow-up scenario. But before that, let me clarify 2 or 3 things which have come up in discussion. You correctly mentioned that Supreme Court has focused on Article 95 of the Constitution, under which they will or they can give a ruling, but they should also give, hopefully, a ruling on Article 58, which is about the dissolution, and which says the Prime Minister cannot dissolve the Assembly if there is a no confidence motion which has been introduced against him. So, if this is also a decision which Supreme Court would cater to, then we have the situation that you are describing. What happens next? Would Speaker and Deputy Speaker not do badmashi, as you put it? Is quite possible, and I'll explain to you the reason why. But one slight diversion regarding your previous speaker, who obviously knows better because he is from Pakistan. I'm just saying, adding to what he said, as an observer of Pakistani politics, and my feeling is that opposition does not want a quick election, because opposition, if it wins the floor test, is entitled to a full term, which is 1 year plus, 1 year and 5 months or so. So why should it have early elections? So they are quite right in saying that why have elections now when we have the mandate to carry on till the period is over. So that is one. Second, I want to relate an anecdote related to Imran Khan. I was in Guyana many years back, and the Pakistani team had just finished their tour there. So there was some time off. I was there for 3-4 days, some time off, and you diplomats try to make the maximum advantage of every little hour. So I went to the massage room, and the masseur there looked very sad. So I said, "What's happened to you? Why are you putting such a long face?" He said, "I am unemployed these days." So then he told me the story. He said there was this Pakistan-West Indies match, and on the last day, before lunch, Imran Khan sprained his shoulder. He came to me. Till then, West Indies was going to win. He came to me, I gave him the massage, his shoulder was all right. He bowled out the West Indies team. And since then, I am persona non grata with West Indies team. They don't come to me at all. So I am without employment. So what I mean to say is that Imran Khan has the touch of the, if I may put it that way, the devil. He does not care what happens to others so long as it does him good. So this
that's how he positioned himself, right?
What happened in National Assembly.
That's how he's positioned himself.
Yeah, but,
almost like the Aam Aadmi Party here in India. There to clean up the system. And yet he has created this massive mess. Barrister Pansota, I want to ask you, what happens to him from here on? If the Supreme Court has said that prima facie, it seems that what the Deputy Speaker did, blocking the no confidence motion, the no trust vote, was wrong. Now, if they pursue that line of thought in the judgment that comes today, where do you see Imran Khan ending? Is it just going to end up with an election? Or do you see him, possibly behind bars? Do you see a Desh Nikala for him? I know this is a long-term scenario that I'm painting, but I want to know from you what this means for Imran Khan if this doesn't work out for him today in the Supreme Court.
Well, I think the issue of abrogation of Constitution and the non-violation of the Constitution is being blown out of proportion, not only in on your channel right now, all everywhere in Pakistan as well. You see, we need to understand that it is not the subrogation of the Constitution or holding in abeyance. It is an interpretation issue. Speaker felt that he was entitled to interpret it in a certain way. So if Supreme Court holds that it was unconstitutional and illegal, it is still not an offense or unconstitutionality which sort of warrants Imran Khan to go behind bars or anything of that sort. What max can happen is that his government will be revived, no confidence motion will be presented again, and I can assure you that this very Deputy Speaker or any other speaker will pass another ruling unless and until Supreme Court of Pakistan comes up with the mechanism of how this ruling is to be passed. This government will continue to use its powers which are vested in it under the Constitution. And secondly, I want to quickly make a comment that why is the opposition bent upon ruling for the next year and a half? They want to do away with 2 or 3 laws that PTI has passed. First of all, electronic voting machines. Secondly, dilution of National Accountability Bureau ordinance and many other laws which keeps the check on anybody who's corrupt. So there are several cases going on against the opposition. So that is the biggest fear on part of the opposition, which is why they badly want to be in power before they can go into the elections. And Imran Khan, on the contrary, is all out for the elections because he feels with the American narrative, with the anti-American narrative and the narrative that he's recently set up, he is in a good position to win the elections. And he's become quite popular as well because people who worried about inflation, about other issues, economic issues, have suddenly forgotten all of that and said Imran Khan is the man. He's the one who stood up against the Western powers and stuff like that, which is happening in Pakistan. So the average middle class person in Pakistan is with him at the moment. So elections suit him one way or the other. It may not have been a very good idea 2 months before, maybe in January or December, but at the moment he's fully prepared for the election. So Supreme Court, even if it sets aside the ruling, if there are elections, it's a win-win situation for Imran Khan. And even if the matter is remitted back to the parliament, Imran Khan is still in a win-win position. Why? Because as the panelist, the worthy panelist said, that he likes to fight till the last ball. And trust me, he's a man of surprises. He can come up with anything. He knows how to, conduct things. And I don't know, he may have 3-4 things up his sleeve. So let's wait and watch.
Let's
the game
wait and
is not
watch.
over.
We were told 7:30 Pakistan time, 8 o'clock India time. It's almost going to be 8:30 India time. And we still don't have any ruling so far. At least all we know is that the five justices have arrived, and the Chief Election Commissioner right now is meeting the Chief Justice. My colleague Manoj Gupta is scribbling down something on our WhatsApp group. I think there's going to be an update. But before, as that comes, General Hasnain, can I ask you this? You have followed. All right, we are being told that judges are now consulting in the Chief Justice of Pakistan's chamber. This is Chief Justice, of course, Umar Atta Bandel. General Hasnain, you're someone who follows cricket very closely, and you followed Imran Khan's career very closely as well. It seems the spin that all of us were finding ridiculous about this massive foreign conspiracy sponsored by the US to topple his government, sponsoring this no confidence motion, that we may not have bought it, but the spin has certainly worked for the people of Pakistan, at least as far as Barrister Pansota is concerned. And he lives there, so I'm sure he knows what's going on there.
See, Shreya, there is something, as we say in India and we say in Pakistan, dal mein kuch kala hai.
वो तो है.
You see, it's not such an innocent thing which is happening, and even the Supreme Court must be at odds looking at this judgment. You see, one element in Pakistan which has been very silent through this entire thing has been the Pakistan Army.
Correct.
Right? The kingmakers of Pakistan are actually very, very silent. What I am hearing from all kinds of sources, and I'm not saying that this is the truth, but these are theories which are working around, is that a continuation of Imran Khan, an election today with this foreign agenda, etc., very correctly said by our previous speaker also, will probably lead to Imran Khan winning the election. Winning, it may not have happened 3 months ago, very correctly said, winning the election today, possibly in the next 2 months or so, and being backed by the Pakistan Army. Looking at the potential of General Bajwa, his third term, the possibility of his extension, the possibility of amending the constitution to give him service beyond the age of 64, all this is very well on the cards. You see, so Imran Khan and the army, this may be a charade which is going on in front of us, for all of us and the rest of Pakistan. But actually what the reality behind is, no one really knows. And let's see then what the Supreme Court finally comes out.
Would you want to come in here, Dr. Rao, about specifically about the army's role in the entire matter? Now you can say, and many people can say in Pakistan, in India, you say it's the Pakistani army that runs the show in Pakistan, but look, this is democracy playing out. It may be messy, but this is democracy. Pakistan's army has decided to stay quiet. It has decided to stay neutral. The very fact that it is not backing Imran Khan, the very fact that his 3 allies have walked over to the opposition camp means that this is the army at play, that Imran Khan has publicly taken panga with the army, needled the army chief, all-powerful army chief, and ek raste ya dusra, he will have to pay the price for it.
Right, you're right, Shreya. Actually, let's understand the nature of the Pakistani state, right? Pakistani state is a classic example of a stratocracy. What is a stratocracy? Stratocracy is a regime or a society where the military chiefs actually rule the state, okay? And this we know. By proxy, it is the army in Pakistan that calls the shots. And like, General Hasnain had just mentioned that the silence, the rather silent army this time, is a little conspicuous. The silence is a little conspicuous, but I think we all know how Imran Khan was once a blue-eyed boy of the Pakistani army, and then later on he fell apart because there were differences. The army wanted him to change the chief minister of Punjab. He said no. The army wanted that entire thing of the ISI chief. He wanted Faiz Hamid to stay, and the army wanted to bring in someone else. So he has taken a lot of pangas from the army. There's no doubt about it. Had he not gotten into that pangas, really he might have been able to complete his term, for all we know. But the point is that right now he doesn't seem to enjoy that unequivocal support from the army. Having said that, let's also understand that even the army in Pakistan is not a monolith, okay? And like General Hassan was just pointing out, that there does seem to be their own, alliance shifting and all that and all other considerations that need to be taken care of. But having said that, on the surface, there's one thing which is clear to me as an analyst, that the army would want Pakistan to realign itself into a balance with United States of America,
correct,
along with China. See, what Pakistan has, the foreign policy blunder that Imran Khan started doing was he started to treat the Pakistan-China equation as the cornerstone of Pakistan's foreign policy. He tried to do a lot of things, okay? So he was not getting along well with Saudi Arabia, he wasn't getting along well with America. America's role as a security provider in that region, obviously that has shrunk. We saw America going back in the Syrian war. We saw America playing no role in all the geopolitical competition in East Mediterranean. So, here was Pakistan. Pakistan started to try and forge an alliance, on its east with China and Russia, and on its west with Turkey. Right. So those were things that he was trying to do. But having said that, the army would want to, realign that balance in the favor of US. So I'm not sure how much army supports him. And as far as popularity was concerned, well, I'm not even sure if that is something that is also the case in Pakistan, because we keep interacting with so many of the Pakistani commentators and Pakistan watchers, and most of them agree on the fact that he actually does not have the vote, right? So even if elections are happening, maybe he's riding high on some temporary popularity. I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
But I don't think that the situation is that okay, because the Pakistani economy is so terribly doing badly, okay? So those are factors that have to be taken into account.
Okay, so I'm going to ask all of you to stay with us, because some updates coming in, nothing is ever on time in the subcontinent, whether it is India or it's Pakistan. So we were told 8 o'clock, it's 8:32, nothing's happened so far. Well, some things have happened so far. The Pakistani Attorney General, it seems, has reached the Supreme Court. We are also being told that the Prime Minister, which is Imran Khan, has called a PTI political committee meeting at Banigala, which is his residence, at around 8:30 p.m. So that is another big update that is coming in. And I wonder if we can get our reporters from Pakistan. I'll ask my producers to try and patch. All right, we'll try and patch them up in just a minute, because the information coming in now is, of course, that the Pakistan Attorney General has reached the Supreme Court. The judges currently are consulting in the Chief Justice of Pakistan's chamber, and we are being told, this is interesting, that there is a scuffle between the lawyers and the police outside the courtroom. The lawyers are trying to enter the courtroom, and obviously this is a high profile matter. This is a high profile case, and the police is being extra careful as far as the security of the judges and the courtroom number 1 is concerned. We've seen some pictures that are coming to us from right outside the Supreme Court in Islamabad, and what you're seeing there is heavy police presence. No one is being allowed to go there. So lawyers trying to enter. This is something that happens here in India as well. Lawyers trying to enter. This is a high-profile case, so people would this in a sense will be an unprecedented case and an unprecedented ruling, which is why I'm assuming Omar Altaf, lawyers will want to go into the Supreme Court and hear what is happening, even those who are not connected with the case. And it seems the police is not allowing them to enter.
Yes, a lot of lawyers, a lot of journalists and other people. Excuse me.
Omer, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Yes, a lot of people are interested in the outcome of this case, because a lot of futures are also linked to this case, and that's why there is a lot of interest out here. So the security is trying to control the situation, but I assure you there is going to be no untoward incident. It's going to all happen peacefully, and a few minutes from now the decision is going to be
ये इंडिया और पाकिस्तान का few minutes एक ही है. Few minutes करते few hours निकल जाते हैं.
No, I think it's the month of Ramadan in Pakistan, so maybe the judges just
possibly
fast, and maybe they are maybe discussing the fine points of the judgment over tea, and that's what's taking it,
so
delaying it.
The judgment is being debated over iftar, as it were.
Over tea and samosas, perhaps.
Chalo, theek hai, badhiya hai. Because again, it's going to be a historic day in Pakistan and in Pakistan's courts. So let the judges be well fed at least. Ambassador Dogra, can I ask you this fundamental question? Is there something fundamentally wrong with Pakistan's democracy? I mean, things are playing out to a pattern. No Prime Minister has completed a 5-year term. Most of them, when they demit office, and one of the Pakistani former Prime Ministers was quoted as saying, ki bhai mujhe Prime Minister nahi banao, because Prime Ministers go from the Prime Minister's house straight to Adiala jail. Is there something fundamentally flawed about that country and its institutions?
Well, having lived in Pakistan for some time and having known some of the political leaders even of today quite intimately, I can say that there's nothing wrong with the political leadership of the country, because Benazir Bhutto, Nawaz Sharif, or Nawaz Sharif's daughter, and some of Benazir's party members, including her husband, are of the stuff that are to be found anywhere else in the world, in any other democracy. So it is not the lack of leadership. And let me also point out that both PPP, People's Party, Benazir's party, now Asif Zardari's, and Nawaz Sharif's party, they did not go in for vindictive politics when they were in power. They may have had their differences with the army, that's a different thing, but they did not put each other in prison like Imran Khan has done. So Imran Khan is not in the standard mold of politics. He did not have a background in politics. All he had was a handsome face, and the country got swept by that, and the army thought
and a stellar career as a cricketer, sir. A stellar career as a cricketer as well. Wo mat bhuliye. He's a national hero because of that.
So many others. Isn't Kapil Dev a great cricketer? Isn't Sachin Tendulkar a great cricketer? Isn't the Prime Minister of Canada a handsome man? Wasn't
I'm sure he wasn't chosen because he's good looking, sir. Mr. Trudeau will be heartbroken if he hears you say this.
No. No. What I'm saying is that there are qualities in many leaders which are to be found in any other man. And Imran Khan, before he was elected as Prime Minister, was known in Pakistan as M the Dim. So in politics, dimness is not a quality. And normally, you would not be pushed to the top position unless the manipulators are sure that they can manipulate the man, which is what army thought. But that is not how it has happened, because he is proved to be stubborn. He is not proved to be clever, but he is proved to be stubborn, and he is not proved to be good for his country. So to answer your question, I don't think there is a paucity of good material among politicians in Pakistan. What is unfortunate is the alignment of stars in Pakistan. I mean the astrological stars. So something is happening which is not letting Pakistan go on the path of development. Otherwise, things are there. It has greenery, it has good agriculture, it has a reasonable middle class now, and it has a young generation which is on the go. So it's not as if it's a written off country, but it is the politicians who are corrupt. And Imran Khan, the stories that are coming out now of him and his wife would shock people.
Yeah, that's true. I don't want to mention them because, you know, a fact is it enters the realm of gossip, and you don't know what is gossip and what is reality. But there has been so much talk of Jadoo Tona, of poor little chickens being doused in fire for some good vibes to be created. One friend of Bushra Bibi escaping the country with a $90,000 bag, that picture going viral. So there's a, you know, there's a lot of surround sound around this story as well, which enters the realm of gupshup. And I don't think we should be discussing it at a time when the Pakistan Supreme Court is just getting... is just about getting ready to deliver its verdict. Well, it was 8 o'clock. It's 8:40 now. Still waiting. The countdown is on. Gentlemen, I'm going to request you to stay with us. Dr. Rao, I'm going to request. Okay, no break. We are being told we are waiting. We are waiting. We are not taking a break. General Hasnain, and I'll come to you with that question as well. I know Ambassador Dogra has a different opinion on this, but you almost feel for the people of Pakistan. And I'm not Pakistan bashing here, Pak bashing here at all. I mean, on one hand, you have politicians who have been branded chores by their own country, which is the Bhuttos and the Zardaris. And on the other hand, you have a loose cannon, Imran Khan, who's been a great captain, but not necessarily that great for his country. He had promised reforms, he had promised a corruption-free government. Largely, he's still seen as honest. I'll give him that. But he's someone who's, put his country and his parliament in great jeopardy.
Obviously, Shreya, Imran was used to getting things his way. You see, studied abroad, came in early into the Pakistan cricket team, captained the team subsequently and very, very successfully captained the team, took Pakistan cricket to a much higher level. Thereafter, in fact, at comparable times, Pakistan's cricket capability was far, far greater than India's at that particular time. The thing changed subsequently. So Imran was used to his own ways of doing things. And suddenly here, he came into politics, and in politics also, it took him some time to settle in. And finally, when he became a prime ministerial candidate virtually, it was primarily at the sponsorship of the Pakistan Army. Now, the Pakistan Army is equally headstrong. I have met a lot of Pakistan Army officers. I've met a lot of politicians from Pakistan. I find intellectually, I have a great, very, very high opinion of many of them. They're very capable, but somehow very headstrong, very, very headstrong. And this is exactly what has happened to Imran Khan. Democracy and Imran Khan do not perhaps go in sync with each other. And as to your other question, whether democracy in Pakistan itself is a viable thing at all, well, if you give democracy a proper chance, the Pakistan Army has not given democracy a chance at all. The most important thing in governance, your foreign policy, your security policy, and your financial management is all being looked at primarily by the Pakistan Army. So where is democracy really functioning to that extent, except for the fact that you are having the elections? But despite all this, you are not being able to complete even your 5-year terms as far as the prime ministers are concerned. So Pakistan has got a long way to go yet as far as establishing its credentials as a really effective democracy. And this Imran Khan case and this whole issue in the National Assembly has not been helpful as far as Pakistan's national reputation is concerned as a democracy.
And Imran Khan is someone who was selected by the army. There's something called a hybrid model that was developed, and it seems that hybrid model has failed in exactly 3.5 years. Siraj Hasnath, you are joining us as well. I quickly want to check with you what's happening at the Supreme Court right now. It seems that things have got delayed by at least 40-45 minutes.
Yes, all of us are just waiting for the decision to come, because initially at the time of the decision, the Supreme Court summoned the Secretary of the Election Commission of Pakistan, and the Secretary appeared in front of the judges, and now the judges are consulting before the decision as well. However, that was a very shocking move when they just summoned the Election Commission Secretary, as it was assumed, and like the people are guessing right now, that probably the Supreme Court is also considering the option of the early election. As I earlier mentioned, that already while replying to the President of Pakistan's letter, the Chief Election Commissioner has already intimated them that they need 4 months minimum at least to hold the election as well. They are expecting to contest the election or to settle the election in October. However, as per the Pakistan Constitution, they are supposed to, after dissolving of the assemblies, they are supposed to contest the election within 3 months. So, but the Election Commission today intimated the President of Pakistan that they need at least 4 months for that as well. However, there are some conditions in which they can call the early election, or they can set everything. So when the Supreme Court summoned the Secretary of the Election Commission, that was a very shocking move, and the people are now guessing the Supreme Court is also looking for the option of the early election as well.
Of early elections as well, because what the Election Commission has conveyed to the President of Pakistan earlier today was that they can hold the elections by October, and October is still some time away. Dr. Rao, I want you to weigh in, and I want our other panelists also from India to weigh in on Imran Khan and his relationship with India. He's managed to mess Pakistan's relationship, at least temporarily, with the United States of America by making these wild allegations, wild charges about how A, there is a threat to his life, and B, very importantly, there is this foreign sponsored plot sponsored by the United States of America to topple his government. I want to ask you, we don't know whether Imran Khan will stay in power, will stay as Prime Minister, or, you know, the opposition will manage to somehow oust him. We don't know all of that. But I want to ask you, given India's relationship with Imran Khan, and it's not been very good, will it be good for India if he's gone? Will we say good riddance, that Shahbaz Sharif is possibly an easier person for us to deal with?
Well, I'm not sure Shahbaz Sharif is an easier person for us to deal with, because understand the rationale of the Pakistani state also depends on revving up the Kashmir issue, you know, as their existential need. So let's understand that Imran Khan going in, somebody else stepping in as the Prime Minister is not going to bring a sea change, you know, in India-Pakistan relations as well. Having said that, yes, let's also remember that since Imran Khan or whoever the army backs now will be forced to recalibrate a kind of a, you know, positive equation with respect to United States, we can expect the same with India to some extent, because it has two reasons. One, of course, they need to start their trade with India. If you remember, a very important document had come up, you know, recently, which was commissioned in 2014, which was the National Security Policy document of Pakistan, where they had mentioned very clearly that basically they need to shift their attention to the global geoeconomics, right? Because they've been far too much obsessed with the geostrategies and, you know, the geopolitics of everything. So that is a good realization. I would say it's a healthy realization. If Pakistan takes that logic, we will, you know, they will be willing to start the trade and all of that with India, which is going to be in their interest. That's one. The other thing is it's an extremely important thing for whoever comes and you know, takes the charge of Pakistan now to really look at the biggest problem that Pakistan has today, which is of their economy. And let me also point out that, you know, Pakistan and Imran Khan has actually loved doubting the China factor as to, you know, the CPEC and all the economic FDI, so to say, investment that China made in Pakistan lately. But, you know, let me also tell you that the Pakistani foreign direct investment has also fallen considerably in this year alone. Okay, it's 33% down already. So that means that China is not interested in, you know, investing in newer China is not interested in investing in newer projects. They anyway have falling foreign reserves. They have a very bad functioning economy. Their inflation is, you know, over the roof. It's already, I think, 15% now. Food inflation is even more. Okay, they are suffering economic losses due to being grey-listed again at FATF, and those economic losses are to the tune of $40 billion. The IMF loan that they were getting, right, from this year February, IMF gave them a bailout. Even that has been halted. It was a $6 billion bailout, which has been halted because of all this political turmoil. So the point is that whoever comes in Pakistan needs to take this into account and needs to get into a course correction mode with respect to giving up on rhetoric and doing the real work, which means that getting its economy back on track to whatever extent possible.
General Hasnain, would you want to weigh in here, given the fact that we have heard from General Qamar Bajwa, the all-powerful Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan, where he's saying that we feel if India is ready, we can talk to each other, hold a dialogue, and Kashmir can be resolved. A fact also is that the ceasefire, the recommitment to the ceasefire, as it were, has held pretty well, and it has held pretty well because the Pakistani army has wanted to for it to hold. There has been some talk by the Pakistani army chief about resuming trade with India. So the utterances have been all right, and the villain of the entire piece, or at least the portrayal of who the villain in the entire piece as far as India and Pakistan is concerned, has been Imran Khan, who's been trying to block those attempts, or at least that's the impression that has gone out.
See, Shreya, I mean, to say that only Imran Khan and in his time only the relations had deteriorated and he was responsible for it may not be entirely right, because we know the history of what has happened in India-Pakistan relations, and particularly on the Kashmir issue. General Qamar Bajwa has been speaking fairly positively through his tenure. Let me tell you, there are many times that he has spoken very, very positively in different forums, particularly in seminars at the National Defense University and places like that, and has extended hand of friendship, so-called. He's also, there was a time when the Pakistani media came out with a thing called the Bajwa Doctrine, if you remember, which was actually more of a facade than anything else. But it had a message for India in that. But as far as the ceasefire is concerned, yes, the last 14 months, they have walked the talk. There's no doubt about it. There's been a very stable line of control. So to that extent, yes, the situation is definitely with General Bajwa's assistance. I won't say Imran Khan's leadership in any way, but under General Bajwa's insistence, it has been fairly good for the last 1 year. But that does not mean that the whole problem is behind us. Much will depend on triggers. Tomorrow, a lot of things can happen as we go into the summer. These are still very, very temporary things. And I would say that the foreign policy of Pakistan is still very much in the hands of the Pakistan Army. Not only the foreign policy, the national security policy. So whoever comes, whether Shahbaz Sharif comes or anyone else comes to power, whoever is the CEO of Pakistan, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, it's all a question of how the Pakistan Army wants to see it. And closer to elections, etc., with the Pakistan Army's particular interests themselves, I'm not sure that Pakistan Army would like to see full stabilization of the borders with India or on the other side. If it happens, very, very positive. It will only contribute towards the peace process, if there is one, if we can call it at all, and hopefully we will see better days once the next elections take place.
Okay, I have exactly 3 minutes on the show, and I hope, Ambassador Dogra, I'm not putting you in a spot by asking you this question, and I'm going to ask Omar Altaf that question as well. I've seen some commentary in Pakistani media that is blaming Bushra Bibi, the wife of Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan, for all the mess. Do you buy it, or is this a mess entirely of his own making, given the fact that he is, the ego of Mount Everest, possibly?
No, I think when all the fingers are pointing towards one person, then obviously there's going to be some substance to it. So you can't dismiss it out of hand that she was not involved or some of her friends were not involved. Farah Khan, whom you mentioned, everyone in Lahore seems to be talking about her and the amount of money she salted away in Dubai. But that apart, ultimately the buck should stop with the Prime Minister. In this case, Imran Khan, who was the Prime Minister till about a couple of days back. So do you think he didn't know that all this was happening? Do you think he didn't know that some of his friends were having their hand in the till? So to say that Imran Khan was, quite a holy man who didn't know what was happening would be wrong. Plus, also don't forget, Imran Khan is a man of many flaws. He's also being accused of being a drug addict, besides many other things. So I don't think he's absolutely clean. In fact, far from it. So plus, he has been castigated for being a failure on every administrative and political front, of having wrong advisors, of not being able to do anything about inflation, about the slide of economy, about the slide of Pakistan rupee against dollar, about having wrong relations with some of the traditional friends of Pakistan like Saudi Arabia and now America. So does he have anything positive? Perhaps
but if there's an election,
he may have a huge negative ledger.
But if there's an election, and I'm saying if there is an election, and all our guests from Pakistan seem to be suggesting that if there is an election in the next 90 days, Imran Khan is winning hands down, or at least that is what they are suggesting. So which means हम लोग कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं इमरान खान के बारे हम लोग कुछ भी बोल दें इमरान खान के बारे में. General Hasnain, my last comment to you: if there is an election today, Imran Khan is going to win. There are these. I understand that. Imran Khan still has a fairly clean image as far as Pakistan is concerned, and as far as Pakistan's politicians are concerned, because we've seen the reputation that the others have carried. The Zardaris have carried, the Bhuttos have carried, the Sharifs have carried. Yet there are these allegations, and you have Ambassador Dogra who's talking about the stories that Lahore is abuzz with, that Mr. Khan's friends have already started fleeing with huge amounts of money to Dubai in private jets. So there, there are those allegations coming in as well.
There's no doubt about that, Shreya. Those allegations will probably be true also, and Ambassador Rajiv Dogra knows this, no one better than him to tell us on these particular aspects. But if there are elections, and what our Pakistani friends tell us, that's true. This is the information I also carry from whatever sources I have in Pakistan, that yes, he is, as far as the street is concerned, Imran Khan continues to remain very popular. And perhaps this so-called standoff with the Pakistan army, to my mind, it still doesn't gel completely. There is something awkward about it.
Okay.
And perhaps this is a setup in many ways. We will only know in the next 2 months, 3 months or so, whether all these events were really a natural flow of events or were they actually set up to achieve something.
Or were they a fixed match, as you say? General Hasnain, we leave it there for the moment. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, thank you very much. General Hasnain for joining us, thank you very much as well. Dr. Rao and Omar Altaf, Barrister Pansota was with us as well, giving us his view of what the Supreme Court could be doing / thinking over the next couple of hours. This is going to be a long night as far as the Supreme Court of Pakistan is concerned. All eyes on them. They were supposed to deliver their verdict at about 8 o'clock. It is almost 9 o'clock, and Zaka Jacob is now joining you with the story as we continue to track it right here on CNN News 18.
Good evening, welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. All eyes on the Supreme Court of Pakistan on Courtroom number 1, headed by the Chief Justice. A 5-judge bench will rule any moment now whether the actions of the Deputy Speaker this past Sunday in categorizing the no-confidence motion as null and void, was that action legal? Was that action constitutional? Because if it was, it will have far-reaching implications, not just for this current election cycle in Pakistan, but for far-reaching implications for institutional relations in that country. Let's break down what is happening anytime now. We're given to understand that the Pakistan Supreme Court will pronounce its verdict. A 5-judge full constitutional bench has been hearing this matter since Monday. So for the last 5 days, they've been hearing this matter. They will decide whether the judges right now are reading the verdict. The CJI and his brother judges are in the judges' courtroom number 1, and they are reading the verdict. The Chief Election Commissioner as well as Secretary to the Election Commission both have been called by the judges to the courtroom number 1, where the judges are right now reading the verdict. Imran Khan's camp is in a huddle right now at his residence in Banigala. He's, of course, charting out a strategy to take on this verdict, whichever way it goes. The opposition, on the other hand, is formulating a joint strategy after the verdict. The entire city, the capital of Pakistan, Islamabad, has been put on high alert just ahead of this verdict. Shiraz Hasnat will be joining us. Let me also go across to our guests as we await this very, very consequential verdict. Suhasini Haider is the diplomatic editor of The Hindu. We're also joined by retired General B.S. Jaswal, former Army Northern Commander. Let me start with you, Suhasini. Why is this verdict so important?
Well, I mean, this is the culmination of the kind of chaos we've seen over the last 4 days in Pakistan. So obviously, this verdict is very important. Let's remember the Supreme Court is essentially meeting about the validity, the legality of what the Deputy Speaker did in the Pakistani National Assembly on Sunday, where he basically just rejected the opposition's no-confidence motion. But it's got other problems on its hands as well. And a few hours ago, we heard the Supreme Court called in the election commissioner to find out whether elections were a possibility. The election commissioner has now apparently said that he can conduct elections, but only after 4 months. Remember, the caretaker chief minister who's been appointed.
Just give me 1 second, Suhasini. We're getting breaking from inside the courtroom. Like you said, The Chief Election Commissioner is now telling the CJI that they need 6 to 7 months to hold elections. The Election Commission is not ready to hold an immediate election. They need 4 months for the delimitation exercise and another 3 months for the elections itself. So at the very least, 6 to 7 months. Also, after the merger of Fatah, we have to change the constituencies in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This is being said by the Chief Election Commissioner to the CJI as of right now. So even if whatever the verdict is tonight, the fact is that elections will not happen in another 6 to 7 months. Suhasini.
Correct. So this delimitation exercise has become the new problem, because earlier it had looked like this CJ might be able to say that I think what the Deputy Speaker did was wrong, but let's now move ahead to elections. This brings out a new problem, Zaka, but honestly speaking, with every constitutional crisis in Pakistan, we see that the Supreme Court does have to take this larger-than-life role, as it were. And it does come up quite regularly because, as we keep saying on all these shows, Pakistan has never had a prime minister complete a full 5-year term. There's always this kind of Nawaz Sharif disqualified by the CJ over the Panama Papers. Before that, Yusuf Raza Gilani also disqualified. That case went to the Supreme Court. So it is something that the Supreme Court has done in the past. But I think for the moment, it has a very difficult, set of cases to look at.
Okay, give me a moment. I'm sorry I'm interrupting, but the Chief Justice has just said that the judgment is unanimous. So all 5 judges have come to the same conclusion. What that conclusion is, we don't know. But the CJP has just said that the judgment is unanimous. And as Suhasini was pointing out a moment ago, the Chief Election Commissioner has told the judges, has told the Supreme Court that they cannot hold the elections. They need at least 6 months' time because they need to prepare for the delimitation exercise, and thereafter the poll exercise itself will take 3 months. But I think the latest that's coming in, the Chief Justice of Pakistan, under whose bench this matter had been heard and who's leading this bench, he has now said that this judgment is unanimous. All 5 judges have come to a similar conclusion. What that conclusion is, we'll get you in a moment. But I think the fact that all 5 judges have come to the same conclusion is a big development in and of itself. Let me try and see if I can go across to Moed Jafri. Moed, so the CJP is saying that the judgment is unanimous. Do we know what way that judgment might be inclined?
Well, the comments that we're hearing from the Chief of Election, the Secretary Election Commission, I believe this is going towards a win-win for the opposition and Imran Khan, because the opposition wanted more time before elections. Imran Khan wanted a snap election. So if the elections are delayed, we are basically hearing, if you give me one moment,
yes,
we're getting the final decision. If you give me one moment, let me check with that.
Okay, I'll give you a breather. I'll give you a moment. Go ahead and check what the decision is. The unanimous decision of the Supreme Court declaring that the decision of the Deputy Speaker is unconstitutional. That's the big breaking, ladies and gentlemen. Unanimous decision by a 5-judge bench of the Pakistan Supreme Court that the ruling of the Deputy Speaker of declaring the no confidence motion null and void, that decision has been declared as illegal. No confidence motion remains intact. So this is a big development. All 5 judges of this bench saying that it was a unanimous decision that the actions of the Deputy Speaker were unconstitutional and illegal. That the SC has ruled unanimously 5-0 that the Deputy Speaker's ruling was against the Constitution of Pakistan, and this has been declared illegal. The court is also saying that the no confidence motion remains intact, which means the situation as it existed prior to the 3rd of April continues, that the no confidence motion continues to exist. The Supreme Court also declares the dissolution of the Assembly unconstitutional. This is a big development. It's not just the actions of the Deputy Speaker, but also the dissolution, which was based on the actions of the Deputy Speaker. That has also been now declared as unconstitutional, which means the Assembly has been restored, which means that they have to go back to the Assembly. The no confidence motion is intact. Imran Khan will have to go back and face that trust vote, and From the numbers, at least as they stood on the 3rd of April before this vote, it is clear that he doesn't have the numbers. So big development. Number one, the Deputy Speaker's actions were illegal. Number two, it's a unanimous verdict. Number three, the Assembly is restored and the no confidence motion is restored as well, which means that Imran Khan has to go back to the Assembly and prove his majority. This is a huge victory. Huge legal victory for the opposition there, the collective opposition, the People's Democracy Movement, the PDM. This is a huge development. If Moyed is there, if we can go back to Moyed and check in on this, this is a massive setback for Imran Khan. I don't think he has won on any of the counts. Number one, Deputy Speaker's action was unconstitutional. Number two, this was a unanimous decision by all 5 judges. Number three, the Assembly has been restored. The National Assembly has been restored. Number four, the no confidence motion is intact, which means that the Prime Minister of Pakistan and his ruling party will have to go back to the National Assembly and prove their majority. Moyed is back with us. Moyed, big development. This is a big blow for the Prime Minister and for the PTI.
Is massive. This is massive victory for the opposition right now. It's basically everything that they were wishing for. And by the mood of the Supreme Court, it did not seem that the decision was going to be this big. I mean, this basically sets everything back in judicial terms, as we call it, void ab initio, that the basic premise of dismissing this no confidence motion was flawed. It was supra-constitutional, which is why it was not legal. And therefore, everything gets reset back to April 3rd when all this happened.
All right, we're getting more details. I'm sorry, Moyed. This is a flurry of breaking news. Now the Assembly will be convened on Saturday at 11 a.m. That's what the Supreme Court has ruled. So it has restored the Assembly. It has restored the no confidence motion. And this coming Saturday at 11 a.m., the restored Assembly will have to meet and they will have to take the no confidence motion. The trust vote will have to be taken. So, Moyed, on all counts that the opposition had approached the court, they seem to have won.
They have won, but there's a waiting. There is another constitutional crisis in the waiting now, because what we have heard from our sources is that PTI, in case of such a verdict, were preparing for a similar action again to dismiss the no confidence motion on different grounds. So we could once again go back to the same cycle, same set of events, where because we all know that Imran Khan does not have the majority in the House anymore.
Let's see what he does. Let's get a first PTI reaction. So 11 a.m. on Saturday, the voting will take place. The Prime Minister's advice to the President stands null and void, which is the dissolution of the House. Neela Mirshad Sheikh of the PTI is joining us. Ma'am, your first reaction to what the Supreme Court has said. It has basically upheld everything that the opposition has asked for. The Speaker's decision was unconstitutional. The dissolution has been reversed. The National Assembly has been restored. And the no confidence is to be taken this Saturday at 11 a.m. Ma'am.
Well, as per Article 5, they should follow up this, what Noon Leagues has done so far. They should declassification of Volume 10 of Panama Papers. They should come bring forth. They are telling lies. Nobody is telling the truth. Shahbaz Sharif was asked to tell that where did his son money came from in his account.
Ma'am, I'm asking you your reaction to the verdict from the Supreme Court just now. Your reaction.
My reaction that Imran is least bothered. He can face anything. He's ready for anything.
You are ready to face the no confidence motion? You're ready to face the no confidence motion on Saturday?
Well, he's prepared for all that. We are all prepared. Parliamentarian MNAs, they are with us. So they are all, it's called that they
how
are
many,
playing.
How many MNAs are with you, ma'am? How many MNAs are with you?
Well, more than them, I would say.
More than the
You will
opposition.
see,
But
inshallah.
what is your reaction to the court saying the Speaker's action was unconstitutional, the dissolution is null and void, and now the Assembly is being restored? What is your reaction to that?
I think it's not fair what the judiciary is doing. They should look into chapter, they should look into the Article 5 and follow that. It's not that Article 5 was implemented and
no, so the speaker who went by Article 5, that action the court is saying is unconstitutional. So the court has already adjudicated on it, saying it's unconstitutional. What the speaker did using Article 5 to reject the NCM was unconstitutional. That's what the court has just said.
How can they say it's unconstitutional when the letter says that they're all involved?
I don't know. This is the Supreme Court of Pakistan. I didn't write this judgment. This is what the Supreme Court of Pakistan has ruled just moments ago. That the action taken by your deputy speaker under Article 5 is unconstitutional and illegal. Okay,
it's not illegal. It's not unconstitutional.
Okay, we'll go back to Neela Mishra-Sheikh. Okay, ma'am, this is what the court has said. This is not what an Indian news channel has said. This is what the Supreme Court of Pakistan, 5 judges unanimously have said this.
Well, I am not scared of anyone. 5 judges, they were raised and bribed by straightforward by 15 years old government, and now they're all lifafa holders. I don't care. I have nothing to lose.
Okay, let me open this up to our guests. I want to go across to Jeepat Sarthi, former High Commissioner to Pakistan. Dr. Qamar Cheema, political analyst, is joining us. Also, Suhasini is still with us, the diplomatic editor of The Hindu. Ambassador Parthasarathi, this is a big blow to Imran Khan. Every action, from the Speaker's action to the dissolution of the House, even the elections are not going to happen in the next 3 months. As the Chief Election Commissioner told the court today, they need at least 7 months to prepare. Now Imran Khan has to go back to the drawing board. He has to go back to the assembly on Saturday and prove that he has the numbers. And it was apparent to everybody for weeks now that he doesn't have the numbers. Ambassador Parthasarathi.
He knew he didn't have the numbers. The world knows that he doesn't have the numbers. But he chose a different path. That path has been declared as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. So he's got up till Saturday to make up his mind. But remember, this is a desperate man. He will most probably ask his lackeys to repeat what they did the last time around, except that do they have the majority? The answer is no, but he will manage it as even with a minority. So I think the judges also know what is likely to happen. As I see it, if he challenges the Supreme Court's verdict, he will face serious action, including from the army. Because just remember, there is no love lost between him and General Bajwa. He no longer has his favorite as the DG ISI, Faiz Hamid. Instead, you've got Nadeem Anjum, who is the personal appointee of the Chief of Army Staff. And there's a good saying in Hindi, which is repeated in Urdu, jiski lathi uski bhains. And in Pakistan, the lathi is with the military.
Okay.
If a person gets out of control unconstitutionally. So I think he'll have to take his choice.
Okay, Ambassador, give me a moment. We're getting political reactions from Pakistan. Let me play that out. This is a big blow for the ruling party, for the PTI. So we're getting a host of reactions from the Supreme Court. Let's listen in.
हमला किया इमरान खान की फाशिस्ट हुकूमत ने इस जिंदा दस्तावेज के ऊपर हमला किया फाशिस्ट कुव्वतों ने और जो आइन के तहत एक अमल जारी था तहरीके अदम एतमाद का वज़ीर आज़म के खिलाफ उसको जब एक झूठी बुनियाद पर एक खोखली बुनियाद पर बगैर सबूत और शवाहिद के डिप्टी स्पीकर ने उसको मुस्तरद किया और हमने फिर वो ड्रामा देखा कि चंद मिनटों में
और तहरीके अदम एतमाद पर डिप्टी स्पीकर की रूलिंग सुप्रीम कोर्ट का मुत्तफिक का फैसला सामने आया है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिप्टी स्पीकर
That is the latest reaction, political reactions coming in from Islamabad. Let me go back to our guests. We're still in conversation with Ambassador Parthasarathi, Suhasini Haider and Qamar Cheema. Is Qamar Cheema there? Can I go to him? Has he been routed yet? All right, we'll go across to Qamar Cheema in a moment. But Suhasini, what does this verdict mean? Because this basically now means that Imran Khan has to go back to the drawing board, he has to go back to the assembly, and he has to prove his majority, a majority which he doesn't have.
That's right. And he has to do that before Saturday at 10:30, which effectively means he doesn't have time to think up too many new ways to subvert this process at this time. Although, of course, people are already talking about other ways to disqualify the NCM. But I think it does make it clear. He had said before the Supreme Court verdict that he would accept the verdict no matter what it is. The verdict has been unanimous. It has been very clear that what the Deputy Speaker did, and he was a member of the ruling party, was unconstitutional and illegal. Like and he's and also saying very clearly that the no confidence motion stands,
yes,
that it is legal, and that it has to be voted on. So essentially, what Imran Khan has bought over the last 4 days is maybe a few days of chaos.
Yeah.
But it is looking like that no confidence motion will have to happen. And if the election commissioner has said he cannot have elections before October, we might actually even see the election be put off.
Okay, Mohit has more details. Mohit, so on all counts, the Speaker's action unconstitutional, the dissolution has been rendered null and void, the Assembly has been restored, and Mr. Khan now needs to go back to that same NCM which he tried to illegally quash through his Deputy Speaker. He now has to face that same NCM and win a trust vote in the Assembly. What is he likely to do?
Well, he still has one card up his sleeve, which we believe that he most probably will use. If not, another dismissal of the NCM. Imran Khan might resign from the Assembly en masse. All the MNAs, all the members of Parliament, PTI, would resign from their position, from their seats in the National Assembly, which is going to create another crisis where the government, whichever government comes into power, will have to now decide if to hold by-polls at such a massive level or inadvertently go for another general election sooner than they would want to. So that's a big card up Imran Khan's sleeve that he might just play now that he has been pushed against the wall.
No, but here's the thing, and I want to ask Ambassador Parthasarathi. All right, Qamar Cheema is also through. Qamar Cheema, welcome to the broadcast. What a day. What a verdict this by the Supreme Court of Pakistan. 5-0, unanimous. All the actions, Speaker's action unconstitutional, dissolution has been rendered null and void, the Assembly has been restored, and Imran Khan has to face the same no confidence motion that he illegally quashed through the Deputy Speaker. Your first thoughts on this?
I think the most important thing is that the idea of the doctrine of necessity forever have been buried in Pakistan. And I think the Supreme Court of Pakistan, which had a checkered past, they have upheld the constitution of the country. And at the same time, the political parties have been given a clear message that any unconstitutional move just cannot be accepted and the will of the people will prevail. And Prime Minister Imran Khan and his party are adamant that whatever decision they will take, the Supreme Court will protect it, and whatever is being decided in the National Assembly is protected by the rules and the procedures of the National Assembly have been completely stopped by the Supreme Court. So this decision came with the full support of the 5 judges. So that shows that this was a matter related to the public interest. That is why the Supreme Court took a so notice under Article 184/3. So I think once again the people of Pakistan are really happy. As I mentioned, the doctrine of necessity, which the Supreme Court or the higher judiciary used to
in fact, right now at the Supreme
election.
Court complex, right outside, PMLN workers are celebrating. They're chanting slogans, "Go Niazi, go." Of course, Niazi being the last name of Imran Khan. So clearly for the PMLN in particular, and also for the other parties, the PPP and the other smaller parties, this is a big moment, because on all the counts that they had approached the Supreme Court, it seems like their position has been validated. The other big question that I wanted to ask, and Mr. Cheema, weigh in on this, Mr. Imran Khan's strategy was to take the moral high ground and say, Baki sab log jo hai, wo chor hai, 30 saal se they were looting Pakistan, I'm the only one who's saving Pakistan. That entire moral high ground has now been completely quashed by the decision of the court, because every action that was taken by him and his flunkies have now been rendered unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. So he's no longer has that halo, has that moral high ground.
I think the most important thing, as far as you mentioned, high ground, that is also there. But I think the Article 5, which basically through which the Prime Minister Imran Khan and his party tried to question the loyalty of the opposition people, the leaders of the opposition and the opposition parties. So the Supreme Court have once again made it clear that within the parliament, you cannot question the loyalty of the opposition parties. There is going to be a separate case for that. So for a moment, obviously what Imran Khan was doing, he was trying to take this high moral ground that everybody, they have looted the money. They are the ones who have violated the constitution. And I am one who is going to protect the people of Pakistan. I think Imran Khan has lost that high moral ground. Had Imran Khan been voted out at first place by the opposition leaders, he would have been at a high moral ground.
Okay.
But right now, he has lost that respect in the people, among the people, because he went for an unconstitutional move.
Absolutely. Suhasini, I'm interested in taking this story forward. What happens now? It's clear as the numbers stood on the morning of the 3rd of April, Imran Khan was all set to lose his majority in Parliament. Has anything happened in a dramatic fashion to alter those numbers in the last 4 or 5 days, or do those numbers stand? And what is Mr. Khan likely to do? Because I don't think, knowing his politics, knowing his personality, he would sort of afford to go through the ignominy of losing a vote on the floor of Parliament.
Well, I think Prime Minister Imran Khan former Prime Minister, I should say now, took a huge risk on Sunday, thinking that he could change the entire perspective and the entire narrative of what was happening in Pakistan, that he actually was able to overturn the no confidence motion, and then head for a dissolution, get the president to sign off on this dissolution as well, and then talk about going to elections shortly, put a chief caretaker prime minister in place as well. So all of this was done, and his point was that if he couldn't be prime minister, nobody could at this time, and that Pakistan would head for elections. This seems to have been overturned tonight. And of course, there are always more twists and turns in Pakistani politics. But what it seems as if is the greatest loss has been to Mr. Khan's own credibility. Because here you have a Supreme Court, which is in previous cases we've seen as well, which does reign supreme in a sense over all these things, passing this judgment that overrides what the Speaker of the Assembly did, what the Prime Minister of the country did, and what the President of the country did.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a huge blow to Mr. Khan. And like I said, he had this almost halo around him, particularly after the actions of, among his supporters, definitely, particularly after the actions of last Sunday. It was like he was this messiah, he was this savior, he was standing against all of the other guys on the other side who represented 30 years of everything that was wrong with Pakistani politics. But today, in the aftermath of the decision by the Supreme Court, it is very, very clear that he's been completely knocked off that perch, because all that has been done on Sunday and thereafter has been declared null and void, has been declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Pakistan. Ambassador Parthasarathy, what about what Moed said? If Imran Khan and the entire PTI legislative group were to resign before that vote on Saturday, because clearly they don't have the numbers, and unless they pull a rabbit out of their hat once again, they're going to lose that vote. If they resign en masse, how does that change the story?
Well, I think Imran will now play the martyr, and that he will abide by what he said, that constitutionally they were within their rights to do what they did. This is a rigged verdict. I wouldn't be surprised if there's nuanced references to the military and the Army Chief General Bajwa being involved in it. But the fact is that won't cut much ice. But there are larger issues. Are you going to have a coalition government without an opposition? How long is it going to take to have the next elections? Because as the Election Commission has said, and quite justifiably, because it was not due, that it will take time to get the processes in place. So we are in for a period of uncertainty there. Imran Khan will go to town that claiming to be a martyr, believe me. And the only point is that his support base of outside support is dwindling.
Okay.
And with the army lined up against him, he is going to have a difficult time. But don't write him off.
Okay.
As you have yourself noted, the man is popular, because I do recall in my own days watching the Pakistan cricket team play against us in Karachi when I was there. He was immensely popular. And this was outside his political fortress. So I think we're going to be in for uncertain times. Their economy is in a terrible shape. And what is going to happen? If you get Shahbaz, whom I have known quite well, he's a very good administrator. He's a better administrator than his elder brother, the way he ran the Punjab province.
Okay.
So you have an open field now. It does seem very clear that Shahbaz enjoys majority support.
Okay, we'll see how it plays out on Saturday at the trust vote, at the no confidence motion. But let me also go across to Lieutenant General retired KJ Singh. One of the points that Ambassador Patsarthi made was about the role of the army. And I think twice over the last 2 weeks or so, the army has come out and said, we are neutral. We have no dog in this fight. There's no reference to this political sort of slugfest that's going on. In fact, General Bajwa, in comments that he made on Saturday, the day before the trust vote was supposed to happen, did not refer to the political crisis at all. Is it possible that the rupture that we have seen between Imran Khan and GHQ will continue to further slide given the events of today, given the verdict of the Supreme Court and the nature of that verdict?
Zaka, in many ways, I am very happy that in Pakistan, there is some restoration of institutions. Supreme Court has reclaimed that space. In the past, there has been a tendency to take the thing to crowds, to take this plea of blasphemy for anything, and then conspiracy now, blaming Americans without substantive proofs. So it's all in all, stability in neighborhood is better for us. And army is always in control. Let's have no doubt on that issue. So it was a control which was de facto there. Now it is de jure also there. And in my perception, 6 to 9 months is a long time in politics. So entire narrative can be reshaped.
Absolutely.
TGISPR is a professional agency, and they will make, I'm sorry to use that term, but they will deflate all this thing, which halo that Imran Khan has built around him. And Zaka, through your channel, I would also like people to watch and monitor what are Chinese up to in this entire game. See, when the governments are being changed in Nepal and all, Chinese are very active. Here, Americans were on the back foot, they were being blamed, and we didn't see any Chinese activity. Maybe more will come out of it. But all in all, I'm happy that Chinese influence will get restrained. Americans should be a balancing point.
I also want to go back to Moed, and is it possible, Moed, that the opposition will now go back to the court and say, let's have an investigation on this letter, this supposed letter that was sent by the former ambassador in Washington to the Foreign Office, and this letter that Imran Khan made such a big deal of? Will they go back and ask for some kind of a probe, some kind of an investigation into that letter?
Well, highly unlikely before they get into power, if that is going to happen anyways, because they've gotten a victory out of the Supreme Court, a massive victory on all counts. So I think they'd like to play that up first. They'd like to use that as their narrative in the political game, and they'll be happy with it. They would not open another border, another front, most likely, that might go against them, that might provide Imran Khan further fodder to further his narrative regarding this letter. Also, the opposition would now hopefully be more sane in their approach, because like we discussed and like most guests on your show are agreeing to, Imran Khan is not somebody who would go down even now after without a fight. He would try, and he would try to find a way. He would throw this all into the public domain. He is known to label everybody and anybody who does not agree with him. I'm not saying anybody who disagrees with him. So if you don't agree with Imran Khan, it becomes very difficult for you to side with him. So we don't know how is he going to react to the Supreme Court's decision. The en masse resignations could be one way. He's definitely going to take it to the people. He's going to bring in massive crowds against this. But for now, the way I see it, the opposition would not go ahead and investigate this letter.
Okay,
or ask the Supreme
let me also
Court.
go back to
They'd like
Neela
play it
Mishad
out.
Sheikh of the PTI. Ma'am, so the writing is on the wall. Every count that the opposition went to the Supreme Court with, they seem to have won, whether it's the Speaker's action, whether it's the dissolution, whether it's the restoration of the NCM and the restoration of the National Assembly. On all those counts, they seem to have won. What is your party and what is your leader going to do? Because as the numbers stood last Sunday, you had clearly lost majority. Are you going to ask all your legislators to step down? Are you not going to face the trust vote? Are you going to bring crowds outside the Parliament building and make sure that things get out of hand in a way that the vote cannot be held? What is going to be our strategy? What is Imran Khan going to do now?
Imran Khan, he is a captain. He will stay a captain. He knows how to play. He knows how to manage all the cricket, and it's like a cricket for him.
No,
And
ma'am, you
inshallah,
said last
he will
week
be
you said you're going to play till the last ball. That's what Imran Khan said. But that last ball turned out to be a no ball. Turned out to be an illegal delivery.
He will play till the last ball, and he will take all the wickets also. Okay, and they'll be searching for the bat and the ball and the wicket.
No, he may have taken the wickets, but the opposition has run away with the stumps. Right
Sorry,
now, the opposition has run away with all the 3 stumps, because all the points that they approached the Supreme Court for, it is ruled in their favor. It is ruled in the opposition's favor.
Well, let's see after the decision of Supreme Court. Of course, what CJ has decided, we have to follow that. But we will go to him. We will not spare these looters, cheaters. We will not sit down and just say yes for everything. We'll fight for our right.
But ma'am, the chief election commissioner, the election commissioner today told the Supreme Court also, you must have heard it, that elections cannot be held for at least another 6 to 7 months. So in 6 to 7 months, anything can happen in politics.
Yeah. So 6 to 7 months, the public is with Imran Khan. All youth and we women, we are with Imran Khan. And you can see from 27th of March, Imran Khan's what he did, and the whole Pakistan was there.
But ma'am, how will you continue to have people support when the Supreme Court has said that all that you've done is unconstitutional? Why would people back somebody who's done unconstitutional things?
People know that what's going on in Pakistan. People know that they've been sold. The people know that they are going to sell Pakistan. These cheaters, looters. Now America has given them enough money.
But the Supreme Court, ma'am, the Supreme Court doesn't think so. You may think so, but the Supreme Court doesn't think so.
Well, you will see if the Supreme Court has taken a decision. Our public will take decision, and then everyone has to follow what Pakistani public wants.
Okay, Kamar Chima,
They
so
want
will the People's Court differ from the Supreme Court? Neela Mishad Sheikh seems to believe that the people and their love for Imran Khan is still very much intact no matter what the Supreme Court has to say. Kamar Chima, People's Court versus Supreme Court. Kamar Chima.
We trust him. He's the only
Well, I
one.
think
Kamar Chima, please. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think Prime Minister Imran Khan has created his own cult. He has beautifully divided the nation, and he believes that whatever he says is absolutely right. And there is a large section of the society which believes in conspiracy theories, and Prime Minister Imran Khan has then done one damage to the nation by converting a middle class into taking it into the conspiratorial paradigms. largely the conservative right-wing masses used to have subscribed to the conspiratorial theories. But during the Prime Minister Imran Khan, who is followed by liberals, who is followed by middle class, who is followed by the elite rich, the super rich people, he has also created a dent and divided the society by asking them to buy that there is a global international conspiracy against him. So this is one of the damage that has been done.
No, but
And
do you reckon now
divided.
there will be, Mr. Cheema, an investigation into this alleged letter? What is this letter? What are the contents of this letter? And shouldn't the people of Pakistan know if this was this big conspiracy as Imran Khan alleged, or was it just a regular diplomatic cable?
Well, I think now the Imran Khan will have to come up with a new way. For example, they can go for making a board of the judges. They can ask the Supreme Court to look into that, because remember, the Pakistani military not came directly, but through the resources. They gave media interviews that we do not find any global or international or American conspiracy to de-seat Prime Minister. So Imran Khan lost the support from the military and from the judiciary for any kind of a rhetoric which he was chanting among the masses. So
do you believe he will resign before Saturday's vote? Will he resign along with all the members of the 140-odd members of the PTI? Will they resign en masse? Because if it goes to the vote on the floor of the assembly, he will lose. He doesn't have the numbers.
Well, I think there are two options they are looking. First of all, he will resign. And then there is a possibility that the entire members of the PTI, they may give mass resignation. So that can take country into a new constitutional crisis. But the opposition, which will come into the government after the 9th of April, they can ask the to the Election Commission to call fresh elections in those constituencies where the elected representatives have given resignation. So there is a possibility. But I think Imran Khan will not resign. Imran Khan will have to fight, because the Supreme Court has considered and thought that the parliament is still intact. So in my understanding, and last time, remember...
just give me a moment, Mr. Cheema. Mr. Cheema, 1 second. I've got the audio of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Pakistan reading out this absolutely significant order. Let me play that audio out. We can listen to in the words of the CJP as to why the court arrived at this unanimous verdict. Let's try and listen in to what the Chief Justice of Pakistan said.
And that is कि सर डिलिमिटेशन जो है वो इलेक्शन से पहले जरूरी है. डिलिमिटेशन हम नहीं करवा पाए. 2017 की जो सेंसस था वो प्रोविजनल बेसिस पे 2018 के इलेक्शन हुए थे और वन टाइम डिस्पेंसेशन दी गई थी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट के लिए. उसके बाद सर गवर्नमेंट से हमने टेकअप किया और एक दफ़ा नहीं बल्कि मैंने पर्सनल लेवल पे डीओ लेटर प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब को लिखा और 16 लेटर लिखे हमने मई 20 से लेके मई 21 सुप्रीम कोर्ट बैठा और हमने कहा कि इलेक्शन कमीशन अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ड्यूटी उस वक्त पूरी नहीं कर सकता जब तक सेंसस नोटिफाई ना हो ताकि हम डिलिमिटेशन स्टार्ट करें. लेकिन मई 21 में उसको नोटिफाई किया गया. हमने डिलिमिटेशन स्टार्ट कर दी. जब डिलिमिटेशन स्टार्ट कर दी तो दोबारा गवर्नमेंट ने डिसीजन लिया कि वो डिजिटल सेंसस पे जाएंगे. ऑब्वियसली अगर दोबारा नया सेंसस हो रहा है तो हमारी तो डिलिमिटेशन जो है दैट विल गो वेस्ट. दोबारा हमने सर किया. फाइनल लेटर हमारे साल के शुरू में जनवरी में लिखा गया लेकिन हमें कोई उसका रिस्पांस नहीं मिला. अब सर डिलिमिटेशन जो है इसके लिए मिनिमम
हमने पूरे मुल्क की डिलिमिटेशन करनी है या किसी इलाके की?
नहीं, पूरे मुल्क की होती है सर. जब भी सेंसस नोटिफाई होता है तो पूरे मुल्क की. उसके बाद सर 4 महीने 4 मंथ्स मिनिमम है. लेकिन हम जो टेकअप करते रहे हैं अगर हमने स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट डिलिमिटेशन करनी हो तो वी नीड 6 to 7 months. और गवर्नमेंट को हमने 2023 के इलेक्शन को भी सामने रखते हुए बार बार कहा कि इवन हम वो इलेक्शन नहीं करा पाएंगे, हमें 6 to 7 months चाहिए. अब जो सिनारियो है सर इसमें अगर आइडियल इलेक्शन कराने हो जो हम डिटरमिन्ड है हम कराना चाह रहे हैं, फ्री और फेयर इलेक्शन हो और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट इलेक्शन हो, पब्लिक का ट्रस्ट हो उन पे, तो उसके लिए एटलीस्ट वी नीड 4 months फॉर द डिलिमिटेशन और 90 days इलेक्शन। अब हमें और ये क्यों, मैं सर ये भी यहाँ ब्रीफ करना चाहता हूँ कि ये मैंडेटरी क्यों है। मैंडेटरी इसलिए है कि नेशनल असेंबली की सीट्स जो हैं वो 272 थी, फाटा के मर्जर के बाद उनको रिड्यूस करके 266 कर दिया। 266 करने के बाद केपी की डिलिमिटेशन तो हर सूरत करनी पड़ेगी। हम तो समझते हैं कि पूरे मुल्क की होनी चाहिए, लेकिन केपी की तो सारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज जो हैं वो चेंज होंगी, लेकिन इवन अदरवाइज जो नंबरिंग है कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज की वो पूरे मुल्क में चेंज हो जाएगी। अब इसका शॉर्टकट अगर करना हो, हम सिर्फ फाटा की जो सीट्स हैं वो 12 से 6 हो गई हैं और वो 6 का करना चाहें तो ये फाटा की सीट्स 12 से 6 नहीं हुई, फाटा की 12 सीट्स अबॉलिश हो गई और वो 6 सीट्स केपी में मर्ज हो गई। तो इसलिए हमारा ये इशू है, अदरवाइज इलेक्शन कमीशन
You're all geared up otherwise. चलिए इसमें राजा साहब, thank you for the briefing, but you must make an effort that election commission is ready to carry out its constitutional duty whenever called upon to do so. Thank you very much. Now please take a seat. We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our judgment unanimously. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For detailed reasons to be recorded later and subject to what is set out therein by way of amplification or otherwise, these matters are disposed of in the following terms. The ruling of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022 in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, for which notice had been given by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8/3/22 and in relation to which leave was granted to move the resolution on 28/3/22, and the detailed reasons for the ruling released subsequently and concurred by the Speaker are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the resolution was pending and subsisting at all times and continues to so remain pending and subsisting. In consequence of the foregoing,
strike down ho gayi.
It is declared that at all material times the Prime Minister was under the bar imposed by the explanation to clause 1 of Article 58 of the Constitution and continues to remain so restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of or to give effect to the aforementioned order of the President and or for purposes of holding a general election to elect a new Assembly, including but not limited to the appointment of a caretaker Prime Minister and Cabinet, are of no legal effect and are hereby quashed. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the Prime Minister and Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, Advisors, etc. stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, 9th of April 2022 to conduct the business of the House as per the orders of the day that had been issued on 3rd of April 2022 and in terms as stated in and required by Article 95 of the Constitution.
That was the historic order being read out by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Pakistan, declaring as unconstitutional the actions of the Speaker, the recommendation of the Prime Minister to dissolve the House, and now the National Assembly has also been restored and the Prime Minister has to face this motion of no confidence on Saturday at 10:30 a.m. local time. So let me go back and get a final word from all our guests and I'll start with Ambassador Parthasarathy. What do you foresee as the most likely set of actions between now and Saturday? Will Imran survive this trust vote? Will he even take this trust vote?
No, he has two choices. One, he can decide to have a mass resignation and not participate in this, saying it's unconstitutional and foisted. The other is he can go and give it a try, in which case he will lose. So it seems clear to me that he will take the first alternative to be the person who's been martyred politically. This will lead thereafter to the need for a new government, and that is more or less settled that you will have a coalition government headed by Shahbaz Sharif. As I told you, in my opinion, he's an excellent administrator, but whether he has the political skills of his brother at a national level is a different matter.
So asking, even if a new government were to come in, if Imran were to lose this trust vote on Saturday and a new government were to come in its place, at best they would have 6 to 7 months. If not, they could get up to a year and a half. But nonetheless, what can that new government do in this limited time that is available?
Well, I think there's a reason why any government wants to be there till the very end, till they are ready to go for elections, because it gives them a chance to prove their ability to govern to the people. So I think if the Shahbaz Sharif government were to, for example, were to win on Saturday, and actually one of the strangest things about the Supreme Court verdict in Pakistan is it really has just turned back the clock to nearly a week ago and kind of it has remade Imran Khan the Prime Minister, who now has to go back to get a confidence vote 4 days after Imran Khan actually resigned.
Yeah.
So it is all quite a strange situation to be in. But I think what we are likely to see is that if on Saturday he does lose the vote or he decides not to contest it, resigns before that, we've already seen a sizable number, I think about 190 or 197 actually had voted for those resolutions in favor of first a PMLN speaker in the Assembly and then for Shahbaz Sharif to be the Prime Minister. We will then see a coalition government being put in place. There's also a very interesting tussle going on in the Punjab Assembly, which is likely now to be put at rest as well. And then it will be a question of how well Pakistan's new government can govern it until such time as they have to go for elections. And in Pakistani politics, every day is a new day. Really.
Kamar Chima, it's literally, and Suhasini is right, it's literally like the Supreme Court brought in a time machine and said, let's all go back to how things stood on the morning of the 3rd of April. But the point is, I don't believe that Imran Khan has run out of options. I still believe he's going to pull out something. He's going to pull off a surprise. All this cricketing analogy about, playing till the last ball. I think he still has something up his sleeve. I don't know what that is, either some kind of drama about everybody resigning or, possibly even violence in a way that the vote cannot be held. I don't know what it is, but I don't see Imran Khan going down quietly. Come on, Chima.
Well, I think the most important thing is that today is the day when Imran Khan has been restored as the Prime Minister. His federal ministers have been restored as the Prime Minister, and they are not happy. This is a strange day for them, obviously. But I think Imran Khan knows that he will go further down the line if he goes for any kind of an unconstitutional act. That will not be good for his political career. Remember, he has lost the support of the media. He has lost the support of the civil society. I'm talking of people who have a value, who believe in neutrality. And above all, he understands what the damage he has done. But his only concern was that as long as he can cling to the power, as long as he can stay with the power. So that doesn't mean he doesn't understand what wrong he's doing, and his party members do not understand what wrong they're doing. But they believe that they have put their foot on so many powerful toes at the same time that they just cannot backtrack. So that is where question is, neither the military, nor the judiciary, nor the public, nor the civil society, nor the media, nobody helped him for this unconstitutional conduct. And I think Imran Khan understands that there could be a price if he goes again.
Okay,
for any
all right. Final word, General Singh, as we see these pictures. These are pictures from London of former Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif watching these proceedings on a Pakistani channel. But your final word, General Singh, how is this story going to play out? Very quickly, please.
Zaka, I'm looking at two things. One is that there may be a reordering of PTI itself. The army may play some role in trying to further push down Imran Khan and bring up some new leaders like Sheikh Rashid or Shah Mohammad Qureshi or someone else. The second thing is there may be bandwagon effect into Punjab, KPK and other provinces, because after all, opposition is only in power in Sindh. So there may be change of governments over there also.
I'm really sorry. I have to completely move on now. Thank you very much to all our guests. What a fascinating day this has been, not just in Pakistan and for people there, but also observers of politics in Pakistan. Big blow this to Imran Khan and his PTI. A big leg up for the opposition. But the drama will continue all the way through to Saturday, when Imran Khan will have to take the trust vote all over again. That's a wrap. On the other side, my colleague Mario Shakil will join. For trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right. Meanwhile, there's also destruction. That's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war, and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who are caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Bucha are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made a statement in Parliament.
If India has chosen a side, it is the side of peace. This is our principal stand.
Images of civilian bodies strewn across the street in Bucha have led to growing calls for a war crimes trial against Russian President Vladimir Putin. But Russia has denied the charges, even calling the images fake. This is how one of the top anchors on Russian state television explained the massacre.
А Буча, потому что Буча – это мясник, да, и удачные созвучия.
It must have been the work of British specialists, he says, because the town of Bucha and the English word butcher sound so similar.
Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has also tweeted on Ukraine and emphasized that bipartisanship over foreign policy augurs well for India, the global stage. He's also said that it is our collective duty to care for the safety and well-being of our fellow citizens. So what is behind the seeming change of stand by India? Remember, India has now called for an independent probe in Bucha. Bucha, from the face of it, is crimes against humanity. It's a war crime. India cannot be seen as condoning that. Number two, less than 1% of India's oil now is being imported from Russia. That used to be 7-8% a couple of years ago. That's been drastically cut down. There is growing pressure from the West. You heard Lloyd Austin earlier today. You heard Dalip Singh last week. You even heard Joe Biden calling India somewhat shaky. It's also wary of Russia not being a long-term, dependable arms supplier. The government now has more elbow room. Remember, all the votes at the UN before this happened when there were Indian students who were stuck there and were being in the process of being evacuated. But now all of them have been evacuated. That gives India some amount of elbow room. Meanwhile, in another round of pressure tactics, I referred to this a moment ago, the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has said that India should scale back on its defense acquisitions from Russia. He said, and I quote, that dealing with Russia will not be in India's interests.
We continue to work with them to ensure that they understand that it's not in their best. We believe that it's not in their best interest to continue to invest in Russian equipment. Our requirement going forward is that downscale the types of equipment that they're investing in, and look to invest more in the types of things that will make us continue to be compatible.
Pakistan's Supreme Court has once again adjourned the hearing on the dissolution of the National Assembly. The hearing will continue tomorrow. But today, during today's hearing, the court said that prima facie, it appeared that the no-confidence motion was about to succeed. But on the day of voting, the Deputy Speaker decided to dissolve the House instead. Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan President rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former Chief Justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the President, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the Constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker Prime Minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition.
You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The Pakistan Supreme Court has delivered a knockout punch to Imran Khan. In a unanimous 5-0 verdict, the Supreme Court bench has ruled the Deputy Speaker's decision to dismiss the no-confidence motion and dissolve the Assembly as unconstitutional and illegal. The Apex Court of Pakistan has restored the National Assembly and ordered and cleared the decks for a fresh no-confidence motion on Saturday at 11 a.m. This is a big boost to the Pakistan opposition, which holds the majority in the Assembly at 174 as of today. The PMLN workers celebrated the verdict, as it seems the path is now clear for Shahbaz Sharif to become the next Prime Minister of Pakistan. This comes as Imran Khan has been arguing for weeks that the opposition is part of some kind of foreign conspiracy to oust his government. So what really happened in the court? Let's listen into this big exclusive, the CJ of Pakistan Supreme Court reading that crucial verdict.
We have conferred with each other at length and have concluded on the outcome of our judgment unanimously. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. For detailed reasons to be recorded later and subject to what is set out therein by way of amplification or otherwise, these matters are disposed of in the following terms. The ruling of the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly given on the floor of the House on 3rd of April 2022 in relation to the resolution for a vote of no confidence against the Prime Minister under Article 95 of the Constitution, for which notice had been given by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8/3/22 and in relation to which leave was granted to move the resolution on 28/3/22, and the detailed reasons for the ruling released subsequently and concurred by the Speaker are declared to be contrary to the Constitution and the law and of no legal effect, and the same are hereby set aside. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the resolution was pending and subsisting at all times and continues to so remain pending and subsisting. In consequence of the foregoing,
strike down ho gayi.
It is declared that at all material times the Prime Minister was under the bar imposed by the explanation to clause 1 of Article 58 of the Constitution and continues to remain so restricted. He could not therefore have at any time advised the President to dissolve the Assembly as contemplated by clause 1 of Article 58. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the advice tendered by the Prime Minister on or about 3 April 2022 to the President to dissolve the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the order of the President issued on or about 3rd of April 2022 dissolving the Assembly was contrary to the Constitution and of no legal effect, and it is hereby set aside. It is further declared that the Assembly was in existence at all times and continues to remain and be so. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that all actions, acts or proceedings initiated, done or taken by reason of or to give effect to the aforementioned order of the President and or for purposes of holding a general election to elect a new Assembly, including but not limited to the appointment of a caretaker Prime Minister and Cabinet, are of no legal effect and are hereby quashed. In consequence of the foregoing, it is declared that the Prime Minister and Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, Advisors, etc. stand restored to their respective offices as on 3rd of April 2022. It is declared that the Assembly was at all times and continues to remain in session as summoned by the Speaker on 20th March 2022 or 25th March 2022 on the requisition moved by the requisite number of members of the Assembly on 8th of March 2022 in terms of Clause 3 of Article 54 of the Constitution. Any prorogation of the Assembly by the Speaker prior to its dissolution in terms as stated above is declared to be of no legal effect and is set aside. The Speaker is under a duty to summon and hold a sitting of the Assembly in the present session and shall do so immediately and in any case not later than 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, 9th of April 2022 to conduct the business of the House as per the orders of the day that had been issued on 3rd of April 2022.
So what next for Imran Khan? What next for Pakistan? Joining me now, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. Dr. Saeed Elahi is a former minister and senior leader of PMLN. Abdul Samad Yaqub is the spokesperson of Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is senior fellow, Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies. And we also have Barrister Salahuddin Ahmed. He's the advocate of Pakistan Supreme Court. I am going to begin with you, Mr. Yaqub. Imran Khan and all of you were saying that he'll be playing the last ball. Is this the last ball that he has played, and can he continue till Saturday?
Well, what we considered the last ball was not a last ball, and last ball or another super over yet to become, and yet to it's the beginning of another political crisis, another political turmoil, another instability, which we were expecting that it was cooled down by the speaker's deputy speaker's ruling. But yet we are ready to face all these. We have another strategy. We still believe that we are going to counter them and counter them
But
very
will
well.
Imran Khan resign? Because, you know, the point being made by
Certainly
opposition
not.
that there is something more, that here is the Prime Minister who has compromised the Constitution actually holds now.
No, the Prime Minister will not resign at all. I mean, he will face a no motion move, and because there is another perspective. The members who sold their loyalty to the opposition, to the united opposition, will file them the case. We will defect them. We will go to the Election Commission to declare them the ineligible for the next elections. So that was actually a political strategic move, and we have a lot of others move pending, and we will surprise them again. Lot to come.
What appears certainly right now is that Imran Khan did make a blunder. That is evident. Now the question is, before the opposition, Dr. Elahi, that will the opposition stand united? Now it looks certain that Pakistan will have elections on schedule, that is next year. Can the united opposition stay united for a year, considering that PMLN and PPP have long rivalries?
Thank you very much. In fact, the fascist and anarchist rule of Imran Khan has forced opposition parties to join hands, because he was victimizing all of them through different government machinery and departments. So now all the parties, even his own members, have defied and united against his activities and his decisions. So this is a very, very historical day in the legal, constitutional and political history of Pakistan, that a very clear and transparent verdict has been given. But I think at this stage, if Imran Khan has any self-respect, dignity, or even morality, he should step down. And other thing is that the opposition parties have already entered into agreement where they have decided what to do in this 1 year. There are certain reforms in the parliament, and then there are other things which reforms, I mean, not only the parliament, but also the civil services, NAB, the Accountability Bureau, and other different departments. So the clear path for future has been designed and written down. So I think all the opposition parties will behave and will complete their tenure.
Dr. Elahi, while we look at what went wrong today, certainly it is a setback, a massive setback for Imran Khan. But Imran Khan could still survive the vote if he receives fewer votes than the opposition, but it will be possible only if the latter does not get the requisite 172 votes. The question is that if Imran Khan manages to ensure that there is some abstention on your side, then he could very well sail through what will happen on Saturday.
I think at this stage, the things have been finalized, and all the members who are supporting opposition have been shown, displayed at different forums. And I think those people, not only 172, they have exceeded 195. And I tell you one more thing, that because today the Supreme Court has declared the action of President illegal and contrary to the Constitution. So I think now the impeachment proceedings against President will start, which need 255 to 60 votes. And I think opposition will back all those votes also.
Okay. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, the chaos is continuing, perhaps a little longer, but on Saturday we'll get clarity whether Imran Khan has the numbers or not. Maybe he doesn't have the numbers, maybe he has the numbers, maybe he has some aces up his sleeves, we really do not know. But what does it do to the office of the President of Pakistan? President Alvi backed the Prime Minister's decision, and if you look at what the Supreme Court of Pakistan has said, it has said clearly that that was also that his decision to back the Prime Minister's decision to dissolve the National Assembly was also contrary to the Constitution.
Maria, good evening. That is correct. So I would say the decision of the Supreme Court is a welcome decision in that I'm not taking sides, in that is how democracies function. If there is overreach on the part of one organ of the government, the Supreme Court comes in, and it was a decision that the Supreme Court chose the words very carefully, called the decision of the Deputy Speaker erroneous, unconstitutional, and also
Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, just hold on to your thoughts. Bilawal Bhutto is now briefing the media. Let's listen in.
मुत्तहिदा ऑपोजिशन का जो मकसद था वो कामयाब हो चुका है और इंशाअल्लाह ताला आगे जाके हम पाकिस्तान के अवाम के उम्मीदों पे पूरे उतरेंगे। मैंने और सदर ज़रदारी साहब ने शहबाज शरीफ साहब के यहाँ जाना है और कायदे हिज़्ब इख्तिलाफ़ को भी मुबारकबाद देना है, इसलिए मैं ज़्यादा देर नहीं बोल सकता हूँ। पर आखिर इतना ही कहूँगा कि डेमोक्रेसी इज़ द बेस्ट रिवेंज। और एक आखिरी बात जो मैंने अपने पार्टी कारकुनों के लिए, पाकिस्तान के अवाम, पाकिस्तान का हर जमहूरी पसंद शख्स को मुबारकबाद कहते हुए ये कॉल देना चाह रहा हूँ कि आप जमहूरियत की जीत का जश्न मनाएं, सिलेक्टेड राज का ख़ात्मा का जश्न मनाएं। ये बाबरकत महीने में रमज़ान का महीना है। अब हमारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज जो पाकिस्तान पीपल्स पार्टी की तंजीमें हैं, इस जश्न को मनाते हुए उनके लिए हिदायत है कि वो अपने अपने इलाके में इफ्तारी रखें और पाकिस्तान के गरीब आदमी के लिए, आम आदमी के लिए उनको भी दावत दें इफ्तारियों में, और वो भी आपका जीत में और जमहूरियत की जीत में शरीक हो।
जैसा सर ये बताइएगा कि अब एक मिनट भैया लग ये रहा है कि जो फैसला है वो अपोजिशन की तौक़ुआत के ऐन मुताबिक है, तो क्या हम ये कह सकते हैं कि जो जमहूरी सफ़र 3 अप्रैल को टूटा था वहीं से आगे बढ़ेगा या उसमें कोई चेंज आएगी? जो
फैसला है वो ना अपोजिशन के हक ना हुकूमत के हक में, ये तो आइन के हक में हुआ है। और हम समझते हैं कि पाकिस्तान की तारीख़ में जहाँ बहुत काले कानून हैं, ऐसे मुतनाज़ा फ़ैसले आए हैं, ये वो पाकिस्तान की तारीख़ में एक फ़ैसला लिखा जाएगा, गोल्डन वर्ड्स में ये रिकॉर्ड किया जाएगा कि आज पाकिस्तान के अदालत में हक, सच और जमहूरियत के साथ इंसाफ किया है।
इंग्लिश में मीडिया के लिए क्लेम भी करते रहे हैं अवामी मार्च के हवाले से, तो लगता यही है कि आपके अवामी मार्च में हुकूमत खात्मे की तरफ रवा दवाएं, क्योंकि हुकूमत तो बहाल हुई है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के नतीजे में, लेकिन ये बताएं कि क्या प्रेसिडेंट के खिलाफ ही इम्पीचमेंट के
ये सारे फैसले मुत्तहिदा अपोजिशन के फैसले हैं और हम अभी निकल रहे हैं कायदे हिज़्ब इख्तिलाफ़ के पास, वहाँ मुबारकबाद देने के लिए अपना अदम अतमाद को हम इंशाअल्लाह ताला मुकम्मल करेंगे और फिर आगे जाके जो फैसले लेने हैं वो भी लिए जाएंगे।
ये फरमाए सर कि ये जो आप लोगों के खिलाफ बगारी के इल्ज़ामात लगाए गए, आइन जो तोड़ा गया जिन लोगों ने, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद तो वो मुल्ज़िम हो गए एक तरह के, तो इनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई का है इरादा?
Bilawal Bhutto there saying democracy is the best revenge and this is the victory of Ain or the people of Pakistan. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, please continue. I had to stop you for that press brief.
Not at all. Just a comment on what Bilawal Bhutto has said. That is the fault line in democracy in Pakistan. Democracy is not about revenge. Democracy is about peace. It's about solutions. But that is just an observation. Now, the decision of the Supreme Court, in fact, paves the way for the judicial process, constitutional process, political process to be normalized, provided all sides play ball. And now that there will be a no confidence motion will be debated in the National Assembly, whatever is the outcome should be respected, hopefully, by all political parties. As far as the President is concerned, he went by the letter of the Constitution, not by the spirit of the Constitution, because when there is a situation like this and there is something which is prima facie unconstitutional, the Constitution gives the discretion. There is a lot of judgment on that to the President to decide what to do. So it is now clear that the president did act in a way which was seemingly not in national interest. But the Supreme Court has already said what it has to be said.
Absolutely.
And now let us hope that all the political players will respect the decision so that normalcy can be returned to Pakistani politics.
Yes, Abhijit, going by the opposition numbers, Imran Khan is bound to lose the no confidence motion if he decides to in fact face this on Saturday, although the PTI spokesperson here is suggesting that he will. The question is, did he overplay his cards?
Look, he's always made a habit, Maria, of overplaying his cards. And, you know, he's gotten away with it. You know, he was an incredibly lucky captain. He's been an incredibly lucky politician. And he's gotten away with it. I think he thought he could get away with it. If you remember, unlike Benazir Bhutto and Nawaz Sharif, who had openly accused the army of engineering their removal, Imran never did that. So he was looking to build back bridges with the army that had gotten pretty bad in between, especially with the ISI chief snafu. And he was hoping the army would ultimately come through from him. Now, you know, I know it's an open secret that virtually every institution in Pakistan takes its orders from the army. One of the things I've been talking to my PML friends about that they're worried about is that there could be sudden cases and arrests of members of parliament now to reduce numbers, both of the PPP and of the PML. I don't think that's a realistic possibility right now, because if you look at the way the police and the paramilitary forces have been behaving, they sense the mood shift very clearly. So I don't think they're going to be obeying any of those orders to go ahead with arrests and things like that anymore.
So do you think he has to now really place before the people of Pakistan that letter that he keeps talking about, that is part of the larger conspiracy to really unsettle his government?
Well, look, I mean, he can keep placing the letter. The problem is it may sway the people. I doubt it's going to sway the people. Ultimately, he has to sway Parliament, and Parliament is not going to get swayed. I don't think their numbers are going to reduce. His loss in the no confidence motion is a given now, I think. The question is what happens after that. I don't see any of them being able to form that kind of critical mass required to swear in another PM who lasts for 6 months and then, you know, have a dissolution. I suspect we're going to go in for elections with Imran as the caretaker prime minister, but they just pure Schadenfreude, they might come together just to have a 2-week prime minister in place. Who they bring down after that, so that Imran Khan can't be prime minister.
So I'm going to ask all my guests, can Imran Khan still play victim as he has been doing so? But before that, Barrister Salahuddin Ahmed, finally the verdict coming from the court, multiple articles being cited, and over the last few days we have read the Constitution of Pakistan and have tried to really understand multiple articles, article being cited by the opposition, article being cited by the Pakistan Prime Minister and his political party. The question here is the Chief Justice clearly saying that whatever the decision, starting from the decision of the Deputy Speaker to that not allowing no confidence motion, to the decision of the Pakistan Prime Minister of sending that dissolving of the assembly, to finally the president, everything is contrary to the Constitution. Are you of the opinion that the Supreme Court of Pakistan certainly has ensured that the faith that the people of Pakistan have in the highest court of law, highest court of the land, is actually restored?
I think the decision has gone some way in redeeming the faith of the people in the judiciary. It's an excellent verdict that is premised strictly in the language of the Constitution. And rather than, because the appeal from the government was that, okay, because by the end of it, the Attorney General was almost conceding that the decisions were unlawful, but he was saying, please let us just go into elections, and otherwise there'll be chaos, and the public interest requires this, and this is national interest, national security, so on and so forth. You see, the articles of the Constitution are very clear. There's Article 95, which says that if 20% of the Assembly brings a resolution of no confidence against a Prime Minister, it has to be put to vote within 7 days. That was not done. The Speaker simply rejected the motion on his own, citing some so-called foreign conspiracy, etc., which no one actually knows about. Secondly, there's Article 58 of the Constitution, which says that if a no confidence motion is pending against a Prime Minister, he cannot dissolve the Assembly. Nevertheless, Prime Minister Imran Khan, relying upon the unconstitutional ruling of his Speaker, then rushed, barely a minute later, rushed to announce the dissolution of the Assembly.
Would you say that there is also an evident constitutional loophole? Because there is a reason why Imran Khan advised the President to dissolve the National Assembly, and there is Article 58(1) of the Pakistan Constitution, which allows the President to dissolve the National Assembly, if so advised by the Prime Minister here.
No, it does allow the President, but it doesn't allow the President to dissolve it if a no confidence motion is pending against the Prime Minister. So what Prime Minister Imran Khan did was that he had his Speaker carry out a completely unconstitutional act of rejecting the motion of no confidence, refusing to put it to vote. And then a second later, Prime Minister Imran Khan came on television and said, I've told the President to dissolve the Assembly. So basically, in other words, far from playing until the last ball, the Prime Minister basically acted like the child who, after he sees that he's been bowled, he picks up the bat and the ball and he says, well, I'm not going to play anymore. I'm going home. No one can play this game anymore.
So that was not in the right spirit of the former Pakistan cricket captain who lifted the World Cup for Pakistan.
Exactly. It was a display of terrible sportsmanship. The Prime Minister should have awaited the result of the Assembly rather than term all his opponents as traitors. Yes. In any event, the Supreme Court has now categorically held that the acts of the Prime Minister were unconstitutional, the acts of the Speaker were unconstitutional, and on Saturday, hopefully, there will be a no confidence. And whatever the results
does it go in the domain of treason then, as the opposition is alleging, Barrister Salahuddin?
The opposition the allied parties that make up the opposition, as we speak, they have 175 members, and they only need 172 to carry the resolution. Plus, they have the support of 22, which they are keeping as a backup. They have the support of 22 dissident members of the PTI, Imran Khan's party.
I would say that Imran Khan also perhaps
they are
knows
well
the history well, because I'm looking at certain no-trust motions in the past, and both the no-trust motions which were defeated against Benazir Bhutto government in 1989 and against Shaukat Aziz's government in 2006. So he knows well that he doesn't have the numbers. So coming on this, Mr. Yaqub, can Imran Khan still play victim and go to the people saying all opposition judiciary has ganged up against him when he was trying hard to rebuild the economy and could go on to win the next election, because popular sentiment still appears to be in his favor?
Well, in current scenario, I mean, this multi-dimension crisis has two aspects, which I believe. One is the political aspect and one is the constitutional or legalities. So far we have lost the battle in the Supreme Court. That is the legal battle. But we have built the narrative very successfully. We have won the political aspect, and it is the first time, and I mean, that we are ready to face the election. We are ready to go to contest the election and face the public. But it is the united opposition who are reluctant. I mean, I am failed to understand that even Mr. Saeed Ali, my political opponent, who is a very seasoned politician, he has defeated the heavyweight Mona Salai in Lahore. I am failed to understand that why they are reluctant to contest the election and why they are reluctant to face the public. I mean, simply, if you're I mean, on a high moral grounds, we should come in the ground and face.
Okay, Dr. Elahi, then, has Pakistan been plunged into unlimited chaos? What role will the army be playing now? And will it intervene at some point, though it hasn't said so till now? And we know what really happened in 2018. Imran Khan may have emerged as the single largest party, his party, the PTI, but the army played the role in cobbling up the numbers to ensure that he becomes the Prime Minister.
I think, first of all, I would like to respond to Mr. Samad. In fact, all parties are ready for elections. But the main objection was the action taken by the Deputy Speaker. So that has been declared illegal and void. So now everybody wants election, but at its own time, after reforms, which are the agenda of opposition. This is one thing. Other thing is that you were mentioning about army. The army spokesman has clearly said from last 3 months that they are neutral. They don't want to play any role, and they are not playing any role because they have trialed Mr. Imran Khan for almost 4 years, but he has become a failure because lack of wisdom, his arrogance, his pride, being eccentric and disloyal to his friends, it all basically landed him to some trouble and problem. So I think now with this decision, there will be no chaos because the Supreme Court has ordered relevant orders to the administration, to the government, to the ministries, everyone to abide by the law and do the lawful things. So I think the chaos is over now. Okay. And after 2 days, when there will be no confidence, the new Prime Minister will take charge and the opposition parties have a roadmap for the country, for the provinces, for the legal reforms for next 1 year.
Okay. Abhijit, is Imran Khan's exit good news for India since Sharif's party has held many rounds of peace talks with India during its tenure? Do we see Pakistan holding out olive branches anytime soon?
I think Imran Khan is not a very stable person. Sorry, are you asking me or?
No, this is a question to Abhijit.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Maria, look, I mean, this is a bit of tongue-in-cheek, but I think Imran was the best Prime Minister India ever had in Pakistan. Given that actually achieving peace with India, I think the only person who really tried was Nawaz Sharif. And we saw what came out of that, you know, Kargil and him being removed from power and things like that. Given that a civilian Prime Minister probably will never be able to make peace here, I have to say as an Indian pure Schadenfreude again, Imran Khan is the best Prime Minister of Pakistan that India could have ever had. The way he's managed to demolish the economy out there, the way he's sort of exacerbated polarization out there, it's a good thing for us. Is it a good thing for Pakistan? I think not. But I think his removal is going to have a lot more consequences for Pakistan that are not good for India. Okay. Because remember, the deal was you never accuse the army openly, and Imran never did, unlike Benazir or Nawaz. And yet the army is effectively getting rid of him. So I think in a sense, a social contract, the unspoken contract between army and civil life there is getting broken. I think future puppets would think very long and hard before accepting an army assurance that way. That's not a good thing for us.
Okay. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, Army Chief General Bajwa wanted to build on last year's ceasefire and wanted some kind of resumption of confidence-building measures like trade with India. Does he now get an opportunity?
Well, the army and General Bajwa in particular has said some right things, and it's also a welcome step that ceasefire is held at along the LOC. General Bajwa also wanted some kind of an exchanges to commence, and prima facie it was Mr. Imran Khan who stood in the way. But let us see how things happen. The India file is with Pakistan, with the army, and it is difficult for army to reconcile with India because the raison d'etre of the supremacy of the army is a difficult relationship with India. But let us see. The civilian government can do only this much when it comes to the India file or the relationship with China, USA, Saudi Arabia. The army is the final arbiter, and but General Bajwa also is retiring in November 2022 yes. unless he gets an extension. So there are question marks. We are prepared for any eventuality. If there is a possibility of peace, we'll take 5 steps forward.
Okay. Dr. Elahi, then will Pakistan be revisiting the equations that Imran Khan built or destroyed during his tenure? Because Pakistan's relationship for example, with United States, was at its all-time low under Imran Khan. And we had seen the rhetoric, particularly during his address to the nations recently, where he said that the larger conspiracy behind Pakistan and his government was perhaps coming from the fact that he was anti-America.
I think this is a political stunt, and in countries like us, they use this stunt very effectively, because now basically Imran Khan has been discarded. But my friend was talking about peace. I think for India and Pakistan, there is only one option, and that option is peace. And as it was said before, Mr. Nawaz Sharif, he tried many times to normalize the relations between India and Pakistan, and he has paid for that also. But still, I think it means the people, majority of people, have given him mandate to normalize relations with India. Even when he was elected as Prime Minister in 2014, he was given a mandate to normalize. I think the Pakistani government, all governments who have survived, the best one was Nawaz Sharif, who was normalizing. But now even the armies, as you mentioned about army chief and army, I think they have realized that war is no solution. And being the nuclear powers, both countries have to live peacefully and with self-respect.
Okay.
And in the meantime, they have to sort out their problems, and that problem will be sorted out on the table, not on the battlefront.
Okay, let me give the final words to Barrister Salahuddin. Will the next elections in a way be referendum on Imran Khan's political brinkmanship after political rebuke from the court?
I think the next elections will happen sooner rather than later. Frankly, I don't see the present opposition coalition lasting for a very long time. Once they're right now united on a single point agenda to get rid of Imran Khan. But once they get into power, and then the messy business of governance and assigning ministries and squabbling over the spoils begins, I don't see this coalition lasting too long.
Okay.
I would imagine that sometime after the fresh budget that will be presented in June, I would imagine that they would go for fresh polls. The fresh polls, obviously, Imran Khan will be a very powerful force in the elections. He certainly retains his base support in the urban areas. However, what he will lack, and which he had in 2018, was the very explicit support of the establishment. Then also in rural areas, etc., the politicians, the electable politicians who manage to win one way or the other, no matter which party they are in, they had flocked to Imran Khan in 2018. But in any upcoming elections, I find it difficult to believe that they will again go to Imran Khan.
All right.
So,
Barrister Salahuddin, I've really run short of time. Thank you so much for joining us. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, thank you so much. Abdul Samad Yaqub and Dr. Elahi, our Pakistani guests, thank you so much. And Vishnu Prakash will be continuing for the next discussion. The question is, will Imran Khan resign, or will he be actually taking the floor test that is scheduled for 11 a.m. on Saturday? That remains our top focus here on CNN News 18. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be details of what really happened at the United Nations General Assembly.
Hearing on the dissolution of the National Assembly. The hearing will continue tomorrow. But today, during today's hearing, the court said that prima facie, it appeared that the no-confidence motion was about to succeed. But on the day of voting, the Deputy Speaker decided to dissolve the House instead. Meanwhile, the PMLN chairperson Shahbaz Sharif has written to the Pakistan President rejecting the name of Gulzar Ahmed as caretaker Prime Minister. Mr. Ahmed, who is a former Chief Justice, was nominated by caretaker Prime Minister Imran Khan. In his letter to the President, Shahbaz Sharif has accused Imran Khan of playing with the Constitution. So what exactly is likely to happen if there is no consensus on who the caretaker Prime Minister should be? Two names have to be sent by this committee that's been formed by the Deputy Speaker. The 8-member panel will then have 4 people each from the PTI and 4 from the opposition. And it's that committee of 8 that will decide. This committee has to decide on the caretaker name within 3 days once it is formed. The names of the 2 nominees will then be sent to the Election Commission. The President will consult with the Election Commission and then select a caretaker Prime Minister. Meanwhile, some domestic political news, and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar says he will be reaching out to non-BJP leaders very soon. He says that Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had urged him to initiate the outreach and draft a future course of action. Another big news point from Pawar's press conference today, he said he doesn't want to be the president of the United Progressive Alliance, the UPA, a post that was previously held by Sonia Gandhi. The Gujarat Animal Welfare Board has written to the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia seeking a ban on non-vegetarian food on domestic flights. This appeal comes after recent incidents of vegetarian passengers being mistakenly served non-vegetarian food on flights. But the fact remains that 70% of the Indian population is non-vegetarian. Let's break it down state by state. In Delhi, for example, 63%, and in Uttar Pradesh, 55% folks consume non-vegetarian. 70% of Indians are considered to be non-vegetarian. In Assam and West Bengal, you go to the east of the country. In Bengal, for example, it is 99% of the population that consumes some form of non-vegetarian food. You also go to Rajasthan, it's 27%. In Madhya Pradesh, it's more than half the population. You go further south to Maharashtra, it's almost 60%. In Andhra Pradesh, 98% of the population consumes meat. Same is the case in Tamil Nadu, 98%. In Kerala, it's 97%. So if you look at the east and the south of the country, it's predominantly eating non-vegetarian. Karnataka, almost 80%. Gujarat is only 40%. So the south and the east are heavily non-vegetarian, whereas the west and the north are vegetarian. In the southern region of the United States, it's reeling under heavy floods and a tornado on Tuesday. Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported. But plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive. While Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city, homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the 2 biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis.
Welcome back. Russia's membership in the United Nations Human Rights Council has just been suspended. India has abstained on the resolution, and Indian envoy to the UN, Tirumurthy, has said that India remains deeply concerned at the situation in Ukraine, especially the killings in Bucha. India has reiterated the call to end all hostilities. Let's listen in to what S. Tirumurthy had to say.
India has abstained on the resolution adopted in the General Assembly. We believe that no solution can be arrived at by shedding blood and at the cost of innocent lives. If India has chosen any side, it is the side of peace, and it is for an immediate end to violence. Recent reports of civilian killings in Bucha are deeply disturbing. We have unequivocally condemned these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Maha Siddiqui, our foreign affairs editor, is joining me on the phone line. India standing with 58 other countries, Maha. But this time it had to do with human rights, United Nations Human Rights Division, the Rights Council. And the stand that has been taken by India has been what India has done so far on this entire issue of that to abstain when it comes to voting.
Yes, and India pointed out the reasons why it has abstained in the voting, also saying that the only side that India stands with is the side of peace. This is what the Indian envoy to the United Nations said in the UNGA today. On similar lines, what External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar said in Parliament yesterday. Now, we have to remember that the UNHRC is the Human Rights Council to which Russia was elected and started its term last year. 2 years of its term are still left. And if you go by the procedure in the United Nations Human Rights Council, ideally the procedure is that an inquiry is set up and there is a record that is presented before the UN Human Rights Council and the UNGA of human rights violations, and only then is a suspension in order. However, here we have seen that immediately this resolution has been brought in and a suspension has taken place. This is a technicality that was raised by some of those member nations that voted against this resolution also today, saying that a wrong precedence is being set if we circumvent the procedure. Now, this is something that even many experts have pointed out. They have said no matter how egregious the human rights violations are, and clearly after the Bucha visuals, Maria, which was startling in nature, many people and many countries did agree with the fact that it required an independent investigation, and India also pointed that out too. But here, of course, a suspension and the issue of Russia suspension was concerned, which happened very quickly, because of which on the technicality issue as well, some countries decided to either abstain or not vote in favor of the resolution. Nonetheless, the resolution was adopted because that 2/3 of those present and voting, that number was reached, and therefore Russia is suspended now from UNHRC.
Russia suspended from UNHRC. What next for Russia and this war against Ukraine? Joining me now, Vishnu Prakash, former diplomat, and Raymond E. Vickery is former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Commerce, Trade Development, and a Global Fellow at Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to begin with you, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash. The question here was of human rights violation, and the images that have surfaced from Bucha is mind-boggling. I mean, it certainly is very, very disturbing. And then India taking the stand of abstaining, like several other countries. Could that stand have been revisited, because this was about human rights violation?
Maria, what has happened in Bucha is very unfortunate, and India has unequivocally condemned it. There is no question of that. You cannot tolerate except killing of innocent people, period. However, there is a fog of war. There is a lot of disinformation. And it is very important that facts be established through independent investigation. Now, that somehow has not happened because there are two narratives. There is the Russian narrative. I don't know whether it's credible or not, but that needed to be looked into. Now, what has happened is that the due process has not been followed, and the UN General Assembly has rushed in to take a decision which is unprecedented. I don't think, personally speaking, that this augurs very well for peace and stability, because there is calls for now expelling Russia from G20. There is a call for expelling Russia from UN Security Council. If these kind of things start happening, then I think it will create further instability, and it would have been much better if the due process had been followed. Okay. That is why India has decided to abstain. I think the abstention is very valid.
Okay. Mr. Vickery, are you of the similar opinion? Although there has been a lot of pressure from US in particular for India to take a stand, and India's stand has been that it stands on the side of peace. But in this war, they have been maintaining, India has been maintaining, that the only way forward is diplomacy and dialogue.
Well, the two greatest democracies in the world are India and the United States. These two great democracies have subscribed to certain basic principles. Among those are human rights. Among those are anti-imperialism. There is no question that Russia is the one that has come across the border with arms and has started killing people. And the question now is, what can be done to wage peace? It is not enough to say peace, peace, oh, and let's have an independent inquiry. The question is, what is going to be done to stop the Russian slaughter of innocent human beings in Ukraine? And in that regard, I have great hopes that in the upcoming 2+2 meeting in Washington next week, India and the United States will find a way to wage peace together. I believe that India needs to act upon its principles. And those principles are not served by simply standing aside and saying, oh, we're neutral in this great crisis which is facing the international community. And I believe that going forward, that there must be a way for India and the United States to work together. It's not a question of India being independent. Of course, India is independent, but India needs to decide what it is going to do as opposed to just what it's going to say in terms of furthering human rights and bringing peace in the world.
Yes. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, 43 days and counting already, and the cost of the war is mounting. Very disturbing visuals coming in from Bucha in particular. India has decided to abstain today. This is what the stand of India has been throughout this entire war. Given the kind of pressure that is mounting from multiple quarters and 2+2, which is going to take place later this month, do you think India will evolve its views?
India's views have been evolving. I would vehemently disagree that India is neutral. When we say that we unequivocally condemn the Bucha killing, that is not neutrality. At the same time, question is, who will be the judge? Can I be the complainant, judge and jury? I think that goes against due process. The judicial process is lengthy at times. It is can be cumbersome, but due process needs to be followed. And the question is, who will decide when a country should be expelled? There is a big country called China, which has been waging, according to some accounts, genocide against Xinjiang Muslims, where economic offenders are executed, where prisoners' organs are harvested. Then there was conflict in Iraq and Afghanistan, where innocent lives are lost. I'm not accusing anybody. All I'm saying is that things happen. But it is important that justice should not just be done, but seem to be done. When you hurry through something, it is not a very happy precedent to set.
Okay, Mr. Vikri, I'll give you the final words. Exactly 30 seconds for you, sir.
Well, what is it that India is going to do then to help stop the slaughter? The fact is, this is war, and it's going forward now. India needs to do something more than say we'll have some sort of independent investigation. The fact is that plays in a way into the Russian narrative that somehow the West, if you will, is to blame for this. How can that be? Ukrainians don't tie up their own people with hands behind their back and shoot their own people in the head. And independent journalists such as the one that we're on now, have seen that this is the case. So the question is, what will India do other than say we ought to have due process?
Okay.
Sure, we ought to have due process, but we need to do something now to be able to stop this. And it's not going to be stopped simply by saying, well, maybe Russia's at fault or maybe the West is at fault. We really don't know, and we'll have a trial sometime. That is not going to do it, and we need to act together.
All right, Raymond Vickery and Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. As we have been saying, the human cost of this war is continuing to rise, but a group of amateur drone pilots are helping spot Russian tanks and reveal atrocities against civilians. This is a CNN special report from Ground Zero.
Just be careful, just move from the road.
It's like a scene from the gates of hell. The dead lay strewn across this highway west of Kiev, some still next to the wreckage of their vehicles, as the dogs roam around looking to scavenge. This is what Russian forces left behind when they retreated from here.
They organized ambush over there, where we're going right now.
Alexander Radzikhovsky tells me these were civilians, gunned down from this position where the Russians had placed a tank.
And you can see it's actually building the shooting zone. You see?
Yeah.
And these cars, look, they're sort of in line. There's no cars here because they will not let them come. They just shoot as soon as they approach.
The Russian government denies targeting civilians. They call such allegations, quote, fake and propaganda. But Alexander is part of a drone unit, and they filmed one incident. It was March 7th, when the Russians were still in full control of this area, and a group of cars was driving down the highway. They turned around after apparently taking fire from the tank position. This car stops and the driver gets out. Then this.
He's raised his head above his head, and in this moment he was shot by on this place.
2 people were killed that day, Maxim Iovenko and his wife Ksenia, who was also sitting in the vehicle. The family has confirmed the identities to CNN. After the incident, the drone filmed Russian troops getting 2 further people out of the car and taking them away. It was the couple's 6-year-old son and a family friend traveling with them, the relatives confirmed. Both were later released by the Russians. The soldiers then search Maxim's body and drag him away. This incident both traumatizing and motivating for Alexander's drone unit.
In normal life before the war, we were civilians who like to fly drones around casually and just like make a nice YouTube videos. But when the war began, we become actually a vital part of the resistance.
Alexander sent us hours of video showing his team scoping out Russian vehicles, even finding them when they're hidden and almost impossible to spot, and then helping the Ukrainians hit them.
We are eyes. We call eyes because with eyes you can see and you can report. And as soon as you see, you can conduct strikes, artillery, air strikes.
How long does it take to get your information to the right places to then be able to act on the intelligence that you provide?
In good time, it's about a matter of minutes.
And sometimes a little mosquito can take out a whole herd of elephants. This is drone footage of Alexander's unit searching for a massive column of Russian tanks and armored vehicles. And this is that column after the drones found it. Alexander tells me units like his played a major role fending off Russian troops despite the Ukrainians being vastly outgunned.
We are agile as a territorial defense. We don't want to, just like it's suicidal damage, we need to go. But the army, they have to stay. They're ordered to stay, they stay. They dying, but they stay and they hold in this ground.
Nobody knows how many Russians died here, but the group says it was many, taken out with the help of a band of amateur drone pilots looking to defend their homeland.
This appeal comes after recent incidents of vegetarian passengers being mistakenly served non-vegetarian food on flights. But the fact remains that 70% of the Indian population is non-vegetarian. Let's break it down state by state. In Delhi, for example, 63%, and in Uttar Pradesh, 55% folks consume non-vegetarian. 70% of Indians are considered to be non-vegetarian. In Assam and West Bengal, you go to the east of the country. In Bengal, for example, it is 99% of the population that consumes some form of non-vegetarian food. You also go to Rajasthan, it's 27%. In Madhya Pradesh, it's more than half the population. You go further south to Maharashtra, it's almost 60%. In Andhra Pradesh, 98% of the population consumes meat. Same is the case in Tamil Nadu, 98%. In Kerala, it's 97%. So if you look at the east and the south of the country, it's predominantly eating non-vegetarian. Karnataka, almost 80%. Gujarat is only 40%. So the south and the east are heavily non-vegetarian, whereas the west and the north are vegetarian. In the southern region of the United States, it's reeling under heavy floods and a tornado on Tuesday. Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported. But plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive. While Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city, homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the two biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis. Mariupol is the largest city that houses steel plants in that entire region. It is also a port which gives direct access to the Black Sea as far as Russia is concerned. The reason why Russia is eyeing Mariupol, like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right, meanwhile, there's also destruction that's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who are caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Bucha are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support the call for an independent investigation.
Then External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar made
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Why is it that every time there is a terror link that comes to light in India, more than those who condemn, we have a greater number of terror apologists competing to be heard? The same has happened now after clear radical links of Ahmed Murtaza Abbasi have come to light. This man went on a rampage attacking security and policemen outside the Gorakhnath temple with a machete. Caught alive, and the dots are being connected now. But noted politicians, even a former state chief minister, have jumped in to play it down. Why? How is the public of this country supposed to feel when those who conduct attacks are protected or shielded over and above the lives and well-being of those who come under attack, people like you and me? But when we oppose this, we are also called names. So some can carry out attacks, you and me can't even lament an outrage. When will this double standard and warped narrative end? But first, has terror apologia become routine for Samajwadi Party and its chief Akhilesh Yadav? Remember in 2012, Akhilesh Yadav government, after coming to power, had withdrawn 14 terror cases. Varanasi blast, serial code blast cases were dropped. In 2020, he promised to do the same, that is, withdraw cases against CAA protesters. Several of them have cases because they went on a rampage, riot-like situation, there was arson and public property destruction. Now, after the public's verdict in the recent elections in 2022, he says Gorakhnath attacker is mentally unstable, accusing the BJP of exaggerating terror angle. Before we debate this and what does this really imply, here is more on what has happened.
An attack at the gates of God. 29-year-old Ahmad Murtaza Abbasi went on a rampage, attacking two policemen outside the Gorakhnath Mutt with a machete, gravely injuring one. Uttar Pradesh CM Yogi Adityanath is the head of the Gorakhnath Mutt. The attacker is an IIT graduate. A laptop, a phone and a plane ticket was recovered from him. Now, an international terror link has emerged. Sources have told CNN News18 that video and literature related to ISIS in Syria have been found from Abbasi's laptop. Abbasi had been watching videos of beheadings in Syria, the 9/11 attacks in America, and lone wolf attacks in Western countries. But while the attack raises an alarm of radicalization and lone wolf attacks in India, the principal opposition in UP, SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, is more interested in playing it down.
उसके पिता ने जो कहा है कि साइकेट्रिक प्रॉब्लम थी, बाइपोलर इश्यूज हैं उसके साथ, और बीजेपी तो वो पार्टी है जो बात को न जाने कितना खींच देती है.
That remark drew a sharp reaction from the BJP.
गोरखनाथ मंदिर पे जो हमला है, वह हमला साधारण नहीं है, वो एक बहुत गंभीर घटना थी, और उस गंभीर घटना की जांच में जुटी हुई पुलिस का मनोबल तोड़ने या ऐसे अपराध करने वालों का मनोबल बढ़ाने का यह प्रयास श्री अखिलेश यादव जी के द्वारा जो किया गया है, मैं उसकी कड़ी भर्त्सना करता हूं.
Fresh after the election results, will it be business as usual for opposition parties when it comes to the threat of terror? Will the norm of playing down Islamic radicalization and vote bank appeasement continue? Look at what the accused confession says. Murtaza says he was angry over issues like CAA and NRC, as well as the hijab row in Karnataka. He says that the rising atrocities on Muslims is what led him to carry out this attack. The question then arises, who is guilty of spreading the poison of victimhood among minorities in India?
So why is Akhilesh Yadav in this case, and why have so many politicians in the past tried to shield terror accused? In fact, there are organizations that openly say that, especially in such cases where Muslims are accused, that they have been made victims of the system, etc. I'll go across to our guest joining us. Professor Bhuvan Joshi Bhaskar is spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Desh Ratan Nigam is lawyer, leans towards the BJP. Arvind Kumar Jain is former DGP Uttar Pradesh. Bhuvan ji, let me come to you first up. Can you explain to me why Akhilesh Yadav has to come and say that, you know, this man is mentally unstable? That is already a theory that is there. His parents have already spoken, we know. Why does he need to come out and say that a lot is being made out of it? How does he know?
देखिए, हमने माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने इस जांच में कोई भी बात नहीं कही है. उन्होंने ये कहा है, जरूर कहा है, क्योंकि हम मानते हैं, इस देश के लोग और मानते हैं कि पिता को पुत्र समझ सकता है. उनकी मनोस्थिति का बताने का जो पिता ने काम करा है, माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने कहा है कि उस पक्ष को भी समझा जाए. उन्होंने एक केवल उसकी जो मेंटल पोजीशन है, उसकी भी जांच को करने को कहा गया है.
Who is not looking at that? उसकी तरफ कौन नहीं देख रहा है? आपको इतना ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए ना कि अगर उनके पिता कुछ बोल रहे हैं, वो पब्लिक डोमेन में बोल रहे हैं, उनकी बात सुनी है सबने. लेकिन जांच करने वालों को जांच करने दीजिए. और ये बोलने का क्या मतलब है कि बीजेपी हर चीज को बढ़ा चढ़ा के बोलती है? जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज बोल रही है, वो तो सुन लीजिए.
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे हमने जांच में पूरा जांच के लिए हम लोगों ने कहा है कि जांच होनी चाहिए, हमने उसकी निंदा भी करी है, लेकिन साथ साथ अगर एक पिता कोई पक्ष रखता है, उस पक्ष को उठाने का काम हमारे नेता माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने करा है, क्योंकि वो भी एक भावना है, उस भावना की जांच हो जाए। और इतनी सारी एजेंसी है,
भावना की जांच कैसे होती है मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन कोई फैक्ट्स रखेगा उनकी मेंटल हिस्ट्री के बारे में तो उसकी तो जांच होगी। उनके फैमिली से, उनकी एस्ट्रेंज्ड वाइफ से, सबसे जांच एजेंसीज मिली हैं।
देखिए, मैं एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक हूं और एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक होने के कारण मैं आपसे बहुत गंभीरता से कहना चाहता हूं, उनकी मेंटल जो मनोवैज्ञानिक होते हैं, साइकोलॉजिस्ट होते हैं, उनसे या जो भी आपकी सरकार की जो व्यवस्था है उससे उसकी जांच हो जाए। एक पक्ष रखा है, इसमें कोई इतनी बड़ी बात नहीं है, एक केवल उन्होंने कहा है कि उसका पक्ष रखा जाए। बाकी हम इस तरह की घटना की निंदा कर रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कानूनी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। हमने किसी बात की वो थोड़ी कही है। और इससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक स्वरूप और हम सामने आते हैं, जो उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति में इन्होंने नफरत की राजनीति के बीज बोए हैं, वो बीज का साइड इफेक्ट के रूप में हम इसको देखते हैं।
नहीं तो ये जो अक्यूज्ड हैं वो तो कह रहे हैं वो सीए, एनआरसी और हिजाब जो हो रहा है कर्नाटका में उससे इन्फ्लुएंस्ड है।
देखिए, मैं एक संविधान का
तो उससे उत्तर प्रदेश का क्या लेना देना है?
जी बिल्कुल, उसका मामला है। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, हम संविधान की जो मूल भावना है, संविधान की प्रस्तावना को जो हम पढ़ते हैं तो उसमें लिखा है हम भारत के लोग, उसमें कहीं पर नहीं लिखा हम हिंदू लोग, हम मुसलमान लोग, हम सिख लोग, हम ईसाई लोग। वो कहता है हम भारत के लोग, जिसमें सब आते हैं। वो भावना को आहत करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं ने यहाँ उत्तर प्रदेश में करा है। जब वो 80-20 की बात करते हैं, वो देश के ये संविधान की मूल भावना का हम इसको
नहीं तो 20% की बात तो असादुद्दीन ओवैसी भी करते हैं।
देखिए आप जब पूरे प्रदेश में एक संवैधानिक पद पे रहते हुए एक व्यक्ति इस बात को कहता है, इसका एक बहुत गलत मैसेज जाता है।
Anila Singh of the BJP is joining us. Anila Singh, not only is the Samajwadi Party saying that you must do everything that you can to have a free and fair probe in this regard, but also that the fact that this attack is happening is because of you, because of your politics.
My Ram to everyone. And see, this is the real character of Samajwadi Party, and especially if I talk about Akhilesh Yadav ji and his father Mulayam Singh Yadav ji, it is about advocating for terrorists. It is all about advocating for criminals. And they have done it earlier, and again he is doing in today's date as well. So I am not at all surprised when he says that Bharatiya Janata Party तो बहुत बढ़ा चढ़ा कर करती है, तो उन्होंने वहाँ के विजुअल्स नहीं देखे किस तरीके से अटैक किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, उसके पिता की बात सुननी चाहिए। तो पिता की बात अगर सुनते हैं तो पिता उसका इलाज करा रहे थे, कोई मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट का रिकॉर्ड है क्या? पिता तो उसकी दूसरी शादी करा रहे थे। But Akhilesh Yadav ji has got all the sympathies for this person who has probably transferred money from his account to Syria. He has traveled to various parts of our country and to Nepal as well. A person from Saharanpur, he has been picked by ATS. Even that person has got some sort of links with not so appropriate agencies. And he is in contact with this person as well, Murtaza. So there are so many things which are telling story that there is something definitely very, very wrong.
The larger question I'm asking is that why has this become a norm and it has become passé and okay that even those in mainstream politics can come and make apology for terror? It has happened for 30 years for what happened in Kashmir. It has continued to happen for when it comes to radical Islamic terror in India, which didn't start in 2014. Radicalization of Indian Muslims didn't start in 2014. Let's just be honest about it. It has been ongoing for whatever reasons. There are reasons, of course. And those reasons have to be looked at. But we can't deny that it hasn't happened because BJP has come to power. That would be a very foolish and myopic way to look at it. But my problem is, how can politicians and mainstream politics just, continue to downplay this? Do lives or other people who come under attack don't matter? Does the life of the security men who face this man with a machete don't matter? Their families don't matter? Peace-loving people don't matter?
Shivani, in fact, earlier the Congress used to do this kind of an appeasement and terror apology. Now it has been replaced in UP by Samajwadi Party, and they have been punished for that. Otherwise, Congress has been punished. People in this country are becoming aware day by day. So these are the days where appeasement and terror apology will not work. However, if you have to handle radicalization, you have to go to the source. Now, let me give you an example. What happened in Karoli in Rajasthan is a clear example of 7th century raids on the processions and the caravans of Kafirs. So the trend started from there, which is still continuing. So you have to look at the source of the problem rather than looking at the process of the problem. And the Samajwadi Party has made it very, very clear before the investigation that this person suffers from mental health. Whereas I've just read today, I read a news that the doctors have given him a fit certificate that he is mentally fit. And therefore, the entire effort was to derail the investigation and prejudice the investigation, which has somehow gone on the right track.
No, but that is done every time. That's exactly what I'm saying. Every time this happens, you know, when recently in Uttar Pradesh, there was a conversion racket busted, the same Samajwadi Party MLAs would come and say that, you know, Muslims are being victimized. This bogey cannot work every time. No, let me take that to Maulana Peer Ali Qadri, who's joining us, chairman of the Sirat un Nabi Academy. Maulana, what do you think? Every time there is a case, there is a terror link or some illegal activity and the profile of the accused is of the minority religion, we cannot say that it is a conspiracy.
देखिए मैडम, सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा कि आतंक का कोई धर्म नहीं होता, क्योंकि मक्का मस्जिद ब्लास्ट भी हुआ, अजमेर की दरगाह में भी ब्लास्ट हुआ, मालेगांव में भी ब्लास्ट हुआ, तो आतंक का कोई धर्म नहीं होता। अगर कोई आतंकी गतिविधियों में लिप्त पाया जाता है तो उसका कोई धर्म आप ना काउंट करें।
नहीं, ये जो पॉलिटिशियंस हैं वो तो धर्म के नाम पे ही टेरर अक्यूज को सेपरेट करते हैं ना।
तो इनका तो काम यही है ना मैडम, वरना इनकी राजनीति कैसे चलेगी। तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि जहां तक के सवाल गोरखपुर की घटना का है, उसकी पहले पूरी कंप्लीटली इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद में हम इसके ऊपर टिप्पणी करेंगे।
नहीं, उस पे तो मैं टिप्पणी आपसे नहीं चाह रही हूँ ना। आप बता सकते हैं कि क्या हुआ, क्या इसके फैक्ट्स हैं, ना मैं बता सकती हूँ। जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज बोल रही हैं हम वो उतना दिखाते हैं। सवाल तो सिर्फ यही है कि फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर अखिलेश यादव क्यों बीच में पड़ रहे हैं।
ना अखिलेश यादव तो जो है हर वक्त जो है यही कर रहे हैं ना कि अपने आप को मुसलमानों का अन्नदाता बताते रहे, अपने आप को मुसलमानों का नेता बताते रहे, और वो उनकी राजनीति उसी पर टिकी है। तो वो काम तो करेंगे। उनको मुसलमानों से हकीकी मानों में कोई हमदर्दी या मोहब्बत नहीं है। मुसलमानों को एक वोट बैंक की तरह इस्तेमाल करते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर मैं हमारे योगी जी से आपके चैनल के माध्यम से कहना चाहूंगा कि जब यूपी प्रदेश में 8% मुसलमानों ने आपको वोट दिया, आप पर भरोसा किया, तो आप ये कब तक के नफरत की राजनीति चलेंगे। आखिर ये खाई को क्यों नहीं मिटाया जा रहा है। देखिए,
नफरत की राजनीति से क्या मतलब है आपका।
ये नफरत ही की राजनीति है मैडम। जब तक के कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन ना हो, आप इसको थोप दिया जाए। देखिए, बहुत सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज है जो बहुत सारी बातें की है। बहुत सारे मुसलमानों को जेल की काली कोठरी में बंद किया गया है, लेकिन बाद में न्यायालय से उनको बरी किया गया, बाइज्जत बरी हुए। तो इसको
नहीं, वो तो बहुत सारे केसेस में हुआ है। वो तो मालेगांव केस भी जो चल रहा है, वो आज तक कभी कोई कन्विक्शन थोड़ा ना हुआ है।
अभी तो फैसला नहीं आया ना मैडम, फैसला आने दीजिए ना।
मैं वही तो कह रही हूँ, ऐसे तो बहुत केसेस नहीं, मैं यही तो कह रही हूँ। ये कहना, कैन वी हैव ऑल ऑफ आवर गेस, ये कहना कि देयर आर ओनली मुस्लिम अक्यूज्ड हु सफर बिकॉज ऑफ द डिले इन अ लीगल जुडिशियल सिस्टम or because of whatever, or because of failed investigations by our agencies is also not correct, na? There are several Hindu accused who also rot in jails. Don't make this a matter of religion alone.
Maximum Muslim suffer हुए।
No, there is no data like that. आप under trials का data निकालिए ना।
Reeling under heavy floods in a tornado on Tuesday, Dallas is facing the brunt of a deadly storm, while the rest of the country has been witnessing heavy rain or snow. Dramatic visuals from the national capital, where a DTC bus caught fire in South Delhi. A short circuit is believed to have caused the fire, and thankfully, though, the vehicle was abandoned, so there were no deaths or injuries reported. But plumes of smoke emerged from the bus, which was on fire right in the middle of the road. Let's get you up to speed with what else is making the news. A trail of destruction in the embattled city of Chernihiv as it reels under Russia's offensive, while Moscow has withdrawn from this northern Ukrainian city. Homes have been reduced to rubble as residents there are still waiting for humanitarian aid. Blood-stained streets mark the horrors of war in Mykolaiv. It's a strategic city in the south. It bore the brunt of Russian shelling for weeks. Just a day earlier, a hospital there was bombed out, but the death toll remains unclear. A car crashed into the Russian embassy in Romania's capital, Bucharest. It burst into flames and led to the death of the driver who was driving. While the motive is unclear, speculation is rife that a Ukrainian refugee may have been behind the crash. Meanwhile, there's fierce fighting on in Mariupol as Russia desperately tries to capture the port city. Here's why Mariupol is important. It's the only port city that is closest to both Donetsk and Luhansk. Those are the two biggest provinces in the Donbass. Mariupol is also home to the Azov battalion, which Vladimir Putin has described as neo-Nazis. Mariupol is the largest city that houses steel plants in that entire region. It is also a port which gives direct access to the Black Sea as far as Russia is concerned. The reason why Russia is eyeing Mariupol, like I said, it's for trade and transport, a direct sea line access from the Sea of Azov through Crimea and eventually into the Black Sea, and then from there to the Mediterranean. All right, meanwhile, there's also destruction. That's going to be a major blow to the Ukrainian economy. Remember, Mariupol is the second biggest port city in Ukraine. Meanwhile, it's day 42 of the war, and Russia's offensive is showing no signs of letting up in Mykolaiv. Here, the shelling by Vladimir Putin's troops annihilated a secret medical facility designed for children who are caught in the war. The exact figures are unclear. As the world grasps the horrific images of mass graves in Bucha, Ukrainian emergency services are taking up the very hard task of clearing the rubble after Russia's shelling. 296 explosives were found from the site, while nearly 4,000 were recovered and diffused from across the war-torn nation. India has taken a stand on the mass civilian killings in the Ukrainian city of Bucha.
Give the floor to the representative of India.
First, India sought an independent probe into the killings at the UN Security Council.
Reports of civilian killings in Busha are deeply disturbing. We unequivocally condemn these killings and support.
Dominantly, Muslims are picked up in investigations that never see the end.
No, I don't think police forces or ATS or STF, they function like that. It is for the politicians to level allegations, and I think it is for the security agencies to do their job very cautiously. And generally, in terror cases, this religious angle is never seen. Action is taken against the terrorist, whosoever he might be. So I don't think police force functions. There are policemen, or there are Muslims also in police. Sikhs are also there in police. But police never functions on this, that Muslims have to be put behind the bars. I don't agree with this. I have also served in this department, UP Police, for 37 years. And we have never acted like this. We have been very, very.
No, but in this case, you know, there are other cases, Maulana ji, जिसमें तो क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ हमें पता नहीं होता. जैसे कि कन्वर्जन रैकेट वाला केस है, ऑल्दो उस केस में बहुत सारी फैमिलीज ने आके बोला है जो उस केस के अक्यूज थे. ये जो अटैक हुआ है, ये तो सबकी आंखों के सामने हुआ है ना. कोई बना तो नहीं रहा है पिक्चर. अटैक तो किया है ना इस आदमी ने. तो क्यों डिफेंड कर रहे हैं इसको? Looks like we've lost that link. भुवन जी, आप बताइए.
मैं कहना चाहता हूं, पहले तो मैं जवाब दे दूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रवक्ता साथी को.
नहीं, मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए पहले आप. और आपने सुना होगा मौलाना जी ने क्या बोला आपको कि आप तो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं. उस पर मैं बाद में आऊंगी. आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए. This man is caught on camera. What is left to imagination? What is motivations are secondary. अटैक तो किया है ना इसने.
देखिए, हमने सबसे पहले ये बोला है कि इस तरह की घटना की लोकतंत्र में कोई जगह नहीं है और जो कानूनी कार्रवाई है वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा होनी चाहिए। पहला विषय तो ये आ जाता है। अब दूसरा, मैं अनिला सिंह की बात का जवाब दे दूं। अनिला सिंह जी को बहुत ज्यादा गलतफहमी हो गई है कि 5 उंगलियां केवल इनके मुंह में जाती है, और इनको कहना चाहता हूँ, जिन नेताओं को ये कहना चाह रही है, जिन लोगों पर आक्षेप लगाने की कोशिश है, जितनी इनकी उम्र होगी उतना हमारे माननीय मुलायम सिंह जी का राजनीतिक अनुभव है, तो कम से कम उस मर्यादा का भी थोड़ा ध्यान रखें जिस तरह के आक्षेप लगाने की कोशिश करती है। और ये 80-20 की जो बात ये समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये सोचती है कि 80-20 को लोग नहीं समझते। 80-20 को यहाँ का जो जनमानस है वो अच्छे से समझता है। जो बातें आपने फैलाई हैं, आप इससे कहीं बच नहीं सकते।
Okay, Anila Singh, please respond once again. But can I just remind both our representatives from the Samajwadi Party and the BJP, when the Maulana spoke earlier, he accused both of you of playing politics of polarization. Both of you. But Anila Singh can respond.
नहीं, इनको शायद जानकारी नहीं होगी। मुलायम सिंह यादव जी के सम्मान में मेरी तरफ से कोई कमी नहीं है साहब। मैं बिल्कुल उनका कोई भी अपमान नहीं कर रही हूँ, ना मैं अखिलेश यादव जी का अपमान कर रही हूँ, परंतु सत्यता को आप नहीं झुटला सकते हैं। वाराणसी ब्लास्ट का जो अक्यूज था वलीउल्लाह,